fans, and welcome back to the Apac Founders Series. My name is Dice Hart, and I'm joined today on the desk by Jay Beto. Jay Beto, it's playoffs time.
It is, and guys, I'm excited. I'm excited to see lots of games over this weekend, next weekend as well. I'm excited. Hopefully, we get to see some upsets, some fun. You know, got to root for. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for good games.
Some upsets would be very exciting, especially given that we've seen a little bit of roster apocalypse, a little bit of team drama over the last few
Mm,
weeks. So
we
you're
have
right, some
indeed.
upsets would be good to see, and Jay Beto, a team I'm looking out for at the moment is 99% engaged. They kind of formed out of the bones of some other teams, the Triad, the Goblins.
Poor teams.
Um, Poor teams suffering in the graveyard right now, but it's still, it's solid players from those teams, and they've been taking it to Sunday school, and they look like they could be a threat to Fish. Fish?
Ish. They absolutely could be a threat. I think that coming into playoffs, all you really need to do, well, not all, but the first thing is making sure that you're understanding the game that you want to play and come out with at least a basic plan of what you're going to be doing each game, what the idea is, what what idea you want to go with. Because obviously, Smite, it's a MOBA. Most
Hmm.
competitive games are like this too. They're very dynamic, I'll say. They change as the game goes on. You have to be able to adapt to what's going on.
Yep.
But I think that coming in to a playoffs bracket like this, where you've got a double elim, you've got a second chance, it's fine to test stuff as well if you're feeling a bit creative. But I
Hmm.
think it's super important to come in with a plan, know what you want. You don't want to be getting into game, you're like, oh man, our draft, we don't want any of this. Like even if it's good, I don't
Yep.
like playing this. I don't feel comfortable in this comp. So
It's the last
I'm
thing
sure
you
that we
want.
will see. Yeah, I'm sure we will see a lot of that. But yeah, I
I
think
would
that's
also
important.
expect Jay Beto, something we see very often in Oceania, and we saw during the OCL, where those mini metas beginning to form during
Yeah.
competitions, and we've kind of seen that with the massive priority of Neath
Yeah.
during the APAC Founder Series, and I think that that's going to become more prevalent going into the playoff time period here, and leading up into the this week and next week. So
Mm.
I would be looking out for things like that. But it's also hard for a mini meta to form, I think, Jay Beto, with so many gods coming out in such a short period of time. I would expect
Yeah,
next weekend that we're going to be seeing Sobek, Ra coming and
for
being
sure.
available, and teams prioritizing those. But Jay Beto, I think we can have a quick look at the bracket in just a moment as well. And we can see what we're leading into here for the playoffs. There it is. So, this is what we were ended up with after the open bracket.
Yep.
So we've already seen that DeBomb and Ping 269, their game has already happened. Um,
Yep.
and they were not quite at the bottom of the seeding, but a little bit towards the sort of middle area. And Ping have won that game against DeBomb, so they've
Yep.
already moved forward to versus Sunday School in the second round of the winners bracket, and we'll be seeing Raven Guard versus Wax On, Wax Off. Any games here kind of sticking out to you, Jay Beto?
I mean, I'm looking forward to this potential, who's going to play against Fish and then where is Fish going to end up after that? I think that Sunday School versus the winner of Apes and Goblins, if Sunday
Hmm.
School is able to, defeat Ping, I would say that I'd be pretty confident saying that Sunday School is favored to win that, I would say. But yeah, those are interesting. And I really honestly, the most interesting in my eyes, the things that I'm looking for is actually the losers bracket. Is those do or die games down there, I think the most interesting and are going to be absolutely awesome to watch. I'm super keen to see, who's going to go down there because those are, majority of the games we're going to be watching.
Hmm.
Finals happening next week. So yeah, I'm really
True.
keen to see what the teams can come up with when, backs against the wall, do or die. Man, I'm ready.
Well, speaking of being ready, let's get into picks and bans here for our first game between Raven Guard and Wax On, Wax Off. This is an exciting one too. Raven Guard have kind of been the talk of the town, Jay Battle. A lot of people have been talking about this team, these players. They didn't come out of nowhere. I think a few people had heard.
Oh, looks like Darcy's having some technical issues. Quickly, I will continue to yap as he's gone. But yeah, Raven Guard absolutely coming out of the. I don't particularly know too many of these players on my own, but I've seen a lot of good things from them. I've heard good things from them. This Wax team as well had a bit of an explosion towards the end of the weeks. Maybe you reckon we grab Devane in? Maybe just have a quick chat with me while.
I am
Oh,
here.
you're here?
Hopefully we can get my camera fixed up really quickly.
Okay, all good, all good. I wasn't sure if it completely cut out or not.
But yes, Jay, but I think that Raven Guard is a team that we've heard about and talked about a lot. And you know, I've heard specifically some higher level teams as well are actually quite supportive of them and where they're kind of coming from and what they're doing. So that's really good to see, and I think that we need more of that in OCE. And they're coming up, Jay Beto, against Wax on, Wax off here.
Yeah, I think key note for me on this Wax squad is Nan support. He hasn't been around this season so far yet, but I think he's a great player. He's one of my favorite teammates that I've played with in the past. I think he's a super nice guy. Hasn't played too much this season, but coming in, I think that's definitely a key point to have a look at this. Pardon me. Have a look at this set, see how they go. But yeah, I think that something that OCE needs in teams is we have a look at the top teams. Welcome back. I can see you now. Looking at the top teams, we talked about it a bit in the interview with Malum, that having a team that you're friends with, at least in a region like this that's quite small, and just working together and building out your mistakes is really beneficial instead of just always swapping out, pardon me, players. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing to, this player doesn't gel with the idea that we have as a team. It's not a bad thing to try to, maybe we'll swap for someone else. It's not necessarily like a toxic thing, but I do think that when you're starting out and getting a lot better, sticking together as a team, especially when you know each other quite well, allows you to play off of each other and get better together. I think that's really beneficial. So I'm excited to see what Raven Guard can bring out today. I'm very keen to see how we're starting this week. This is obviously our first game. Haven't seen too much of. I think this Wax team is brand new, or sort of. It's kind of a recreation of the old one.
Yeah, they definitely played week 1 and week 2, and then waited off until playoffs. But we are going to see the first bans coming through. Jay Beto, Hercules banned away for Raven Guard, and Wax on, Wax off have taken the Fenrir off the table. Pretty standard at the moment. That Fenrir is still very highly contested. But the Hercules seems to be having quite an impact. There's a Zeus, Jay Beto.
Well, this is what I was talking about. Some crazy stuff going on already with the Zeus getting picked up first pick. Now, when you're first pick, it can feel a little scary to pick away something that doesn't necessarily count as high prio, but it opens up a lot for you to counter pick to see what the other team is going to pick first. It can be pretty risky, but it can also pay off quite well. We've got Amaterasu locked in as the first R1 for Wax on, Wax off. I think Arma's super strong right now. I think she's, there's not too many gods in solo in general, but she's definitely one of my favorites. I think that she's quite strong, has a good lane, has a pretty great team fight. Susano also locked in. Pretty decent lockdown as well onto the Zeus. I mean, it can be a bit frustrating to dive into the Zeus ult, but can reach him with the tornado, can pull him out as well.
If you first pick Zeus, Jay Better, you have to expect gods like Susano and Arma who can hard dive him, CC him down to be locked in. So do you think Raven Guard were expecting that, and that's why they've kind of picked this Zeus as almost a bait so that then they can go into Odin and maybe even this Ares by the looks of it?
I think that you're absolutely right. I think that this Odin into this dive right now is really brutal. You're going to dive into this Zeus. Well, there's an Odin cage on top of you, and now you can't get out. Now you're stuck in the Zeus ult. Yeah. It's also a proactive play too, where you can cage them and ult over. So it's kind of like a pseudo dive thing. I like this Cernanos pickup from Wax team. I think that that's something that Raven Guard could have looked at themselves with the AoE ult, just layering those circles on top of each other. Yeah, the CC from Bramble Blast. I think that's a really underrated ability. I really like Cernanos too. I think it's super strong. And Hakade as well locked in here too. Just to match the circles, really. Just kind of there's not as much lockdown as something like an Odin and an Ares, but I think that if they're able to land this CC, there's a lot of damage coming out from Wax right now.
Well, that's it. And at the end of the day, Jay Beto, forcing this Zeus to be consistently out of position, even if he's positioning well as a player, forcing him out of position is going to make all of the difference in whether or not you can lock down these early kills and prevent this Zeus from getting out of hand. Because, Jay Beto, we've seen Zeus's getting out of hand. And speaking of
Yep.
which, this Jingwei getting this far into the draft is a little bit surprising. She's still quite a highly contested ADC, and she's going to be picked by Raven Guard alongside this Shark.
I think it's really good into what Wax wants to do, right? With the kind of layering circles on top. If you're trying to commit to an ADC and the Jingwei is able to just get out of dodge super quick, I think it's great. I'm not super fussed on the Shark. Like it's just it's just a fifth pick, slots in where it wants. It can go jungle, it can go solo. Whatever. It's probably going to go solo with Odin jungle now, which is nice. It evens out the pressure in lane against the armor. It's pretty, armor can't just do whatever she feels like. But
Yeah.
Bark is locked in last for Wax. There might be a bit of a CC, like an engaged problem here with, the dive is super strong, but if you're looking to just pick off one player, it is a bit hard to land any of that CC. You're kind of relying on Barker's stun, maybe a Barker's flop. That can be dangerous at some points, and maybe a Cernanos 2, a Bramble Blast, might be able to land that first ability, or a Hecate Mez if that's up, but that's pretty conditional. That's not as easy to hit as something like an Odin Spear or even just an Ares ult.
Yeah, I think Jay Better, that you raised an interesting point that Raven Guard's team comp almost have multiple modes that they can go in. They can kind of play around counter engaging off of Odin trapping people who have overcommitted onto this, but they can also focus on engaging themselves. Whereas you're right, wax on wax off a team comp here really only have one mode, and it doesn't really allow them to just pick one player without overcommitting all of their resources. And Jay Beto, I think that speaks to the way that Raven Guard have drafted, because it means that they can punish an overcommit like that really well. And especially when you're going to have these Barker slop in, Susano diving, and potentially even a Kernanos dash, that's a lot to be used.
Yeah, I'm worried about this Jingwei not being able to die this game. I think that the wax threat of the comp is killing the backline, but I mean, Zeus potentially can die this game, but I think that if Jingwei plays well, she's super unkillable this game.
Well, Jay Beto, let's throw it on over to our casters to take us over game number 1, Nuxel on Osme. Take it away.
Welcome all of our Apac viewers for the first week of playoffs. My name is Nuxel, and I'm joined here by Osme for our first game here, Raven Guard versus Wax on, Wax off.
And we made it. All those weeks leading up to these playoffs. These are the games that count, and I'm very excited to see these two teams face off tonight. There's a lot lying on the shoulders of this Zeus here. There's lots and lots of dive coming out from wax on, wax off, and I'm just not sure if they've drafted appropriately in Raven Guard to keep this Zeus alive.
Great to see the beads pick up as well on the Zeus. Do you think the focus is going to be all on this Zeus here? If they can get out his beads, is that just game over for Zeus?
Somewhat, but I think they don't want to be in a position to be getting engaged on with their team comp. Zeus needs some space, and I'm very scared playing against Susano, Bacchus, and Amma, who undoubtedly are all just going to be gunning for this backline. We do see a little bit of a proxy start coming out here from Raven Guard, picking up this right wave before heading to a potential blue buff invade. I do really like this start. And with a Chuck Odin, this is early pressure that you can reliably fight around coming into this blue. I think if Waxon are privy to this, they'll probably try and go and counter engage. But it looks like they're just picking up their red at the moment. Chuck, early game, or level 1, not super scary, but little engage coming out here.
Yeah, starting it off here on the blue buff. T1 Carrier getting chunked down just that little bit. Chrome Dome is catching it out and getting that first blood there. Wax Python getting the trade to 1-for-1 here, and it's not even a minute in the clock yet.
I'm not sure if that went... That's probably not how they're planning to do that there for Raven Guard. I like the idea because they do have 2 warriors. The level 1 fight is something you may think will be in their favor, but well played by Wax Python there. Super Supermaz may fall here in duo.
Supermaz low. Chain is coming out from Brewsties just to cripple out the rest of that team, but falling back here so far.
Yeah, as I was saying before, this Zeus is going to have a lot of responsibility pumping out this damage because the Jingwei is relatively slippery when it comes to being dived upon. She has quite a lot of escape potential with her ultimate and with her ability to dash out of knockups like this Bacchus engage. But Zeus has an Ares on his side, which isn't a whole lot of peel. And the beads, yes, is a good start there to just try and maybe immune some of that engage from the Bacchus or from the pull from the Susano. But I hope Brewsty's armies is on point with his chains because outside of the Ares, there's not a whole lot of peel coming out from Raven Guard. Maybe a defensive Odin cage, but I don't really think that's the way you want to be using that. They have drafted this identity of big circles with a Chuck ult, Zeus ult, Odin ult, and having to use that on a more defensive foot is probably not going to be the identity that they want.
Ooh, pull coming in. That's a Wind Typhoon coming out from Susanoo, but not quite chunking out Cardi, just that little bit extra. There is a lot of tank over on Raven Guard. Do you think wax on, wax off have enough damage to get through that? I mean, obviously they're wanting to just dive the backline, but come to these tanks, and if they're playing the game that they want to, is there enough damage?
It's hard to say. Like, I think both teams have the potential of wiping just with one perfectly placed Zeus or Hecate ult in the middle of a team fight. I think it's more of like an execution thing. We know that Raven Guard may be more, you know, they've had a bit of a narrative as like a slept-on team, but they've shown throughout these weeks that they really can play well as a team. And I don't know if wax on, wax off are going to show them maybe the respect that they deserve. So we'll have to wait and see. But I have faith that this Raven Guard team will pop off in some big team fights. We know circles are good, and we know they've got them. So I'm really excited to see if Zeus can stay alive and if maybe Brewsties can set up for some really nice cages, because we see the two shells coming out, but outside of that, it's a good toss-up to make in the draft. Like, if you're getting the Ares and the Odin on the same team, it puts a lot of pressure on the enemy team to use their relics well and itemize specifically around that. Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of onus on Wax as well, seeing how fast he can get his dive off, because we know Zeus can do a lot of damage after he's dead, but he still can't pop that. I can't remember the name of his three, but he still can't pop his. This could be a sword.
Yeah, Stormcall coming out. Wow, did you see the damage straight onto T1 Carrier there? Dazzling Offensive was used, but that was a lot more damage than I expected. Just suddenly taken out, and Amaterasu is dead on the board. 2-1 here at the 4-minute 30 mark. Where close to 17,000 gold for Raven Guard. Wax on, wax off, just breaking that 15,000. Raven Guard getting some decent invades we saw just before onto that purple buff there, but great little start to the game so far.
Yeah, not too hot for the Amaterasu starting out, falling on the invade at the start, and again there. I thought that she was going to take the better side of that trade, but we know Chuck, if he levels his 2, actually has quite a substantial amount of burst in the lane, so well played by Neon to just know his damage. And I think maybe T1 Carrier needs a little bit more respect in that 1v1. We do see the Death Toll build coming out from Amaterasu, which I'm personally not too sure if that's the most optimal way. Maybe in Smite 1 she was more of an auto attack focused warrior, but at the moment in Smite 2 she's really thriving with those intelligence builds. We see quite often a Book of Thoth coming out and paired with other items like the Gem of Focus or the Chronos Pendant, but it seems like this Amaterasu is itemizing maybe a little bit more traditionally. So I'm interested to see if she actually gets much kind of impact out of that Death's Toll. I've seen some alternative kind of build identities if you're looking to go for that auto attack based build, like the Leather Cow, but more commonly at the moment the Sands of Time, even the Gem of whatever the gem starter is called. I'm keen to see because Amaterasu and Chuck both have a similar identity in these team fights. Like they're gonna both be looking to get in the backline and both using their big AoE ults. But at the moment, this Chuck's just gonna be so much harder to deal with. He's already up a whole level in solo, and it's probably gonna continue.
Ults up on the board. Ring of Spears is out over in the duo lane. That's Chrome Dome picking up another kill, and Airstrike used a little bit too late there. The kill is already gone, but a good little kill over in duo lane. Good little jungle gank there. The thing that's been plaguing my mind a little bit is whether it's going to be worth to be picking up any anti-heal for Raven Guard. Cernanos built into the kit, and we're seeing with the itemization of the Amaterasu, do you think it's going to end up being worth it? Typhoon coming out. Stormcall just to get that CC immunity. Dazzling Gleam is going to be taking this fight under the tower. Lots of damage coming out in return.
You can turn that.
That is a turn straight onto Wax Python. Nan is going to be diving under tower. He wants this last hit here, and the Intoxicate's going to be picking up that last little bit of damage onto Neon Flame. That is 1 on 2 for Neon Flame. He's picking up his second death in the game. They're really liking that trade there. I think that's a little bit of a nice revenge for T1 Carrier.
It's good to see a little bit of focus put onto this right side of the map, or else I could very easily see that Chuck kind of running away with the lane. But going back to what you were talking about before with this anti-heal, I think it's always worth getting a little bit of anti-heal into the CERN and the Amma. But I suppose, yeah, he's going to be building quite a lot of lifesteal as well, so it's not a bad look. We do know that Xenanos has been getting prioritized a little bit more lately, and we're seeing more of the top ADCs going towards this pick. So kind of shutting down what he wants to do and just sustaining that lane for free is always a good look. We know Jing is very, very safe in lane, so she'll take those boxes and just fly back to lane however she likes. And outside of these gods, the actual player matchup is quite interesting. We haven't seen too much out of both of these ADCs so far.
No, that's it. And no escapes coming out here. That's a double ult used for not much on, wax off. There's a little bit of an advantage here as we've got Gold Fury around on the map.
I think the Talisman of Purification came out there from the Bacchus, but this Odin is pathing very aggressively, which is good. He's trying to get the advantage on those back trinkets, but maybe he was going to get caught out there. Taking an easy back is always a nice look. But yeah, it depends if they're going to be... If Raven Guard can be on the front foot and keep finding these engages, they're not going to be able to purify everyone. Neon Flame almost taking a tumble there, but the dash is just off the mark from the Amaterasu.
Like you said before, he just knows his damage so well. He's playing that fight really well.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's relatively even. There's a slight gold lead going in Raven Guard's favor, and maybe that's just from that first blood and those invades in left side.
Oh, sudden kill
God.
over in the mid lane. Golden Bamboy is picking up one for himself. But like you were saying just before, we're about a 3k gold lead, coming up to 30,000 for Raven Guard and 27,000 for wax on, wax off, coming onto the 10-minute mark here. 1 Gold Fury over for Raven Guard as well. And that's what's going to be securing that lead over for there. But Jingwei is a very nice pick. We see that ban so often. Oh, we got a bit of a fight here in jungle. Chrome Dome has got that 2-level lead over on Wax Python, and he's taking it right into him. But there's a little bit of a collapse here. 3 people. Ring of Spears just having to peel him out. Nan getting a good knock up here. There's 4 people now. Brewsty's coming to peel just that little bit, but Bamboy is going to be getting that kill. He's taking the fight into his jungle, but he won't be winning that fight.
Yeah, similar to what we saw before. Just Chrome Dome trying to get active in the jungle and really push and take away all that safe farm for Wax Python. But good initiative by Wax on, Wax off just to identify that group well and take him down. And Nan has not been playing Smite 2 very much, if at all, I think. He was quite the fabled name in Smite 1, but seeing him come back into Smite 2 and already have instant impact is really a nice thing. This Bacchus pick does enable a lot as from an engage tool. The peel isn't...
Trade there. It's holding the Wind Siphon, and that's Typhoon as well. Airstrike going straight back onto Wax Python. Good amount of damage. That was close there. Like, this is the thing with Jingwei getting picked up now. you've got the option to be dashing out of these very common knockups that a lot of the gods have in the game at the moment. And we see that's why one of the reasons why it's being picked up so often.
It's just so safe all the time, really. Picking the Bacchus into it is a little bit rough. Like, it's not the smallest window, but it's still quite a. You have to be pretty quick to turn around and get that dash off if you're playing Jingwei. But Supermaz has shown so far that he's happy to play safe, and it seems like there hasn't been a whole lot of focus to his side. So having a really safe god there just so he can chill and farm while the rest of his team brawls it out is a very nice draft look. Gold Fury getting picked up here. Amaterasu beating this Chuck on the rotation, so if they do decide to take a fight here, it's looking in their favor.
Right, starting over in the jungle of Wax on, Wax off. That's Lightning Storm coming out, picking up the first kill onto Wax Python. Cardi GG is picking that up. Ring of Spears just coming to peel that little bit out, but T1 Carrier is doing a lot of damage in the backline for himself. Good CC immunity. He's trying to chase out this last hit onto Cardi GG, but the Zeus is too fast. Amaterasu cannot get anywhere near this Zeus. And the group is still there, but one person down for Wax on, Wax off, and a lot of ults used. We've only got the Susano Typhoon and the Intoxicate for Bacchus. So to be Wax on, Wax off, looking to pick up this Gold Fury again, even though they have the teammate deficit. Raven Guard dancing around just that little bit. It's going to be Supermaz that's here to contest that little bit. He's wanting just to annoy them off this Gold Fury. But they're going to be stealing it, and that's going to be the airstrike that's picking that up. Wait, no, Wax on, Wax off is going to be the one that's taking that off, but that's Golden Bamboy picking up Neon Flame, and Brewsties as well, getting another kill onto Wax Python. He's died twice in a row in the same fight. Chrome Dome picking up one onto Golden Bamboy, and they're going to be retreating under tower, but not before this cheeky little Cernanos hides his way around and tries to get back to his tier 1 tower in the mid lane. 2 people down. Wax Python down twice, but they got that Gold Fury and that little bit of gold lead that they need to catch up. 13 minutes on the board, 38,000 gold for Raven Guard, and 35,000 for Wax on, Wax off. Keeping that stabilized 3k lead, but it could have gone a lot worse there.
I love that from Supermaz. Got nerves of steel, just stepping up. He's telling his team there's some low health bars here, and we shouldn't be afraid to step up, and we're not making this Gold Fury free.
I thought he got it. There's no Sunders, so I'm like, oh my god, this is getting so low. That was close.
It was very close, very close. But yeah, it's good to see that this Raven Guard team, although some people may doubt them, they still have that confidence, and there was some nice picks off the end of that because the health bars were quite low after that airstrike. But going forward, there's a few level leads across the board here. 2 levels in jungle is probably the biggest one. Being ahead on this Odin pick as a tank is very, very hard to play into when you're a full damage assassin. We know that Odin is such a popular god, and that's for a reason. And when he has this mystical mail, looks like he's going into more defense next, he's going to be so hard to take down for the Wax on, Wax off roster.
When you have these deficits of the tanks on the Wax on, Wax off team, this Jingwei is just going to chunk through your health with the crit. But good fight! That's a solo kill. Supreme Leader is just chunking out this Jingwei, doing a lot of crit damage in return, and that's going to be a kill for him. 0-1 on the board for Jingwei, Supermaz, and Supreme Leader OCE is picking up, and he is going to be 1 for 1.
Yeah, maybe you just didn't expect that burst. I maybe didn't even expect that burst. Came off very quickly with the Wild Hunt into the dash and the root as well. Very nicely played by Supreme Leader. He just perfectly timed all of his damage to have an almost uncounterable burst there.
So quick.
Good to see.
So quick. That was great. I thought it was just ADC things, but we've got the dazzling offensive coming out. It's T1 Carrier 1v2ing over here in the proxy solo lane. Cardi GG is going to be picking up a kill. 2 for 1 here on the board at the 15-minute mark. That was a 3-man rotation. Poor Amaterasu. Got a bit of a 2v1 here in mid as well, opening the gates. That's going to be taking that Odin under tower. It's not enough damage here quite yet, but Intoxicate coming out just to chunk that a little bit more. Talisman of Purification getting a little bit fumbled there, and that's a Typhoon as well. 3 people in the middle lane pushing out this Odin, and there's a little bit of a collapse here from Brewsty's army. Odin is going to be getting away with his life, though.
That's just what I was saying before. We saw he got taken under tower. What looked like no escape, but he just walks out of there scot-free. And it's a shame not to see him fall if you're wax on, wax off, but that is a good showing to kind of say, yep, you can't dive us for free. Back up a little bit.
You get some of these items online, and not only are you doing damage, but the damage is not getting done to you. And at 16 minutes, when you have a 4k gold lead, you are using that to your full advantage. We've got a Pyromancer getting picked up with not much congestion yet from wax on, wax off. 2k health left, and they'll be securing it out with this Lightning Storm from Zeus. Pyromancer down, Raven Guard will be picking that up.
Yeah, it's good. It looks like Raven Guard are really on the same page. Even just from before, we saw wax on, wax off trying to get that right side proxy off, but they were just on together and countered that very nicely. A little wraparound coming here in mid could be fatal for this Zeus.
Yeah, 4 people around. Count that 5, actually. Great blink under tower. Wind Typhoon. That wasn't a blink. That was just his movement ability. Cardi GG's turning it on him, though. And Wax Python, unfortunate for him, he'll be the one that's getting killed. Not the Zeus, but Ring of Spears coming out over here in this backline. Odin is doing a bunch of damage over to Supreme Leader OCE. That's a kill for him. And T1 Carrier's picking one up in return. That's 2 people dead for the side of Wax on, Wax off. And another one. Golden Bear Boy killing Cardi GG. We've got Nan dead on the board as well. T1 Carrier trying to live out as long as he can. Lots of damage coming out, but Chrome Dome on low health is picking up that kill onto the Amaterasu. That's 4 people dead here for Wax on, Wax off, and we've got 3 still alive for Raven Guard. 11-8 on the board here, and 5,000 gold lead is what we're looking at now with this Gold Fury coming up.
It's a massacre, but unfortunately the Hecate did not fall and their health bars are a little bit too low to go straight into that gold, but I'd hope they'd either transition that into some map farm, taking away maybe the right side red-blue, but it looks like they're just going to go back to their lanes, farm up, and get ready for this next objective. Gold Fury on the board is doable by either team, but these level leads are just going to make it harder and harder. We see this Odin is 17 now. It's going to be so hard to kill for anybody on, wax off. I did like the Amaterasu engage there. Ooh, another cheeky 1v1 coming out. Supermaz doesn't want to smoke again. He's scared after last time.
Not quite.
But yeah, Golden Bandboy is keeping up though, and that's super important. This Hecate is going to have impactful ults no matter what. She's keeping up in farm. Uh-oh.
Going to use the airstrike to get out of there. Supreme Leader OCE is really showing his dominance here onto Supermaz. 1v1, count that 2v1 actually, because that's a rotation from Wax Python and a kill onto the Jingwei yet again. But we've got the rotation over here from Odin, and look how much damage he is doing compared to what he is taking. And Supreme Leader OCE, that's a kill onto Cernanos. Stormcore coming out. Wax on Python is trying to get out with what's left of his life. Nan doing lots of good peel here. And that's going to be Wax on, Wax off with a bit of a trade here from both the both the ADCs rather. Both mid lane ults coming out. There's another 1v1 happening over here in this mid lane. It's so close here. Cardi GG is running out with so little health. Oh. That was so close.
What did he go
that? Bad Boy and an auto attack will be clutching out the rest of this kill with Fire Giant up, but no looks.
Damn, juked himself to death a little bit there. But it's nice to see these mid laners taking a little 1v1. Little scuffle here and there, but the Hecate, as I was saying, is showing she's here to play. And
5-1 on the board as well.
Yeah, it's good to see map play wise that the Amaterasu has acknowledged she's a little bit behind and just stuck herself in that right lane, taking that tower. It's gonna claw back a little bit of that gold deficit, but it just seems to be growing and growing no matter what. And at the same time, wax on, wax off of finding these kills. So they have to identify where they're leaking this farm and kind of clean that up real quick. Because it just seems like Raven Guard are playing the map so much better at the moment. Not too many objectives being focused at the moment, but I can see it coming soon. This CERN may have some kind of response if anybody's stepping up to these golds and stepping up to these, maybe Pyromancer probably, but we'll have to wait and see. It looks like this Chuck's taking a rotation onto the CERN here.
Shark getting a little bit cheeky over there, but the cheek is not what's going to be looked at over here. Brewsty's army's getting killed. We're back over into the duo lane though, and Neo on Flame is picking up that kill onto Cernanos. 2 kills around the board. It's 1 for 1 on either side, so we're down to 4 people on each team. All objectives are up right now, and all the towers are in return, except for one in the solo lane. Gold Fury fight starting. Ring of Spears, Wax Python, no health, and Jingwei is going to be picking up that first kill of this fight. Lots of fighting over here in the front of the Gold Fury pit. Nan doing that little bit of peel just to keep the rest of his team alive. And Lightning Storm is going to be taking so much damage. Nan's getting killed. And Cardi GG with the damage is just chunking it out. 3 people dead for Wax on, Wax off. Count that. Wax Python, Nan, and Supreme Leader OCE. None dead for Raven Guard. And that's a Gold Fury getting looked at and close to taken here.
Now they just don't have any response with this Odin. He engaged so well there, finding so much damage with his Bird Bomb, and then caging almost everybody. And I said at the start of this game, it looks like the onus is going to be on this Zeus, but I think Odin's just taking it into his own hands here. Supermaz might need to try and escape now.
Oh my god, I'd love to see the end of his health there. I think he was getting just that little bit arrogant. But he'll be getting out with his life. Lucky for him.
Yeah, well, this gold lead is there, but it doesn't look like Raven Guard are doing much with it at the moment. They should probably look towards grouping as a unit, because they have so many stronger characters on their team at the moment. This Chuck and this Odin are massive in comparison. So I think this Death Ball could be an awesome idea, and try and get some of these towers off the map before the next Fire Giant. But proactive play from Wax on, Wax off here, finding this Pyromancer. It's good just to take it away from Raven Guard, because that will really aid in their siege, which is kind of inevitable now.
Pyromancer on the board now, just got taken for Wax on, Wax off. We're 23 minutes on the board, 64,000 for Raven Guard and 58,000 for Wax on, Wax off. We're 15 to 11 here on the kill count. Now, a very steady increase, as you were mentioning, of this gold lead for Raven Guard here. What can Wax on, Wax off do to clutch out a little bit of more gold and more XP? And what are they looking at, do you think, at this point in the game?
Ooh.
Just a sudden solo kill again. Cernanos is taking those fights, and he's winning a lot of them.
That's what they need to do. They just need to keep finding picks, because it seems like it keeps happening. Zeus is in a very bad position here. I'm not sure if he's aware of how much danger he's in. Engaging on CERN.
The
Nice
danger is
pick.
what he is bringing, it looks like. That's Cernanos dead on the board, but a dive onto tower onto Cardi. There's no tower anymore, though. There's nothing to protect you here. And Cardi GG is going to be getting taken down on that trade kill for their Cernanos.
I love the aggression, but probably not worth. It seems like the rest of their team is happy to sell their Zeus if they're going towards this Fire Giant. And Hecate and Susano making their way over on the teleporter, but well, they should be here in time. This could be a big fight coming out here that may change the oh, it looks like they're hopping off. They know they can't do this quick enough.
Jingwei passive is coming in. They'll be grouping around just that little bit extra compared to Wax on, Wax off here. The fight starting, gates are open. Hecate pulling in the Ares. Brewsty, no escape, straight into the Ring of Spears. The fight is happening here. There's a dazzling offensive straight onto the backline. 3 people, but Neon Flames picking up the kill onto Nan. He's diving over there in the Fire Giant pick. Another stun onto Wax Python, trying to get out with what's left of his life, but that's going to be a kill for Supermaz. Wax Python dead on the board. Fire Giant's still up, and it looks like Raven Guard are going to be the ones that are picking this up.
Yeah, great work by Raven Guard there. I thought that might be going south a little bit, but they picked that up. Neon Flame is just seemingly unkillable to the mid laner and backliner from Wax on, Wax off at the moment, and he just created so much space there, and Amaterasu kind of found herself just out of position. This Fire Giant's really going to aid Raven Guard in grouping and pushing. Hopefully they'll just start taking all the towers off the map. From here, it should be a snowballing descent from wax on, wax off. They really need to just focus on trying to find what farm they can. Maybe send CERN on this split because he's just been showing that he can take on anyone. And yeah, I'm very impressed with how Raven Guard have been playing. They seem like they're really together as a unit, and they know when to get off objectives. Odin with the Ring of Spears. Ooh.
Ring of Spears starting this out, and a Lightning Storm and Storm Call. That is a Lightning Storm indeed. 2 people down for Wax on, Wax off. Golden Bamboy and Nan are dead on the board, and that's another one. Wax Python getting killed by the Shark. T1 Carrier just doing as much as he can for the rest of his team, but there's only 2 people left here around this mid T1 tower. He's running away, doing a little bit of CC, but this is a dive. It's happening here. CC immunity isn't enough, and that's going to be Sonanos and the Amaterasu dead on the board.
Oh.
They're going to be pushing out this tower, both of them, and then into this Phoenix. Like you said, I think this is the end of the game right here and right now for Raven Guard at 26 minutes.
It's going to be tricky with all these towers up, but there's so many dead. Nan's only up in 3. I think this is it.
Titan so squishy for 5 people of Raven Guard. Nan's the only one that's come back, but it is not enough for Wax on, Wax off. That is game 1 to Raven Guard here. But remember, this is a best of 3, so they're not out for the count. We've still got potentially 2 games here for a bit of a reverse sweep. I guess you couldn't really call it a reverse sweep. It's not a best of 5, but it's not over for Wax on, Wax off here.
It's not over at all, but I think that's very clean from Raven Guard. The Zeus was pumping so much damage. I was worried that he was going to be getting dove into the ground that entire set, but it just didn't seem like it was happening. Maybe a more coordinated dive from the Amar and the Susano needs to be talked about going into the next game, but I think their draft was fine. The identity was good. It was a kill the backline comp and just a little bit of execution. I think they have it they have what it takes though for game number 2.
Yeah, Zeus doing a great job just evening out the plane, even though the Hecate at one point was like 5-1 or 6-1. But as far as I could tell in terms of items and especially levels, it was pretty dead even though 4 deaths for the Zeus. So I'll definitely commend him there, being able to stabilize the entire game and just keep that relevancy. Those lightning storms were absolutely chunking from the start to the finish of being level 5, and we saw it there at the end. That the big lightning storm of the combination of Zeus and Shark there, just clutching it out and absolutely bodying the team of Wax on, Wax off. But game 2 looks like it's about to start here, so let's get into picks and bans with Jay Beto and Dicehard.
Yeah, but I need my sunglasses on because let me tell you right now, Raven Guard have a bright, bright future ahead of them. What a team. They look so clean. Maybe we'll hear from Jay Beto at some stage about what he thinks about these teams.
I am muted. Dice, you look bright with that beanie on and those sunglasses. That's what I was saying.
Thanks. My head's a bit reflective, but that's fine.
Yeah, it would be brighter if you took it off, actually.
I'm not going to do that. But how clean did Raven Guard look there? Clinical gameplay against a team of experienced players in Wax on, Wax off. And this is what I mean when I say that, yeah, Raven Guard are a bit of an underdog, but you can't underestimate them. And look how well they played that game. 27,000 damage nearly for the Zeus there. And we talked about it, Jay Beto, at the start of Picks and Bans last game. Raven Guard played the game they wanted to play. They had 2 modes that they could go for there, and they ran it down for their game.
Yeah, I think that I was actually surprised to see how many solo kills that Cernanos got onto the Jingwei. I definitely wasn't expecting that coming in. Obviously, that's not really a pre-game analysis. Cernanos is going to get 3 or 4 solo kills, but I would have liked to have seen maybe Wax play a bit more. Sorry, Wax team, not him in general, but Wax on, Wax off, play towards that duo lane a bit more. Team like the Armor, while, getting ganked, that, 4-man gank that one time, getting that solo kill, was able to push out the tower and didn't fall that behind in goal, was able to get an invade off as well. I think that if the team prioritized the Cernanos, who was kind of smashing lane at that point, I think it would have been a lot easier because he was getting these solo kills and then all of Raven Guard was rotating over to stop him. And okay, maybe you could just say the Supreme Leader needed to back off. He can't play like that. But I think that if he's able to be getting those kills, there should be more pressure from his team onto that side of the map.
I agree. Well, Jay, Beto, we are at the point now we're starting to see some picks and bans coming through. It's going to be Hercules, banned away by Wax On, Wax Off, and Odin. Here banned from a Raven Guard. So very, very similar to last game, seeing this Hercules ban, but I think that this Odin is a bit of an intelligent decision to get rid of that. We saw how dominant it could be and how capable it was in the hands of the jungler. So getting rid of that, and obviously it's still a pretty highly contested god, Jay, Beto.
For sure, but this Jing Wei dies. So this is the thing, right? Wax lose game 1, they take blue side first pick, force the Odin ban, and then they take that Jing Wei first pick. Now, I thought that Supreme Leader had a really good lane, but the Jing Wei offers so much safety in the late game, a lot of damage as well, that maybe they thought they needed a bit more safety. This was a problem, but the Fenrir dice is left open, and Raven Guard slam that on their first pick.
Yeah, love this Fenrir option here for Raven Guard. Very, very capable with it. Gives them a lot of options here, obviously, and you know, there's a reason that he's such a highly contested god. That single target damage and the ability to just completely remove somebody from a fight is very potent, some might say, and alongside this Amaterasu as well is just going to mean that any kind of a mobile god is a risky pick here.
Yeah, this Fenrir, super good throughout all of Apac so far. All that we've seen, this Fenrir has been succeeding. The Amaterasu taken now for Neon Flame over in that solo lane, decided he wanted a bit more agency off the Chark, a bit more, you know, team fight engage. But Wax On, Wax Off, picking up the Neath. We've seen a lot of Neath over Apac. We've talked about it a lot. Didn't see it in that last game, but we are finally seeing now, and we have Nan's Yamoja for game 2. Wax team pulling out all the stops to win this one.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited to see this. Nan, you know, we've talked about him a little bit. He hasn't played much Smite 2, but he's here now playing Smite 2 as a very competent Smite 1 player in support and in mid lane. Seeing his Yamoja is exciting, Jay Beto. And, you know, this Neath, again, very, very highly contested god. That global pressure, as you said. But, Jay Beto, I don't know how these gods stand up at the moment against just the CC pressure of Ares Armor Fenrir.
Yeah, that is a monster front line for Raven Guard right now. Absolutely terrifying. This Soul as well, still a flex pick. Taking that red side, using the full advantages they can. Keeping that 10th pick as a counter pick, which is the primary benefit for being on red side. Obviously, they didn't get to choose. But this Barkus lock-in as well. It is locked in. Means that it's probably Barkus solo. I'm not too sure if we're cooking up a Yamoja solo right now. Might be, but no one's on the team. It's going to be Yamoja support.
I think so. I think that we will see this Yamoja support. I would be looking out for great uses of the Riptide coming out. You know, that 3 and just continually preventing people from escaping. And against gods like this Ares, like this Soul, who have a little bit of a difficult time with their movement, it's going to be able to lock them in quite comfortably. And Jay Beto, Thanatos is not a god that we've seen heaps of. He's been on the rise in OCE, but it's an exciting pick.
I do believe that we had quite a few sub changes over on Wax team in between this break. So I believe Shigo is in jungle this game and Wax is in solo. So that Thanatos being one of Shigo's premier picks, him slamming that makes a lot of sense to me. Maybe not in context of the comp, but that's one of his, you know, mains. It was in Smite 1. He's very comfortable on that. I can't argue against comfortability. However, this Nuwa, lots of mid prior right now for Raven Guard, especially with this Fenrir. I think that mid 3v3 of Nuwa, Fenrir, Ares is really, really scary for Neath. Like, how does Neath play this early game?
Yeah. I'm terrified of that, Jay Beto, and obviously Wax On, Wax Off still have a comp that functions for them. They've got a lot of global pressure between sort of Jingwei's ability to return from base quite comfortably and get to objectives. Neath having that Wellweaver ultimate alongside Thanatos' ult as well can kind of catch you by surprise and maybe trying to lock down this Nuwa before she can ult or you know, kind of prevent this Fenrir from popping off too hard. But Jay Beto, I'm terrified of Raven Guard's comp. That is a comp, and they just showed that they know how to play Smite 2. They know what they're doing. They're not to be underestimated, and with a comp like this, I'd be terrified of them.
I would be terrified too, Dice. But I do want to quickly say before we jump into the game that we do see the Neath. Neath has been quite successful in OCE. The Jingwei won last game as well. We've got a bit of picks traded this time in taking those two, giving the Fenrir, giving the armor from last game. I think this is anyone's game.
Well, Jay Beto, I would love it if the casters talked about the same thing so we could see the stats get pulled up as well. But let's send it over to them and see what Nuxel and Oz may think for game number 2 between Wax On, Wax Off and Raven Guard here.
Hello, Smite fans! Back again! My name is Nuxel, and I'm joined here with Ozmay for this second game. Wax on, wax off on the Order side, and Raven Guard on the Chaos side. It is 0-1 right now. How you feeling, Ozmay?
Feeling good, but can we just take a moment to appreciate this draft from Raven Guard from second pick? Absolutely beautiful. We don't know really what Wax On, Wax Off is prioritizing because we haven't seen them too much out of the earlier weeks of the competition so far, but giving those picks away from first pick is quite criminal in my opinion. Fenrir has time and time again been probably considered as the most powerful god at the moment, and you have the opportunity to pick that from first, and they're just not picking it.
The Fenrir, like you said, has just been such a prio in OCE, and I wonder if we'll see that being showcased in this game, but if we can have a look at that pick and ban rate pop up, we can see that Neath and that Fenrir ban rate and that pick rate just absolutely being some of the highest. There's the pick rate there. 87% it looks like it's dropped to after our past week, which is a little bit surprising. We saw it at 97 the week before, but a 52% ban rate for Fenrir is just absolutely nuts. And I'm pretty sure his win rate is just out of the park.
We'll have to see this game if the Chrome Dome can live up to that. We do see Chigo coming into this second game here. He's a known carry player in OCE. He can drop a 30 bomb if you're not careful, and Thanatos is the perfect character to do that on. So I'm very interested to see if Chigo is gonna have that impact that he wants. Over here in the solo lane, this is not the most fun early laning phase to play. Oh, we've got a pause coming out.
Bit of technical difficulties possibly. We'll just check in with our team here just to see what the update is for this pause. Looks like there's just a little bit of difficulties. Someone's just fixing something up. So let's talk about the comps. Umoja is something that I love to see in my games. I love to play it. I love to see it. I think she can be absolutely busted, but I feel like Apac do not take as much advantage of this as I'd like to see.
Yeah, she's kind of fallen out of favor in the conversation of like top picks. We do know some teams have supports that really love this emoji pick, and if played correctly, she is a very, very good Guardian support. So much healing, so much peel, offensive as well. She can set up with that stun and the River's Rebuke just to cut team fights in half. But we know in Smite 1, Nan has gone back to this Umoja time and time again. So it's a good look to see them prioritizing this now in Smite 2, seeing that he hasn't been playing too much, get him on a comfort pick. That's probably going to be the best look for them. But I think that this Raven Guard draft is just so good. Like
Yeah.
they have Soul at the moment is doing so much damage and does not care about tanks. She can absolutely melt through them if you've been playing Soul yourself. You know that's the truth. And I'd probably, yeah, I'm just like licking my lips from this Fenrir. He has so much beads burn from the Ares for free brutalizers. This dive with the Amaterasu is going to be so nice. And all just to top it off, a nice Nuwa ult on top or a Nuwa stun to burn the beads as well. It's a lovely, lovely team comp.
That contested rate is just absolutely nuts for Odin
Yeah.
and Fenrir there. Neath as well, we're seeing on the board 96%. It's just those percentages are just so high for the top 5 there. There's definitely a favorability for APAC here, and it's cool to see that now we're seeing a bit of prior for Herc in the bans. But Thanatos here, like, we've got the Nua and the Soul. Do you think it's worth for him to be building any magic defense, or do you think he's just going to go full damage?
You could argue to build Magic D, but we know Chigo. He's building full damage and he's running it down. And that's the identity you want as a Thanatos player. You need to be getting involved early and finding picks early so you can snowball. Because playing Thanatos from behind, yes, he does have that ult, but it's just never the way you wanna be playing it.
Looks like we're back here. Pause has been unbroken. And I think we're all good. I think technical difficulties have been fixed. So in response to that, looks like a bit of aggression here over in the jungle. Both the junglers battling it out, and the mid lane is coming to rotate to just clutch it out a bit. Good blink coming from Chigo just to dodge out that jump and stun from the Fenrir. Leap out from Golden Bandboy, and that invade will be what they will be achieving from this fight.
Yeah, you see this pressure from the Fenrir. Chigo was was saying, "Okay, Fenrir, what are you gonna do?" But he found 2 relics from the mid jungle of Wax on Wax off, and that's something you really don't want to be expending pre-5, playing against a team like this with these Ares and these Fenrirs, because that's just gonna trickle down, and you need those relics early. Thanatos, maybe the blink is a little bit more expendable, but this Zenith, I'm gonna be calling it to see pressure there. When people hit 5, Nuwa is gonna have a free stun also. It's not a good look if you're playing Neith. She's already a whole level down in mid as well, so quite rough, and they've got their grasps on this middle lane.
Yep.
Yeah, as I was touching on earlier, this lane can be a bit hard to play if you're Bacchus in this early game, because all of your clear is your burp, essentially. And, well, not all of your clear, but a good chunk of it's your burp. And Amaterasu can just silence that out and damage you or clear the wave at the same time. So it's going to be very important for Wax to keep his farm up in this early game and not fall too far behind, because Chigo wrapping around a mid here, looking for the Nuwa.
Lots of damage coming out onto Cardi GG. Good Aegis just to cancel out that little bit. But we're level 5 here. So Fire Jards is what's going to be blocking it out. Just that little bit extra. And that's going to be Chrome Dome picking up that first blood. Golden Bamboy will be picking up the kill finally onto Cardi GG there. But Raven Guard were able to get the kill first in solo lane for that first blood gold. Another kill is coming out here for Raven Guard as well. Lots of damage onto Chigo, and he's finally falling as well. Neon Flames picking that up for himself. Yum, yum, yum over in the solo lane. Duo just had a little bit of a scuffle as well, but a bit of fighting everywhere. But not after a 2-for-1 here on the board. We've got 1,000 ahead for Raven Guard on the 4-minute mark. 14,000
yeah, I think
to 13.
There needed to be a little bit more communication there coming out from the Bacchus. He obviously could have not been able to see it from the death screen, but it's inevitable that that blue red's getting invaded. And I know Chigo wants to try and contest the red, but that's just a death sentence. Coming in with only 300 HP, you're gonna fall to that Fenrir every time. And we saw last game that Chrome Dome did. Ooh, lots of damage coming out here.
That was a good little cancel.
Not
there.
enough.
I don't know if you saw that. Just the clay soldiers just like keeping him stuck a little bit.
Oh, Bacchus in trouble here again. He does not have 5.
Yeah, that's the Ragnarok that's going to be picking him up and clutching out that kill. 3-for-1 now on the board for Raven Guard, and they're just extending it out now to a 2k gold lead. But this is the thing, like, Wax Python just has to be so careful with his clear and using his abilities. If there's a Fenrir nearby and you're having to leap onto the wave just to do any damage to it, you're basically dead.
A little double gank gonna come out here into duo. Fenrir is the first to aggress.
There's Rebuke coming just to peel out Raven Guard here. That's World Weaver as well, just to counteract this dive a bit. No escape. And the Supernova as well. Chigo's going to be picking up the kill onto Brewsty's army. That's a nice little trade there for Wax on, Wax off. 2 for 3 now. Raven Guard's just going to be getting out with the kills that they had before. They don't want to risk anything else here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where this build goes from Chigo as well. He's itemized into this Avenging Blade first item, which is more of a tanky look, and I'm not too sure if... I suppose Thana can still be impactful because he still does have an execute no matter what, but I would be assuming an early dedicated damage item would be the better look, but I know Chigo is knows his Thanatos, so maybe I'm not the right person to question him. Yeah, as I was saying before, this blue-red is going to be very important. We saw before that there was a little bit of a lack of communication, but if there's pressure consistently put onto this blue-red, I don't know how this Bacchus is going to be able to play the game. He doesn't have a blue stone to help him clear, so his clear is always going to be so much slower than this Amaterasu. Fight breaking out of mid.
Fenrir jumping down. Good little stun from the Emoja. Beads having to be popped here for Golden Bandboy. Good little rotation here. Not much coming out of it, but good bit of peel for Nan. This is what we're seeing that the Emoja can do in response to Raven Guard's aggression. He's going to be needing to make that presence across the whole of the map, as we're seeing Raven Guard getting so aggressive on the invades. We're seeing these invades having right now. Bouncing offensive onto Chigo. He's having to pop out his ult just to get out of there with the CC immunity. Here comes the Emoja now. Coming back in is Chigo on the ult. Wax Python is picking up the kill, but not before the Fire Shards as well as Neon Flame clutching it out at the end. Supreme Leader OCE picking up a solo kill on the other side of the map, but let's go back to this fight. No Escape is going to be peeling out this Amaterasu. River's Rebuke just not quite closed in there. But Brewsty's army still has 3 people on him and not the health to work with anymore. That'll be 2 kills for Wax on Wax off here against Raven Guard, evening out that gold lead, or trying to at least. We're still 2k ahead for Raven Guard here, but it is 5 for 4 on the kill mark. I did not expect to see that.
Yeah, that's awesome if you're Wax on, Wax off. You get 2 wins on both sides of the map, and it seems so far in this set that Supreme Leader has got Supermaz's number, finding solo kills last game and picking up on the same foot this game. And yeah, it's a great turn there to just counter that engage on the right side. It's so good to see the Fenrir fall, because he can just keep getting off to this kind of same build identity that he had last game. Going into this tank, he's going to be super hard to kill. Ooh, left side. A gank from Chigo.
Here comes
Not
Chigo.
enough.
The Separate's gotten picked out here early, but that's not much happening there. But Golden Bamboy getting chunked out suddenly as we're picking it over here, and he's going to be getting leapt on from that dog over there. And that's going to be looking at a Gold Fury angle for Raven Guard here. Queen Naga is up as well, but the gold that comes from this risk over in the Gold Fury pit is well worth it when you've got a kill on the board. But not before Golden Bamboy comes back up. He still have World Weaver to work with coming back from base, and Wax on Wax off know that Gold Fury is getting stolen from Wax on Wax off. I think we saw Nan getting taken that out. There's some executes going to be happening here, but not quite as we see the leap coming out. Great bit of peel, but Neon Flame is finally clutching up that kill onto Chigo. He just got that little bit too deep there, baited by the rest of Raven Guard. Nan is just wanting to try pick up the rest of them here in the back line, but he'll be getting taken down, and Raven Guard, sorry, with a sore thumb, with no Gold Fury in their pocket, but picking up 2 kills onto Wax on Wax off in response to that, still with not a lot of health though.
Yeah, there's a little bit of an overchase there from Wax on, Wax off. They saw those executable targets, and the hovering death was just off the mark. Would have been a great pick to find. But I do like this from the Bacchus, just finding that farm on the right side. He did invade the back trinkets, knowing he's 2 levels down, and this Amaterasu is big and scary. But on the contrary, Amad played very well there to come over and impact that gold fight. Although it was stolen, I think that's the right idea. They're just getting leads in every role at the moment, and I don't know if there's much Wax on, Wax off can do about it outside of this little steal. Another 1v1 coming off here.
The chunking is happening, and the Jing Wei is not the one that's winning this fight quite yet. Oh. Supernova is what's going to be clutching out the rest of that health on the Jing Wei. And that's a solo kill for Sol.
Yeah, Supermaz said, hold on a minute. I'm gonna 1v1 you back, and found the kill there.
We cannot see the screen right now. We apologize if anything is happening. I believe the stream would still be running, but okay, we're back. We can see what's going on now. I don't think anything's happened.
No, that's an awesome pick for the Sol there. that just secures this lead in every lane that they've got. I'd like to see a little bit of a more aggression towards this Gold Fury when it spawns next, because I wouldn't want to be fighting into a Fenrir with Mystical, an Amma that's going to have 2 items online, a Nuwa that's getting her build online so quick in comparison to this Neath as well, who's just stacking away. I'd love to see the group come out, but Chigo might get jumped on here. Ooh.
The Chrome Dome thinking
He's
that
in
that speed
deep.
buff is still up, but it is not quite. It was just taken. Getting a little bit too caught out there, but he has plenty of movement speed to work with, as well as the leaps. But that mystical male is doing so much for him against the physical mid laner, the physical jungler, and the physical ADC. He just has free reign.
And they can't really do too much about him, just positioning this way around their buffs. He may get caught here with the Neath ult.
Finally getting just that little bit more chunks, denying what should have been denied ages ago. Will the execute come off? The first one of the game. Chigo will be picking up the kill onto Chrome Dome, but not before falling to a supernova for Super Maz. That's the
He's
first
screaming
of
worth for
hopefully many executes. But we shall
it's...
see.
Ooh, this
Oh,
Neath is...
Golden Bamboy getting a little bit of a late,
Late
beats there.
beats.
No escape, was able to pick him all the way to bring him into the mid lane. Lucy's getting that kill, and over in the duo lane, there's even more fight happening. Supreme OCE is getting a kill onto the Soul.
It's all happening. This is a very high-paced game kill-wise, and maybe Golden Bandboy's beads just came up. I'd hope so, but it's a very rough to see him fall in mid there, because as I was saying at the start of this game, this pressure, relic pressure from Raven Guard is just so much. There's really a big toss-up for Bandboy. He has to decide: am I going to beads this Ares ult? Am I going to beads this Fenrir ult? It's a lot of pressure for Bandboy, and so far he's falling slightly behind, but he does have his stacking items online and still will be able to help Chigo regardless with his ganks. Just firing that World Weaver is so potent, and I really hope that there's some kind of pressure avenue that they choose and stick to, because at the moment they're slowly kind of just leaking farm all over the map. Looks like Gold Fury is going to be looked towards by Raven Guard, and there's not too... Oh, actually there's a grouping coming out to defend.
Grouping out, we saw tier 1 at tower getting taken before. Golden Bandboy is hiding in this bush, but Ragnarok's picking him up. They know that he doesn't have beads. Talisman of Purification able to help him out a little bit. Lots of damage coming out over onto Cardi GG. The execute is up, and the Thanatos is in the air. Chigo getting his second execute of the game. River's Rebuke able to clutch that up just a little bit, and Nan's able to get out on 1 health. Thanatos is not going to be feeling as lucky as the Emoja though, and he'll be getting picked up in return. Like you said, there is a Gold Fury up on the map, and Raven Guard have the tempo to work with.
Yeah, Nan just limping away. Unfortunately, it's probably going to be a pretty free gold, but this Jingwei looking to contest around the back.
Testing is happening, and the World Weaver happened as well. Jingwei, airstrike, having to get out of the damage of the cripple, and Supermaz is able to get the disapparate, so Chrome Dome can finish up that kill, and he can keep his life and get back to farming.
I love the effort. It's always a possible steal when you have that airstrike on Jingwei. She can kind of get in and get out really quickly, but maybe... I don't know, maybe just don't go for that, and you can find your farm and stop these level deficits that are right coming all across the map. We did see Nan.
Oh, fight happening. Chigo is wanting just that little bit more. Can Supermaz be punished here? He's still not backed, and Chigo is going to be getting that kill. 4 to 5 on the board, 2 to 3 for the Soul. We're at 15 minutes here on the board, 9 to 12 in favor of Raven Guard, and a 40k gold, 40k gold for Wax On, Wax Off, and 45
40K.
for Raven Guard. So there's a 5k gold lead for Raven Guard here at the 15-minute mark.
40k would have been outrageous.
That would have been crazy.
Thanatos
What is crazy
brought
here
out.
is the Ragnarok that's happening over onto Chigo.
the
No
Riptide.
beads to work with, and the no escape. It'll be picking up this kill onto Chigo. He is getting caught. Getting just that little bit too aggressive. Needs to get pulled back just that little bit more.
Yeah, maybe a beads pickup would have been great for Thana. I know Blink is kind of matches the identity of getting in there and finding as many picks as you can and being that aggressive Thanatos. But we've seen a few times now he just keeps getting caught by CC, and Nan picked up a beautiful Riptide there. Supreme Leader's going to fight these two off in left lane.
He's doing as much as he can. Airstrike's getting popped to get him even further away from the Chrome Dome and get him out of the shackles with that CC immunity. Good little bit of peel for Nan as well. That'll be a back off.
This Arma is so scary. She's level 16, 2 levels ahead of this Bacchus. And I think these team fights, once Raven Guard groups, I'm not too sure how you play into this much dive. We mentioned it at the start that they've secured such a good frontline draft, and I'm not sure. We've seen Chigo finding one pick here and there, but I don't know. Once it gets a team fight, I think it's just going to be a bit of a runaway for Raven Guard. Chigo in the right lane trying to find this Amaterasu. There's just not enough damage.
Yeah, not quite. No anti-heal getting picked up quite yet. Oh no, I do see an Ung. Do I see over... Oh, I'm speaking too much as the Soul and the Jingwei are having a little bit of a 1v1, but Supernova coming out onto that Jingwei and a good little knock-up as well. They hate each other. They want someone dead, but it's no one dying quite yet over in the duo lane.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen this out of any other team so far. Two ADCs who are so willing to box it out, and maybe you might need to think twice when you're against the Soul, because she can sustain out of those fights. Oh, such a good updraft there to find. Chigo leading the engagement.
That's a Ragnarok being popped out. Thana just getting that CC immunity, but look how much damage is happening to him, and it'll be the Fire Shards picking him off in the air. Nan using his Riptides just to get that knock away and get himself under tower, but not before. As we just saw Chigo dying. 18 minutes on the board, and we're seeing a 51k on Raven Guard's gold counter and 46k for wax on, wax off.
Yeah, Pyromancer being looked at here. It just seems like the mid 3v3 of Raven Guard is so much stronger. There's just no answer, or not much that wax on, wax off can do. We see Chigo trying to be the one aggressing and engaging, but it just doesn't feel right. Once the Bacchus comes into these team fights, they'll have a bit of a more cohesive engage, but at the moment, there's not much they can do, and that might just be a draft thing. It might be a playstyle thing, but it looks like Raven Guard just have their grasp on this game, and this gold is going to lead into... It's probably... I thought it could lead into some towers, but it looks like they're just going to back and buy items. I think if you're on wax off, you just need to get one really good team fight, and this Thanatos can change the tide of a team fight so easily if he finds 1 or 2 picks. And yeah, but at the moment, Raven Guard have just got their foot on the pedal, and it seems like they're getting better every set, to be honest.
I'm having some good peel, but Raven Guard picking up that free Pyromancer and Gold Fury is just going to be an easy pathway over to that Fire Giant, possibly, but we can see some more good peel, like you're saying, from Umodra, and some great little executes from Chigo here. It just sucks because of the 2-level deficit in the jungle. We're seeing Fenrir at level 17 compared to the Thanatos at level 15. It is very difficult to claw back that farm. Other than some kills, who do you think is Thanatos's target that he's wanting to catch out?
It's tricky because Soul can disapparate and Nuwa can go into the sky, and those are the 2 targets. You see the Hovering Death coming out onto the Soul. Purification beads are good, but the Worldweaver is going to follow up. Soul's still alive and quite healthy, but Chigo having to blink away and Nan finding that pick there is a good look. I'm a bit worried about if that's how much they have to commit to just find one pick onto a backliner, how are the rest of these team fights going to go? Looks like a rotation on the teleporter coming out to the right lane, trying to catch this Nuwa off guard, but Wax doesn't have a lot of health to work with.
We see the Umodra and the Jingwei trying to collapse over onto Cardi GG on the Nuwa. We've got 5 people over here in the solo lane. Fire Shards has Nuwa up in the air, and she's going to be running in the direction of her tower. Good CC immunity, but it's not quite enough, as Supreme Leader will be picking up the kill onto Cardi GG. And he is 3 for 2 on the board, and 2 people are dead for Raven Guard at the moment. And none on, wax off. They're looking at this tier 1 tower. over here in the right lane as the wave goes under tower here. But a bit of a collapse here for Raven Guard. We've got Chrome Dome coming in, getting silenced out, but not without doing a bit of chomping from his Ragnarok. Dana in the air, there's death coming, but not quite yet after the Talisman of Purification. No escape coming out, Neon Flame picking up Chigo there, getting a little bit caught out. Airstrike puts the Jingwei in the air. 2 kills happening on either side. Neon Flame picking up the Wax Python, and Dazzling Offensive catching out the Riptide. Not quite as Nan gets away, but triple over for Raven Guard here. That's 3 people dead as Jingwei falls down. Golden Bamboy is getting caught out as well, and Brewsty's picking up that kill onto Bamboy. Nan is under his tower all by himself. 1200 health on that tier 1 tower, and that looks like a Fire Giant angle.
That looks so good from Wax on, Wax off. I thought they were definitely in the driver's seat there, but turned around with a very, very nice Talisman of Purification from Brewsty's army and just immuning three of his teammates and turning that dive on the tower there. I don't know how much this Yamoja can do to try and steal, and it looks like she's taking her way out when she has the chance. But yeah, that looks so good for Wax on, Wax off, but Raven Guard are just showing that they're really confident in each other's abilities and they're fighting really well together as a unit. This FG is only going to bolster their lead even more, and it looks like, I don't want to keep saying the same thing, but it just looks like this front line is being so hard to deal with. They've drafted so well, and they have to expend so many resources on the side of Wax on, Wax off to try and find picks, but on the other hand, there's so many different avenues of engage. We saw Neon can just kind of dance around the backline and dive at will because there's not a whole lot in response, because you need that Bacchus diving the enemy backline. You need that Chigo, you need the Thanatos diving the enemy backline. So in response, there's just not a whole lot that Wax on, Wax off can do to this Amma and Fenrir.
Looks like Wax on, Wax off are going to be picking up this Ancient Fury for themselves, while Raven Guard are dancing around with their Fire Giant around the map, and it looks like they'll be picking up the Pyromancer, so a good little bit of trade there on the map for Wax on, Wax off. It is not nice to be running it down, or having it being ran down with a Fire Giant and an Ancient Fury on the board there. We've got 23 minutes on the board, 69,000 gold for Raven Guard, and 63,000 for Wax on, Wax off as they're pushing towards this tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Engage off from Neon Flame, but they'll just be taking off the towers.
Yeah, it looks like Wax on, Wax off are not ready. Oh, big River's Rebuke coming out, but the Fenrir finding someone in the back.
Supermaz is going to be getting the first kill onto Chigo. Fire Shards out just to get that little bit of vision and chip damage onto Wax on, Wax off as they're pushing into this Phoenix. Phoenix hitting Neon Flame here. Amaterasu being able to push out that Jingwei, but lots of good AoE damage as Wax Python falls from Brewsty's, picking up that kill. 5 and 2 on the board now, and we can see how tanky Raven Guard are feeling. Neath only having that Soul Reaver to deal with. Like to see more pen come out for her if she's going to be dealing with that Amaterasu or that Fenrir, or even that scary Brewsty's army.
It just looked like the Wax on, Wax off just were not positionally prepared for that siege. They were all still tracking back through their jungle, and no one was actually underneath the Phoenix to begin the defense. It looks like this left side could be getting looked at again, but the River's Rebuke is actually back up, so there is a good defensive tool here for Nan.
Watch the fight happen as it's happening under Phoenix. Dazzling Offensive onto the back line, and that's going to be Jingwei falling first. We're seeing the River's Rebuke coming to peel that little bit more. Get off my Phoenix. Neon Flame getting killed in return, and Golden Bamboy picking up that kill, but Nan's falling to Cardi GG. The fight's still happening under the Phoenix, and Golden Bamboy is falling to Cardi GG as well. Wax Python using his Intoxicate, but it's not hitting as many people as he would have hoped. And this Phoenix is going to be falling for Raven Guard, and they have the numbers advantage. 4 people, and only 2 left for Wax Python. Wax on, Wax off. Titan is getting looked at for Raven Guard here as the dance around happens. Chigo doing a little bit of damage in return on to the Chrome Dome, but Titan getting chunked out. 8,000 health, 4,000 health, 2,000 health, Supernova, and that is game 2. Raven Guard, your winners of this series for the first games of playoffs of Apac Founders Series. Amazing work to clutch out the end of that game. Great showing for Raven Guard. And that Fenrir just absolutely showing why it gets banned and contested.
Yeah, really clean end there from Raven Guard. They found that mid Phoenix, played slow, went back down left, and just they couldn't answer against all that frontline pressure. We saw Wax trying his best there, but just brutalize, and Fenrir just does so much. And yeah, I really enjoyed the draft and the gameplay from Raven Guard.
Great showing from Chrome Dome, not only on that Fenrir, but also in the previous game, like showing that I'm not going to let you do what you want to be doing this game. I'll be in your jungle, whether I'm an Odin, whether I'm a Fenrir, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. I'll be in your jungle, I'll be killing you, I'll be taking your camps. And we just see that level lead, the gold lead over in the jungle lane, 2-3 levels happening suddenly, and then the snowball, albeit a lot slower in the first game, we saw it refine a lot more in that second game there. But a great showing, 2-0 for Raven Guard against Wax on, Wax off. Any highlights or MVPs that you want to mention?
I think it definitely there has to be a conversation about the Chrome Dome in that game. He played so well, just yeah, really impressive. And I just like Raven Guard's kind of team play as a whole. I'm very surprised that they've just picked their game up from being maybe a team that people may sleep on, and they're showing that they can really comfortably play the game together as a unit.
Some impressive Smite game to start off our playoffs in week 6 of APAC, or week 1 of the playoffs, depending on how you look at it. So we're going to be running into a 5-minute break before we jump into our next game. So we will see all of you lovely viewers very shortly. Welcome back, Smite Apac viewers. I am here with Devane. My name is Nuxel, and our next game is looking like it's going to be some apes versus some goblins. But before that, let's talk about the bracket. How are you, by the way, Devane?
Yes, I'm doing well.
Great to hear, great to hear. So we just saw Raven Guard get their 2-0 over on Wax Off. And we didn't see the game, but we've got De Bomb over in that lower bracket as they lost to Ping 269. So some interesting stuff coming out as Raven Guard will be versing Fish in their next game.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw such a great viewing in that last game, but Fish is definitely not someone that they can get away with the same stuff with compared to what they did with Wax On Wax Off. But regardless, I'm really keen to see how they have adapted in the last few weeks to be able to verse such a dominant team.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're seeing some of these lower teams improving over the weeks, starting to catch up to some of the top teams. And it's just, for me, I think it's like team fights versus macro play, and it's balancing those two.
And they had some impressive stuff over in the jungle, but
Yeah.
apes and goblins were now starting their picks and bans, so let's talk about them.
Yeah, these guys both have had a couple of good wins on their side in the past couple of weeks. We've seen some excellent gameplay from them. Yeah.
Apes Together making it all the way into the semifinals last week.
Yeah.
And getting taken down by, I believe it was no, it wasn't 99% engaged. I cannot remember who did it. It was whoever Two Chimps and a Trench Coat was on, because the jokes were made constantly.
Yeah, I know. I
throughout
remember the
series.
jokes being made. I want to say it was 99 engaged. Yeah.
I think it is that team. I think.
Yeah.
Oh well. Regardless, we have some games ahead of us here as we've got the Odin ban. Prior onto that, instead of the Jingwei and the Fenrir. Interesting to see as we saw that in the latter game before. I wonder if the Herc's going to be picked up next.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's going to be a Fenrir ban for the Goblin side.
Really
I feel
good.
like, okay, it's a bit risky to leave that open. I do think, Herc's probably not as big as a threat as Fenrir still at this point in the game. Yeah, I don't know what other picks people have been prioritizing lately. I know we've had a few additions. So we have Herc and Ra. Not Ra. Who else we have? We had Danza. We haven't seen any Danza yet, though, have
Yeah,
we?
good point. Loki getting picked up first here. Half Guy, we know that he is a Loki menace. But I wonder if the Jingwei is going to get picked up in return, as we saw such prio for her. There you go, Jingwei first hovering for Goblin. But do you pair up your ADC support here at the start? Do you pick out the jungler in response to the Loki? I wonder what Goblin are thinking right now.
Yeah, I mean, Apes Together do have a lot of options for ADCs at this point, I think. I think it would be good to maybe secure a solo laner or a support, something with a bit of control, especially to hopefully lock down a Jingwei. I mean, we don't know what else Goblin is thinking.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of prio onto the Barcus and the armor. Interesting that, I mean, Barcus is such a great god, but interesting that they're picking it up and not picking up something like maybe the Ares or picking up something that is just as much of a threat. But
maybe they don't want Barcus to be on Apes Together.
But if the thing is with Jingwei, like,
yeah, Jingwei
that's
is
a
good
great
against
matchup
Barcus.
for
You're
her.
right. Yeah, I was thinking the other way around.
No,
You're right.
no.
It is weird. Yeah, it is weird.
It's an interesting thought pattern, though. So,
yeah.
I mean, maybe not something that I would choose, but I reckon they've got a game plan around it. Buck is still a great god, like, regardless of that.
Yeah, and it could also be, a comfort pick. He's also pretty simple to play. Mordred,
right.
excellent. We have seen Halfguard play Mordred, and I've seen some good things.
Well, I've heard some Loki solo lane, so I wonder if they'll be flexing this that little bit. I've heard a few people been picking up that Loki solo. I would imagine Mordred
Yeah,
as
I
well.
haven't, because I haven't seen Mordred solo often lately, but that
Hmm.
could also be still a thing that people have been trying.
Be interested to see where they end up slotting that. I mean, knowing that it's half guy, he plays both of those really well, but
Yeah,
because it's a Loki first pick, I feel like it's going in the jungle. Cuckoo
Yeah.
and Amir in response, though. Amir is interesting. So the Barkers is going to be most likely in the solo lane then.
most likely. Well, Ymir's no, I don't think it'll be a Ymir solo. It's been a thing in the past. I just can't imagine it at the moment. But it's a very tanky team comp from Goblin at the moment. Noir also adding to more CC for Goblin. Goblin has a lot more CC than Apes does at the moment.
I like this so far, though.
Yeah, I think they have a lot of lockdown potential.
Yeah, the mist and just being able to invis out, play a little bit more around that Loki. Athena in response as well. It's a lot of aggression here for Apes Together. Lots of CC lockdown for, and then Soul. That's a fair bit of magical, but like the Mordred and the Loki do enough physical damage in response to that. But the CC is what's going to be setting up the Cuckoo and the Soul ults for the Spirit of the Nine Winds and the Supernova. I like that comp. Super aggressive, but
Apes Together, they have the burst.
yeah.
Yeah. And in response, we have a Society on Goblin. A lot more control, a lot more. They're playing for the team fights, for the team. Trying to. For the team, yeah, just mostly for the team fights. Getting those. Maybe picking that Kukulkan up, the Susano.
I like that. I think that you have plenty of targets, right? But
Yeah.
I don't know if I would have liked to see. I mean, APAC being such a tanky region, sure. So maybe I'm memeing on this just that little bit, but I feel like in response to the amount of aggression that Apes Together have, I would have liked to see something like a little bit out of the ordinary, like not that this is too out of the ordinary, but like a Chark jungle, something like a bit more tanky, in response to this crazy aggression, just to walk at them basically and take them off a very safe Jing way. But Noir just being able to get caught out a little bit, but now Susanoo is also a target for them. So
Yeah, I mean, honestly, so little gods in the game currently. I actually think this is a pretty good pick for both teams. They do have pretty good comps. I don't know what else.
Who would you give it to? Who do you think won this little P&Bs?
I personally actually like Goblin's team better, just because they have more lockdown. With Apes Together's team, I feel like a lot of communication needs to happen, and they probably do have that.
I am gonna say Apes Together. I really like their team comp, but like you said, they're gonna have to pull it off. Otherwise, it's not gonna look great.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Uh,
think Apes Together definitely depends on whether they're going to be able to execute their plays.
Well, let's see if the communication and that mechanical skill is able to carry out either one of the teams in these games. We'll chuck it over to the start of the game with our casters here, with Dice Heart and Jay Beto.
Thank you very much, Nuxel and Devane. My name is Dice Hart, and I'm joined once again here by Jay Beto for this first game between Apes Together and Goblin. And Jay Beto, there's a Loki here, and it's being played by Half Guy.
Half Guy is on the Loki. He has his hands on his favorite god, the god he has performed the best on. And Dice, we might be running into a 5v5 here. Both teams coming around the outside. They haven't seen each other quite yet.
The old APAC death ball, both teams hiding in the bushes here, Jay Beto. They want to find a pick.
Trade. Might just be a buff trade here. Maybe one team will go back to their side and get caught. Looks like some bases are coming
out
over.
here.
If
I like this, Jay Beto.
No info across the entire rest of the map. It looks like Mordred and Loki are going to be looking for this invade. They're going to run into Barkus and Susano. Mordred is basing. Haven't been seen yet. Looks like we're going to get some standard starts. Loki and Mordred still here.
Still just hanging out in the bush.
I like that they're walking together here. I like that they haven't split up. They're going to walk into this bush. Susano in first.
Half Guy did put a bit of damage out onto the Barkus there, so Wunz has taken a little bit of damage, looking a little bit worse for his wear, but they're still here, Jay Beto.
Yeah, they're still looking for this invade. 5 seconds on the spawn. Mordred is pretty scary, level 1. Lots of damage. Looking to trade away this blue buff, though. Just get one for their troubles and walk back to lanes. Barker's
Good
going to be
clean
feeling that.
play. Yeah, you're right. Barkus does really need that XP, and also really he does need that blue buff, doesn't he, Jay Beto, to maintain his clear in the lane. The question now is whether or not Half Guy is going to get enough farm to justify that, but he's already cleared out the blue buff on his side as well, so Quickie might be a little bit... Oh no, should be in a comfortable position as well. There shouldn't be an invade. But we are seeing Rexy coming over to this neutral red camp near the mid-wave. See if he can lock that down.
I would have maybe potentially liked to see Susano run over to left, but we do have a fight over here in this mid buff. Kind of forced to dash away. Lots of damage out onto him.
Looks like Seems like Jay Beto, Half Guy is not just ahead in farm. He's also managed to completely force Rexy off of everything. Yeah. He's started fights. He's gotten in behind. This is terrifying, and this is why you don't give him the Loki.
This is a really good spot as well for Loki. Susano, you're totally right, being forced out. But the other thing as well is he's not able to make... It's not just the fact that he's getting forced out. I think in that first play, if he was over in duo, he saw the invade, just sprinted straight over and started fighting over there. Maybe potentially they could have been caught out, but he's just on vision the whole time. So duo lane could do whatever they want. Solo lane could do whatever they want. It's a very unfortunate position for a Susano to be in against Half Guy's Loki. And yeah, you're right. He's off to another, not as big as we've seen lead, but still off to a lead.
Well, Jay Beto, we've seen this Loki, Half Guy's Loki specifically, go 4-0 in 5 minutes before, and that typically gets him that good start. Nice wall there, though, from the Ymir is going to block off the Disapparate for Thegoris, but nothing coming of it, and these duo lanes, I don't expect to see too much too early from them, but there is a Ymir there.
There is a Ymir, but I'm looking for this Athena level 5. With the Loki, that's a dangerous snap engage. If you're able to time that correctly, Athena on the Loki, Invis ult, and the Athena smashes on top at the same time. That's a devastating combo.
Yeah, that is really, really powerful and terrifying to think about, Jay Beto. And, you know, I think that the Apes Together roster is intelligent enough to be able to pull that off together as well. And I think that their comms are strong enough as well to do that. But, Jay Beto, why is Half Guy a level down right now?
I don't know, Dice, but an engage onto this Kukulkan, walling off, can't walk away. Loki chasing onto the Ymir. Not enough damage right now to chunk out this Ymir enough to get him down.
Not quite able to find first blood there are the Apes Together, but Rexy is rotating back in towards this mid lane. He's spotted out the low health Frenzy the bot. Kukulkan might be able to look for an engage here as Half Guy forced away towards the opposing side's buffs with that red and blue spawning, but he's here by himself. Quickie has not made his way over, did just teleport to the solo T1 tower, but I don't know if this is a successful invade right now, Jay Beto.
Dice, have a look at the left side of the map right now. Athena is solo invading the speed buff, solo invading the purple. Half Guy is just a distraction right now. They don't have to engage, although Quickie is.
Pressure across the map as we see the beads forced out of Rexy there off the back of Quickie's ultimate. Over on the duo lane side, Weave being engaged on Carter will get first blood, but Frenzy returns it immediately on 23 MD. Huge fight over the buffs everywhere on the map, Jay Beto. Apes Together might be getting the better half of this with the blue buff invade, though.
Goros continuing on the fight over the Jingwei, deciding to walk away. Buffs all down. That's a dangerous play to go for, Dice. Oh, picking up the kill on the Quickie off screen. Very nice
Quickie.
Finish off.
That's a bit scary, Jay Beto, because Apes Together actually had the better side of all of that, as we see Thegoris trading auto attacks here with Pretty Hectic. That too coming out as well. Soul doing a lot of damage. Knockout here from Pretty Hectic. The ultimate from Soul is good. Thegoris gets it.
Check that mana, Dice. The last bit of mana he had available for that ult to secure the kill. Goris just fearless right now in the duo lane.
I am a huge Thegoris fan. I'm not going to deny it. I'm not going to say that I'm unbiased. I love Thegoris. And that was so good to see. We don't, Jay, but we don't get to see a lot of these ADC 1v1s very often anymore. So it's a lot of fun when we do get to see players smashing each other like that in the face.
After all these cross-ups, Dice, we are still at an even gold. Hold that fort. Athena's getting engaged on. Wall down, but the ult is going to allow her to disengage. But Kukulkan's caught.
Frenzy the Bot did come in there to try to get his support out of trouble, and it might be for naught as 23MD will find the kill. But Half Guy's made his way over on this. Loki rooted out, and Shining Meadow will connect as well. J Meadow, oh, Quickie finds Unz, counter solo kill.
Damn, full health as well on Quickie.
Oh,
Guy falling down to the Susano as well. Kills across the board. We were promised a banger, and Dice, we're getting it right now. Lots of
a
kills.
barn
everywhere.
burner, if ever I've seen one. 1,200 goals separating these two teams. But J Meadow, I think this goal could go higher as the Fury based around that gold is up as we've locked down, frozen in place, and 23MD finds himself another kill, 2-1 on the board for this Ymir, and really showing the dominance that he can have against a god like Athena with these walls.
A really nice side overload from Goblin, and have a look, Unz, after the solo kill, resets out Gold side so that he's there for the fight. I think that was a tactical base reset. Quickly finish your breastplate, and then, he just wanted to go to base quicker.
Is a little bit behind at the moment is Unz, but Goblin, they did manage to lock in that Gold Fury, and that puts them at about 2,000 gold in the lead, maybe 1,900? Yeah, about 2,000 gold. A comfortable position for them to be in.
Scary.
Well, J Meadow.
Athena doesn't have ult yet, Dice. This might be a numbers disadvantage for Apes Together. Half Guy already chunking out Barkus. Mordred's going in.
He's going to connect that ultimate here with the Susano. Rexy forced to get back underneath his right side. Phoenix actually going to pull back towards the T2 tower, but that low health bar might be a little bit too much as we see Carter rotating in from this Nuwa as well. And once again, all the buffs are up, which means that Apes Together are strong across the map. MD's going to find a freeze onto Thegoras and Weave as they try to invade away this purple buff. Quickie, though, still engaging onto Carter. Frenzy the Bot in the area on this Kukulkan as well. Blue buff started up, and Half Guy forced to ult away on this Loki.
I'm not too sure how much of a fan I am about this playing both sides of the map, because I think what they could do, Goris might be caught out here, but sniffs it out. He's a smart player. I think that what they could do is fake engage on the right side or the left side, and then create a numbers disadvantage maybe with Athena ult. Quickie in a bit of trouble. Nothing too crazy, but I think that fighting all in on both sides is super scary. Like, if you're invading duo side, I'm not sure if they got the buffs or not, but if maybe, fake contest the purple buff, so Amir comes over and then Athena ult over to the other side so you can fight those buffs.
Is this a punish? Defender of Olympus will come out looking for Rexy here. Half Guy trying to find the engage, but the tornado is good. Quickie is better, finds the root and forces the beads out. Teleport is going to get this Susano away for a little bit, but chased down by the Mordred, and the kill is complete. Down goes Rexy, and it's not over yet as we're seeing a big engage torn out from the Athena. He is going to find two. Frenzy the Bot connects the Spirit of the Nine, wins, forces that Nuwa up into the ultimate. A little bit of damage coming out from the mid laner, but it's not going to be enough. 23MD finds one. Unz finds Quickie, though, and it's being turned around on by Goblin. Double kill for Unz. Weave goes down, and Kukulkan forced to get himself out of here on the whirlwind. J Beto, what happened?
I think this Kukulkan just doesn't do quite enough damage yet. The Spirit of the Nine Winds hit Nuwa, and I feel like that should be just an insta-kill, but doesn't quite have the damage to kill her. Nuwa is able to live long enough for his team to rotate over, and I think Apes Together committed too much without getting enough for the ults that they used.
I think the fact that Rexy... Did Rexy die there? Did the Susano die?
I think... yes, he did.
I don't know if he did. I think that's kind of criminal that all of that happened and Goblin were able to turn that around completely, J Beto.
Yeah, sometimes you chase, that happens,
Yeah, you've committed so many resources to this side of the map. You've used the Defender of Olympus, and now you've kind of given up a lot of the pressure that you have on that solo lane side and those invades to not get anything out of it. And Goblin, they're now 3,000 gold in the lead over Apes Together.
Also 3-1, that Barkus is getting strong. He's up a level. I'm sure he's got some gold in hand as well that he's going to base for. Maybe on this Gold Fury spawn, I'd like to see another item from him. Taunt from Weave. Bit of pressure out onto PH over here. But yeah, this Gold Fury spawning soon, Dice. Now, I want to talk about... I mentioned the Loki and the Athena combo. If Kukulkan goes across on top of that, Loki's wrapping around topside here. Hang on. Could be an early engage.
Dash taunt out from Weave will find two, and Thegoras immediately on the follow-up, but a good freeze out from 23MD is going to keep his team alive for now. Airstrike is out and going to get one member of Apes Together out. Great wall there from 23MD to keep himself alive.
They
But
can
look,
keep
in the
it
back
all
line,
good.
there's a Kukulkan. Spirit of the Nine Winds connects. Look how low the Jingwei is. Pretty hectic, barely alive.
Ooh, does this god do damage? When does this... Hello? I feel like I got discount Kukul Khan right now. How did that all not kill? I'm shocked. But some great play from Apes together. I love they don't overcommit. Maybe I would have... You know what I would have liked better? I'll say as... Oh, Athena ult down. Oh, a bit of miscommunication, I'm going to say, over there. I think Quickie called that he can fight, and,
Yeah.
Weave goes, okay, yep, I'm listening, but he couldn't fight. There wasn't any real kill participation. This Gold Fury play that I'm about to talk about is no longer a thing, but I'm going to talk about it anyway. I think if Frenzy holds his ult there, they can either slow chase under the tower with the wave. Gold Fury has been started, and Apes together are attempting to group up for this.
No,
They
they're
don't have
coming,
their
but
ult.
Frenzy doesn't have Kukulkan ult, Jay Beto, and the wall out from 23 MD is good. The freeze even better, completely zones this Kukulkan out of the fight, and Goblin Jay Beto, they've secured themselves a Gold Fury. They're even further ahead now, 4,000 gold in the lead.
That's a beautiful play right there. It comes off the... Quickie's going in onto this Barkers, up, down from him. I don't know if he has enough damage to get this kill. Loki might have
Even with
ult,
Loki.
yeah, doesn't have the ult up just there. Just ticked over there. So wasn't able to chain that CC onto Barkers. But I think that after that tower dive, Kukulkana going down, it opens up an opportunity to trade back the Gold Fury because Kukulkana is the main secure right there. PH taking a lot of damage.
Whoa.
Boris! We've just spectating that fight, by the way. He totally could have done anything there, but he decides, no, I'm a spectator. I'm watching.
Clean gameplay from Thegoris the Soul there, able to just completely remove Pretty Hectic from the map. And, you kind of don't want to be taking these trades as a Jingwei with this level disparity and the build at where it's at. But let's have a look at this replay, Jay Beto.
I want to look at Weave. He just stands there. He can absolutely dash in here and taunt. But look, he's just like, no, I'll watch. Goris hits absolutely everything, dancing on the tower line, perfectly juggles the aggro, hits the ult for the
great use of the ultimate.
Oh, yeah, beautiful. That ult doesn't do
Very
too
nice
much
play
damage with the build that he's got, but the CC, the little interrupt, feels so bad. But Rexy positioned for a counterplay, but Gore's playing the weak side so nicely. I believe those are his team's wards.
I was about to say, look at all those wards there. He knows, bro.
Yeah, very, very smart. Good position. This is a potential time to engage on mid or right, because you know where the jungler is, but opting to just farm. This is a bit of a different look from Apes together so far. We normally see them kind of running it down as often as they can in terms of going for kills. Dash taunt onto Pretty Hectic, does so much damage, Dice.
Airstrike forced out from the Jingwei as we're going to see a Defender of Olympus dropping on top of Pretty Hectic, looking for a little bit more damage. The Thunder did come down, but no, Pretty Hectic has found his way out of trouble here. We's not going to be able to chase this down, and Apes together are distracted by Rexy. No kills there.
Kukulkana was just used in mid too, which is I'm not sure what he altered there, but that's a big team fight tool gone for this next Pyromancer. I know that, PH did have to ult that, but I feel like if you're Goblin, you're feeling really good about this next Pyromancer.
Yeah, I mean, they're positioned around this... Well, they're not there yet, but they are able, to position around this objective comfortably. They know that Thegoris is not likely to make a rotation over just yet. That T1 tower's still up. So Goblin definitely have the opportunity, but Pretty Hectic hasn't flown over there yet, Jay Beto.
I want to say 4K lead for Goblin right now. It doesn't really feel like they're that much in the driving seat so far. It still feels even to me, like the game hasn't quite broken open yet. Do you know what I'm saying? I think maybe this Pyromancer fight right here might be.
You raise a good point, Jay Beto. Well, normally when we see these 4K leads, it's in a game that's kind of being dominated, but this has been a very, very back and forth match. Not a lot of levels separating these teams. We kind of see it across the board, but Thegoris is still a level up on Pretty Hectic, and trying to take these auto attack trades, I'd say he's likely to get the better end of this bargain around the speed buff right now, though.
Goris has absolutely no fear. Walking in, PH probably going to get solid again over there. Force a dash away. Oh, so low for him, man. Goris is just giving it to him in this lane right now. I really think that this duo tower is... I'm not quite sure how this Pyromancer is going down, because I don't know how we're giving that, but 4K lead, for Goblin. I would love to see Apes Together prioritize over in this duo lane with more than just the Athena. I think, again, I want to see this Loki ult combo onto the... I think it's impossible for Jinglei to react to that unless she beads as the immediate stun. You're probably not expecting the Athena to come with, but Susano behind might be able to catch something out here.
Weave is aware of this, but the pull already coming out onto Thegoris. Ultimate is good, but 23 MD. Great wall there is enough for Pretty Hectic to find the kill onto Thegoris. Now Weave charging up this defender of Olympus on top of Quickie's Mordred, but not able to connect any kills there. And there's a Barkus here too. Unz flops in and prevents Quickie from finding any backliners. And another great wall from MD is good. Half does eventually find Rexy, but Carter turns it around and picks up Weave. Half guy, it's all on his shoulders. But here comes the Pentakill King of OCE, Frenzy the bot. He picks up one. Spirit of the Night Winds connects with Carter in the backline. Zoning out is Unz and Loki. Half guy, he turns around. He's looking for more. Frenzy, can he find another one? Assassinate comes out. Frenzy times the double kill. And it's enough to turn this fight around. Well played by the Kukulkan. Goblin started that fight well, Jay Beto, but Apes Together are too strong.
They are too strong, Dice. I love how they play kind of like an in and out play style right there. It's kind of rare you see in OC, in my opinion, where you kind of go in, you come back out, you go in, you come back out, you wait for abilities. Half guy actually played really well around that talisman going down. He waited for that, waited for the opportunity to go back in, trusted in Frenzy. I think that a lot of the time we just see all-inning and overextending. We've even seen that in this game specifically, but being able to see what I would call some really smart team fighting evens out the game, Dice. So we can see right here, only a 1500 at 16 minutes. That's not that crazy.
No, especially after seeing the 4K lead about 2 minutes ago. So a very, very quick drop-off in that gold disparity. It looks like Goblin have spotted Half Guy out in their solo lane and want to punish his positioning and the lead that he's starting to garner over Rexy right now. Pool will not connect, but Half Guy blinks straight into Carter's minions. Quickie is here, though, with his own ultimate to try to punish out the aggressive play from Goblin, but Jay Beto, Half Guy's positioning there just can't be where he's at right now.
I think it's actually a good read. Maybe he was spotted on minions. It's hard to see. We don't have their vision, but I think it's a good read from Goblin to go for that play, catch him out. The Nuwa positioning as well. Carter's pathing there was great to go up, just immediately catch him with that stuns. Nuwa does so much damage, by the way. That was insane. Nice dash from Quickie. You can avoid the flop. No play here. Nuwa is around. No objectives on the board right now. So while Apes Together looks like they're hovering this left side, Weave is really playing around Goros, putting
Whoa.
down.
Taunt out from Weave here will connect with Pretty Hectic, but Thegoris not able to follow up on it yet. Jay Beto, I don't think this tower is long for this world, though. Soul only needs a few seconds inside of it to completely remove that objective from the map, but Rexy's made a rotation over towards that duo side, and there's no Athena here.
Yeah, really good cover by Goblin there. Rotating Susano and Amir over to make sure that there's no tower play, then rotating Amir back to mid to catch that mid wave for Nuwa to come out of the base gates. Some decent macro from Goblin. I like to see that. I think
Counter play here from
was
Apes
ward.
Together, though. There are wards. We can see the ward on the just below that purple buff there on this left side.
But hard to see sometimes. The colors are so similar, the green and the orange.
Yeah, not a fan of that. I do like the old way that they did it. And remember, this game's still in alpha, but I do prefer the old way that they did it, where the coloring itself of the highlighted area was the color of the team.
I'm assuming that will change fairly soon because it is a bit hard to see, and warding is something that it's pretty important. But jumping back to this game, we have a look. Still at 1500 gold lead for Goblin. Now that's pretty negligible at 20 minutes, in my opinion. There's not too much going over. Maybe an item completion for one over the other, but have a look at the ADC items. It's just an axe over there. Just an eyeball in mid. Nothing too crazy going on in the item department. This gold lead doesn't really mean that much, and the game is dead even in terms of pressure. It feels like I don't really favor any team over the other. That solo lane tower is getting low, and duo does still have a lot of pressure for Goros, but neither team can really crack this first tower, Dice.
In goes Rexy, looking for Weave, and another great wall out from MD23 nearly prevents this Athena from escaping with her life. And now Goblin are going to use this pressure to start up the Pyromancer once more. We saw them posturing around it earlier, but maybe a hard commit this time. Although Jay Beto, Quickie is just over this wall on the Mordred, and the Pentakill King is here.
Quickie ult into the backline, followed by Athena ult on top, catches out. I can't see who that is. Thunder down as well. Purification.
That's the
Palace.
combo.
Well, this
Jay
fight.
Beto. Weave is going to find that taunt, but it's not enough for an engage to come out off the back of it. And a full disengage from both teams here. Well, there it is. Soul gets the tower.
Beautiful, beautiful play. I don't even mind Athena ult on top of there to maybe help him, but he's able to get the tower on his own. Pyromancer still available as well. Quickie's ult, that cooldown is really short once you can just hit the wave, get some charge back up. Athena ult down. Maybe some trading can happen on this play. Gold is still very even. Pyromancer for Gold Fury might be on the table, but this isn't Ancient Fury. Do you want to give it up for just a Pyromancer? Maybe you're able to go Pyro and a mid-tier 1. That's a bit risky, but it would give you a decent trade on the map.
Weave and Half Guy spotted out around these oracles, trying to lock in the vision around the Gold Fury, and we'll get that 4 apes together. Half Guy going to step up around the Gold Fury pit, looking potentially for 23 MD, but take some damage for his trouble. Jay Beto, it looks like apes have the aggressive position around Gold.
Look at Unz and Rexy though, Dice. They've taken the TP. They're going to catch Thegoris out right here. Pisano in. Oh my god, he does so much damage!
Early use of the Soul Ultimate and trapped in place. Carter will be credited with the kill against Thegoris, and that is a crucial kill as well. Weave goes down to pretty hectic. Chased outside of the Gold Fury pit. Quickie's made a rotation into the backline here, but Half Guy low health on the Loki as well. Quickie, a lot of damage coming out into Goblin's backline, and Frenzy the bot does it again. Spirit of the Nine wins, connects for 1 kill. Can he find more? Won't connect the rest of his damage. Quickie, 1 health left, will fall to pretty hectic. Frenzy, he's so good at the Kukulkan. He's so good at finding multi-kills. He finds one. He might be able to take Unz down if this Barkus chases too far, but I think the Kukulkan pressure is already enough to prevent Gold Fury from going down, as Unz being chased out by this Loki. Half Guy might find this kill.
Frenzy.
No, of course it's Frenzy.
The clutch master right there. I want to quickly highlight Unz and Rexy before I talk about Frenzy. They're able to push out Quickie into his own jungle, take that tier 1 in solo. Then they TP behind, catch Goris out on a ward. He's on his own ward. He feels safe. Freeze on the 2. Susano's there. Pull onto Frenzy. Aegis out, but no way he gets out. What a dash.
Frenzy the GOAT. You cannot take him down. Good use of the dash there despite the wall, but Carter gets the kill.
Fire shards. Boom.
Nuwa.
No, good play, good play. Very nice. Using that Aegis earlier means Carter has a free fire shot to take him down. I mean, it was a hype play, but a very good finish off by Carter there. But yeah, after that, Gold Fury actually started up right now. This is risky, guys. If Goblin figure this out, I don't think it's a bit too late. The answer is not there so far. Apes together secure that Gold Fury, and Dice, it's back to what, a 1,500 gold lead still at 23 minutes?
Barely even that. We did see Goblin did pick up the Pyromancer there, which is what Apes together were responding to by starting up that gold, and they had Thegoris, I think, perfectly positioned to make a play and knock that objective down. Quickie, though, forced to use his beads off the back of the Susano ultimate. That Tornado does a lot of damage, but so does Loki. Old Assassinate connects with Rexy, trying to escape off the back of Quickie's counter engage. Good play there between the solo jungle of Apes together.
Well, I don't know. I think I've got to be honest there. I really loved the play in mid. I wish that I could have highlighted it as it was happening. If I was able to go back later with a pencil and draw what happened. Nuwa pushes that mid tower, and while that's happening, the jungle and support of Goblin are in the left side jungle on their own wards. And they're just essentially gatekeeping Quickie, keeping this Nuwa protected from the side, saying, you can't walk up, this is our tower. In my opinion, you get the tower, you walk away. Great, we've got a tower. We make a nice trade. Yep. They got gold, we get mid tower. But instead, they engage onto Quickie, and he's just too tanky. He buys enough time. The Loki ult comes through, catches Rexy out. Just a bit too ambitious there for that kill. That tower was enough. That was a good play. You don't have to get a kill after that. Ancient Fury disabling this tower. Going to be a nice trade back for Apes together as well. Gold, dead even still. Lots of trading. I'm happy to see this, guys. I'm happy to see some macro tower trades going on. Trading objectives as well. It's good to see.
Thegoris has started making his rotations around the map now, though. He's picking up those pancakes, but it might have been a bit of a risk for him. Fire Shards will come down to confirm the vision of where Apes Together are currently playing. This Jay Beto, that Fire Shard's coming out might be Goblin's call to go towards this Fire Giant.
They got the info from where Apes Together were. Do they have the fight, though? New One doesn't rely too much on this Fire Shards. Fire Giant started up. Unz is zoning, looking for Weave. Just holding
Look
him
at the
there.
damage from Frenzy already. Taunt coming out from Weave is good and quickie. He's going to try to find an engage onto Unz. We do see the Mordred ult straight into the backline as well through the wall. He finds two, picks them up and knocks them back down. Now the backline of Apes Together able to start walking up, but we see Rexy on the backline himself. Thagoras does find Unz, and now Quickie, double kill for Thagoras. Low health for Quickie, the solo laner. However, Frenzy chunking damage through these frontliners. 23 MD. The Ymir is too low. Thagoras trapped behind Nuwa minions, but Half Guy, he's doing Half Guy things into the backline for this. Loki might be able to find another engage, another pick. Pretty hectic, stepping up a little bit too far potentially for this Jingwei. And Jay Beto, Apes Together won that fight.
They did, Dice, but Fire Giant's still not able to fall down. They are resetting out of base now, coming near Fire Giant. That's a new Fire Shards. They know they're heading towards fire. Are you going to give it up? Might have to, but maybe you can reset and come out fast. You are down 2, and that's scary. But Kukulkanot is down. Actually, it just came up as I said that. That is very scary to walk into right now. Dina dash taunt. Is there enough damage on this
23
Ymir?
MD. I think they're... Oh, good wall again.
Wall!
MD's so good with the walls, Jay Beto.
Every time I think he's caught, he walls himself out perfectly. He catches the enemies out perfectly. But Dice, he's bought enough time for Unz and Rexy to respawn, and Apes Together haven't started this Fire Giant yet. They're a bit indecisive. I think that
Waiting in the
be
bush
it.
here. Dash Taunt will force the beads out of pretty hectic already, but still just a dead even position around this objective, Jay Beto.
Yeah, I like the engage from that dash taunt, looking for an opportunity, but because of the cooldowns used right there, they've been forced back. Goblin are on the map now. They have the prio around Fire Giant. I love this mid push from Susano right now. He can be anywhere. You see Loki has to answer it. Once they see him on that mid wave, they're at no threat at all from a Loki ult from out of nowhere. He's on vision. They started this Pyromancer, but you remember the Kukulkan ult, Spirit of the Nine Winds, is always available. Pyroman's getting leashed. Now, guys, this is a tense, stressful moment right now.
Ooh, dash taunt out from Weave is going to force Fire Shards to come down from the Nuwa, and straight into the backline does go quickie on this Mordred. Rexy looking for Frenzy, and Unz straight on him as well. Goblin have identified the targets that they want to take down, and they're hard CCing them. Thagoras, Aegis forced out, but he's going to be flopped on. Double kill for Pretty Hectic. Half Guy does find the turnaround kill onto Rexy, but forced to assassinate away as well. Weave and Half, the only members of Apes Together left alive. Great engage play there from Goblin to find the backline as Jay Beto.
I will say, guys, I haven't seen too much synergy between the front line of Apes and this Kukulkan. I mean, Frenzy's been playing... Sorry, what did I say?
Half guy got his minions. He's got his backstop by minions. Jay Beto, Goblin are pushing into the Phoenix, and Half Guy still hasn't backed.
I thought he just AFK'd. I thought he DC'd. Goblin walking into the base. Can Loki do anything? All in onto Carter. Dash taunt as well. Not enough damage. Has to force. He's forced out. Oh no!
Defender of Olympus comes out. This Athena is still alive. Goblin pushing into the Titan room down. Titan down to 12,000 HP as we see the Fire Shards come down, but it doesn't pick up the kill onto the Half Guy. Low health bars here for Goblin. They might not be able to end Jay Beto. Weave in the area on this Athena, and he's completely distracted Goblin off the objective. They can't end.
A slow chase might be on. Dice Apes Together have respawned. They're coming out of base. Fire Giant is still up. This is a really rough position to be in for Goblin. You're forced to reset, right? Blocks off his own ADC. I like it. But
you have to put them in their place sometimes.
They have to reset here, Dice. They're too low. Apes are gonna go Fire Giant right now. Although Half Guy is doing speed buff. He doesn't want the Fire Giant. He just wants more farm.
Half Guy is still farming at 29 minutes into this game. I'm not going to call it a mistake necessarily, because we know that this Loki loves to have these buffs on board and probably wants to finish off his build, get himself a 3k pot. So I don't blame him for doing that.
I'm not gonna.
But you made a good point. He should be at Fire Giant.
I'm gonna call it a missed opportunity. That was a perfect time to look at Fire Giant right there. After you have to know they have to reset here, guys. If they go fire, they're 1 HP. We just kill them. We start fire. We have Taunt, we have Loki ult, we have Athena ult, we have Mordred with our Kukulkan. We just want to look for the fight. We don't need to kill Fire Giant. Now they've lost Pyromancer. Loki is still on the left side, only just now resetting. Goblin, not too privy to where Loki is. They're worried about it. But Fire Giant has been started. No one from Apes Together quite in the area yet. Fire Shards to get the information dice.
Now they
How
know where
they
this
find him in.
Loki is. They can see him stepping up towards Rexy here. Quickie trying to engage, but Rexy is already down. Half guy finds the assassinate. So much damage, and into the backline does go Quickie. Fire Giant secured and locked in there for one of these teams. Hard to tell which, but Defender of Olympus will come down on top of Rexy, and Frenzy looking for Unz here. So much damage between Frenzy and Thegoras. The mages together, too strong. And Weave, he's going to look for a way into the backline alongside Half Guy here. Finds the taunt onto 23MD. The first Spirit of the Nine Winds I've seen not connect here off of Frenzy's gameplay. 23MD, though, doing a fair chunk of damage there on that Ymir. Will prevent any further aggression here. Yeah, but I think that Fire Giant went to Goblin there, but Apes won the fight.
We can see the player models there not having the tiny little effect that gives off that you got fire. But Half Guy absolutely one-shots Rexy in that fight. That was disgusting damage right there. I would love to see that with a Kuku Karnal on more than one person. If he's able to land that, the Nuwa, I'm telling you, it can be deceptively quick how fast that damage comes out. You saw Rexy absolutely caught by it.
He had no way to respond.
Nice.
Yeah, he needs to leave right now. And, you know, just because Apes Together won the back end of that fight doesn't mean that they can win this next fight. Goblin have Fire Giant still, and Jay Beto, they're 4,000 gold in the lead right now. That's not really been impactful this game. 4,000 gold has been in the lead for anybody at any point here and then been made back up. But it can still mean the difference between half living and dying here if he steps in.
Look at the kill. Oh, hold that thought. Nuwa ult starting off the fight here.
Whoa. Pretty hectic, low health.
Onto Susano. Oh, Loki gets turned on. Spirit of the Nine Winds hits the Susano on the back end, guys.
Wiki connects his ultimate with 23MD to prevent the aggression any further coming out from Frenzy to bot. Now Thegoras is in a great position. Disapparate will come down, and he's ripping through these frontliners' health bars. The engage not there, though, to finish off this fight, but Spirit of the Nine Winds, Frenzy's just cleaning kills up for his team.
That was insane with the very tip top of that Spirit of the Nine Winds. Catches Rexy, makes it a 1-for-1. Half Guy unfortunately getting cut down by that. But this Ancient Fury hasn't. It was on that tier 1 die, so you can maybe give this, but this Phoenix. I don't think this Phoenix is going down.
MD, that didn't look like a super high-level play or anything. He just threw out a wall, but it was just the sort of play that makes Apes Together have to stop and think and prevents them from ever looking for a chase down there. I really love the way that MD has been playing this Ymir, this game, Jay Beto.
Goblins don't need to get too overexcited here. They have a free tower in right lane. This Phoenix is low, or this Phoenix is also actually disabled. They are able to walk into this Phoenix right now. This is dangerous to defend if your Apes Together flop in miss.
Thegoras was not successfully engaged on there, but Mordred is going to engage, and there's the Spirit of the Nine Winds. Half Guy will find pretty hectic. Another great wall from MD is going to zone out some members of Apes Together, but not enough of them. Assassinate out from Half Guy's Loki will lock MD down, and down he goes. Double kill for the Loki. Great use of Susano ultimate, though. Gets Thegoras so low. Disapparate popped, and he will live. Goblins, though, lose another fight despite having the pressure, Jay Beto. However, they get that mid-Phoenix.
I don't know if you saw Soul there. I don't know if that was a bug or if that's actually how she looks, but I think she was max heat firing out autos. It looked like a machine gun. That was terrifying.
That's got to be intended, right?
I don't not want to be. Look at how far.
Yeah, that's scary.
Oh, I do not want to be Arcus right now or anyone on the other side of this Soul. That is terrifying. PH though. Probably similar in strength right now. Both ADCs nearly finished their full build. This is a maxed out fight. I can't believe this tier 1 tower is still available for Goblin.
Someone tank? Someone tank. And Thegoras is going to immediately rip through that tower. Wow.
This siege is definitely still doable. Susano has to reset now. Jingwei coming out of base. This is hard to walk into, but Apes Together deciding not to. They want to get some prio around Fire Giant, maybe if they have wards in hand. Looks like they've got a few, although Half Guy is invading speed again on the left side. Maybe he goes for this
could
tower.
Be looking for this T2 tower. I would like to see that, maybe scare them off a little bit and get get Goblin away from fire.
I think that he's just going for the speed buff invade at full build. So I think I would like to see Half Guy group with his team more. I know that he does like to play this style, and it does really work. If this was 10 minutes ago, your team's distracting, you're getting lots of farm, stripping farm away, then you reset. It's a good play,
Mhm.
right? But he's full build. This is useless. You're just wasting your time now. I really want to see Loki grouped with team because, okay, yeah, he can just assassinate one person, but it's a big ult and it's a lot of AoE damage if you're just doing like the proc style of putting down your 2 at max range, maybe, putting your 3 on someone who walks in too close. That might be a bit dangerous against this comp. Not too many people that you can hit reliably in melee range. You're just going to get frozen by a mirror. But the 2, I think it's Agonizing Visions, if I'm correct, does a lot of
Could be.
damage. Able to chuck that onto someone who, this Amir not super tanky right now.
No,
Fire Giant
and
good for both teams.
he's having a very difficult time, as you mentioned, 23MD on this Amir, to just be standing in front of people, and he's getting good walls off, but it makes it engage out from Rexy there. Will slow Frenzy the bot down and force 2 massive ultimates out there. We saw Spirit of the Nine Winds, we saw Soul use her ultimate as well,
Oh.
and those are big tools to be down. It was a 2-for-2 ultimate trade as Carter also used the Fire Shards, but that's a lot used here, J Beto.
As Kukulkan Khan, Aegis is down. That's an easy engage onto him. Taunt onto Unz. That soul is chunking damage. Mordred into the back line. Oh,
Half guy finds pretty hectic, and he's already taken 1. Defender of Olympus comes down on top of the Mordred ultimate, and now further do apes together push. Unz low health on this Barkus. Half guy finds him, and that's a double kill for the Loki. Quickie and Thagoras chasing Carter, not going to be able to find this kill though. Maybe a delayed one. Quickie likely is going to eventually catch up to this Nuwa. Great fight for apes together. J Beto, I think they're going to transition this into a Fire Giant, but look at where Half guy is as well.
Half guy straight over to the left Phoenix. Shades of Platinum Pete right now. I really like this play. Carter also dying this late is really bad.
Oh no, J Beto, sorry. He's not split pushing. He's not split pushing left Phoenix.
Oh,
he's doing the back camps. Farming.
He's doing the back camps. Yeah, Carter's going to die here. It's guaranteed he's going to die here. There's no way he lives. And he's going to have like a 70-second respawn timer.
Yeah.
I know that I don't think the Quickie meant to do that because he just couldn't catch the Nuwa, but if you're Nuwa there, you just have to reset as fast as you possibly can. Run directly to Fire Giant, try to steal. They're going to kill you fast. It's fine. You have to reset. Now you're off for still 50 more seconds before you're able to rejoin your team. That Nuwa is so much of the clear, so much of the damage right now for Goblin, and he's down for still so long. I'm assuming both of these tier 1, these inner turrets are going to be falling down. But yeah, gold lead, still relatively close. That soul is terrifying. I don't want to see this anymore, please.
We've definitely seen, J Beto, that 4K lead doesn't really mean anything this game, and looking at the builds...
Ready? Oh, nice wall from Weed, but that's a Gatling gun soul right there.
Yeah, MD has been so clean on these Ymir walls, and the tower's still going to go down.
I'm sorry, I'm completely breaking composure. I can't believe what I'm seeing. That is terrifying.
I would not want to be on the other side of that, as apes together are grouping around this left side, going to start up, very likely to go Fury and take that down quickly, so weakening down this remaining T2 tower and giving them pressure over these Phoenixes. I'd be surprised if they would slow play this Fire Giant though, J Beto. They really don't want to waste too much more time.
I think they've got everything they need now, Dice. Goris is resetting. I'm assuming he has a 3k pot. Let's have a look at his items as he resets.
3,500 gold in hand.
That is terrifying. That is terrifying.
Yeah.
That soul just bought a Elixir of Power. She is so strong. That's Ancient Fury. Look at the towers being disabled. 2 Phoenixes and a tier 2 in solo. That tier 2, we're not looking at that. Look at those 2 Phoenixes. Fire Giant on 5. This is a rough position right now. Gold.
Who were you looking out for, J Beto?
I think that this soul is going to destroy Goblin right now. Maybe if they're able to catch this soul before the fight, but with Aegis and Disapparate, it's super hard, especially Pyromancer is now well. Apes are playing really well. They're playing super conservative, very slow. I really wish Loki was on the other side of the map. I think that pushing solo here is a mistake. You don't need the gold from tier 2 at 40 minutes. But it's a bit rough.
It is a bit of a rough position here. Apes together looking to push in towards this middle Phoenix, have the position, and look at the soul auto attack. Thagoras is just terrifying on that god. As you know, I think J Beto, a bit of a black screen here. Not what we were expecting.
Yeah, might have
Hello.
Technical issues. Welcome back, guys. I can't believe I got cut off right there. Oh, that was
I
a
can't
good
wait.
spot.
I can't wait to see. They were pushing in that mid Phoenix JBL, and we were talking about it a lot there. That Soul was just insane, just an absolute animal of a god to have to deal with. And Thagoras pilots it so well. We saw
Yeah.
him getting those solo kills in the early game, and by this point in the game, he's just ripping through tanks. You can't be Ymir, you can't be a Barcus. How are you meant to engage on him?
Yeah, I think that maybe a more front to back style might be what you want to look for because both of the
Mhm.
backlines are really safe right now. That Soul, how does she die? But the problem is that I'm not quite sure if you're able to front to back that well with their comp. I don't think that it's maybe it's hard. It's really rough to be walking into that. I think that the Kukulkan Khan as well is a big threat. But
Mhm.
Dice, just hearing from production, we might have to go to a short break while we have a look at this issue. Don't want to hold you guys waiting too much longer. So we'll be back shortly after we hopefully get this sorted out.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Sorry for that short technical break there. As this is an alpha version of Smite 2, it seems that they were having some issues. Our spectator got kicked, and by the time we were able to get any sort of viewership back in, the game had finished. So it looks like Apes are your game 1 winners, Apes together, and they look like they're jumping straight into game 2 already. So let's jump into it, Devane.
Yeah, sure.
Now, looks like Apes Together were able to take that aggression and push that into
Yeah.
the end of the game there. Do you think they'll do a similar thing this game?
Yeah, maybe. It was quite interesting seeing how, the team comp preference that Goblin had did start to fall a little bit short later on, and you just really saw the Soul and the Kukulkan come online with their damage, and they seem to be doing really just completely devastating Goblin, and they weren't able to take any more towers and objectives. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
oh, I'm
Ooh.
interesting.
Okay.
Noir.
Noir
Okay.
then.
I don't know if. Well, we haven't really seen a Noir band since maybe when she first came out into Smite 2. So this is interesting. I was
Yeah.
looking at the damage numbers in last game, and she did have at least double the damage of the Kukulkan, who was second highest. And maybe they just felt. I don't know. But it was Apes who had Noir.
Yeah.
So.
No.
Was
Was
it? No, it was Goblin. You're
It was
right.
Goblins. Yeah, they
Yeah.
had the Apes had the Cuckoo. I
Yeah.
kind of like this though. They're like, okay, well, we'll ban your Noir. She was doing work that game. She had like, at least last we checked,
Yeah.
40k
It
more
is-
damage than anyone else in the game.
Yeah, it is possible maybe she was like kind of the glue that was keeping the team in the game. Like she was doing the brunt of the damage, whereas whilst the frontliners were able to peel for the rest of the team. And no surprise, Fenrir got banned, which
Yeah.
expected. You don't want to give that away.
I guess that was that little test of waters. Are you going to ban the Fenrir? Or are you...
Yeah,
I mean, we're going to pick up something that's good, whether it's the Jingwei, whether it's the Odin, or I guess
Yeah.
the Her, because we saw that priority in that first match last game, but... Oh,
Wait.
maybe a bit of a technical difficulty?
Was this a change? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so-
We've just been told these are the correct ones.
Change
Well-
of plans. Odin. Odin on apes. And
Fenrir's up.
Loki, a target ban, I assume, for Loki, yes. got
Apes
it.
together being on order side, surely they just insta-lock the Fenrir though.
Yeah, so this means Fenrir is open.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Well,
Yep,
I
there you
don't
go.
usually like it when people just give out the Fenrir like that, but I guess
Oh, but
Goblin gets to take the
goblins-
Fenrir here.
Goblins are on order side, sorry.
Yeah, very,
not
very
chaos
strong
side.
pick for them. I hope they're happy about that.
Interesting. Sorry about the technical issues there, but it should be all correct here on the board now. Goblins picking up the Fenrir, and now we've got Apes looking in that Bacchus, and... Ooh, I like the Chark.
There's two big frontliners at the moment for apes together. It's interesting. I don't know if they're super high prio picks, but they probably really like these two gods and how they work.
Decent flex as well if you want to
Yeah.
put that Chark in jungle or even mid lane if Frenzy feels comfortable in it. We saw Vintage doing it. Maybe he's taken a bit of a toll there, but Nua, as we thought was banned before, is actually getting picked
It's
up
actually
for
getting
Goblin.
picked up again. Well, she did do a lot of damage, like I said, and
Yeah.
she was doing pretty well actually in general. It's just so the Mordred on to Goblin. Which,
Yeah, lots of really good engage. Lots of like there's the safe Nua as well, which is super nice. We're seeing a similar kind of mid lane pick, but Mordred and Fenrir, both of them are beads burning gods. I don't know if you want to be a cuckoo in this game. That's kind of terrifying.
Yeah, I did see Frenzy playing back a lot. Like he was doing well with his positioning, making sure he wasn't too far forward. But with a Fenrir and a Mordred, that is so much dive. I don't know if the Ymir is gonna be able to do enough to peel for him. Like maybe.
I was just about to say
It really
Soul's up.
does. It really does depend on the Ymir or the Bark. It's like that front line and the apes together really has to peel for the Kukulkan to stay in the game.
Yeah. I am really liking Goblin's comp right now. Like, great engage, great beads burning. I think the double magical carries is a great idea because Mordred and Fenrir does so much anyways. And Sol and Nua are going to be building pen compared to Fenrir and Mordred. Neither of them, I imagine, would have percent pen. So it's like, for the other team, what do you opt into? If you don't have any Fizz pen, you're getting chunked down by these guys, but you need the Maj pen for Nuar and Sol, otherwise you are dead. But the Jingwei picked up last there. That's kind of surprising.
Yeah, but I do like Jingwei pick because they do need a safe pick here, considering how much dive that Goblin has. They really need a safe pick, and shield's still open, so that's good for them.
Yeah, a good idea, I think, to close it out. We're seeing a lot with... It's interesting, I guess. I think the Soul was a perfect pick for Goblins. It's interesting they didn't pick it up, like, seeing that the Barkus was on Apes Together comp and how that, like, matchup interacts. It seems like there's not really that prior between the two coming out too much, at least today. But I really like Goblin's comp. I really like to see them perform here.
I think it will be... Apes Together has a lot of work to try and play around Goblin's dive. They need a lot of peeling, a lot of retreating, and really protecting that Kukulkan to be able to do the damage that he needs to do. And hopefully he'll be able to get that damage online a bit sooner than he did last game, because it did take him a bit of time. Yeah,
absolutely. And Weave, let's see some clutch walls like we saw last game as well. I'm keen to see how this matchup goes. All right, well, it looks like the game's starting now, so we'll pass it over to Diceheart and Jay Beto yet again for Game 2.
Thank you very much to Nuxel and Devane for passing that one over to us. My name is Diceheart, and I'm joined once again by Jay Beto. It was a very exciting first game there, Jay Beto. I'm keen to see how we go for game number 2. Apes are up 1-0 right now.
I want to say, Dice, this comp from Goblin, however, is very scary. We've got the Nuwa and the Soul on the other team this time. Now, the Soul is over on Pretty Hectic. Gorus taking the Jingwei. They've swapped. Frenzy back on the Kukulkan. He has been a premier player, in my opinion, in these last few weeks, ever since, even before the pentakill, but obviously ever since the pentakill.
Ever since the pentakill.
The Fenrir as well for Rexy. This is a scary comp. There's a lot of engage for Goblin. There is a lot of threat. The Athena as well. There's a lot of damage. There's so much CC for Goblin. I love their comp. I think that it's really scary. I don't know how much I love Half Guy on tanks. I think that he's a great carry player. Him on Loki, I know the Mordred can be a tank, but he does a lot of damage. I would much rather see him on a damage carry.
Yeah, look, this is the sort of position that Half Guy has found himself in with that Loki banned out and Fenrir picked. It's a bit difficult for him to find a pick that he can kind of comfortably sit on. But, you know, Thagorus is on this Jingwei, so he's going to be able to play for this late game. And I think, Jay Beto, that this Chark in the late game alongside Barkus...
My Ymir doing right now.
And Ymir?
Camps.
Wow, that is a deep invade, Jay Beto. We've just looking for value here. Is he going to be caught out by Carter? I don't even think that you can kill him here, though, even with this rotation coming out from the Athena, Jay Beto.
That's a lot of mid-prio going over to Frenzy because Weave is able to pull Nuwa over, winning this 1v1 out as well, invading the speed. Weave off to a great start right now. Pretty hectic in the middle of lane as well. No, just off to the side camp. No gank here. Standard 2v2 in mid, trading across the board. Looks like Apes Together were able to secure that right side camp. Some pretty interesting starts over here that we've seen this week, Dice. We saw the proxy start at the beginning. We've seen the invade from Weave. Fenrir jumping in onto Frenzy. Oh, a nice body block though. So much damage over him. Brutalized as well. Is it enough damage to...
Whoa.
That was a panic if I've ever seen one.
A bit of a panic beads coming out there from Rexy, but it was a good chunk of damage that came out from that brutalized Jay Beto, and it goes to show why this Fenrir is so aggressively picked and prioritized for Oceania right now.
Yeah, that was absurd damage. What? How's he allowed to walk in 1v2 and just basically kill
and
Frenzy on his
get
own?
Scared of Poppy's beads and walk out?
Oh, no. If he didn't bead there, that's such an amazing trade.
All
Look at,
value.
look at Level in mid, by the way. Like, he's so far ahead now. Obviously.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Am I going,
Nothing
Jay
really
Beto?
done there. Fenrir ganking over here. Hold my opinion until a second. Missing Brutalize onto the minions.
Brutalize.
So
Does connect with
clear.
the minions. Weave might be in trouble here, though. Another great wall coming out from these Ymir players, but the stun is going to come down from Rexy. Turn and freeze from Weave, but it's not enough. 23 MD finds himself. First blood for Goblin here. Puts themselves on the board early, Jay Beto.
As I need... Alright, hang on. I'm going to relock my brain in because those two back-to-back plays there absolutely threw me off. I couldn't hold it together after Brutalize the minions. It didn't cancel it after the first hit. But I'm going to relock in. I said, oh my good, dash taunt onto Gora. Some nice pressure coming out for Goblin. Solo kill. 2v2 going on right now. Half guy going to trade back onto Unz. So 1 for 1. But a
Did
lovely
trade back
solo-
onto Owens.
But a lovely solo kill there onto Quickie. That's going to feel pretty good for Unz. The Mordred off to a good start as well. Some pressure over in duo as well. Goblin off to a really nice start. Almost a 1k lead so far in about 3 minutes.
This is really what you want to be seeing coming out from Goblin. They've really responded to exactly the way that Apes Together played last game, and that's why I'm a big fan of these best of threes, Jay Beto. Throughout the open bracket, we only saw best of threes in the finals, but now the winners side of this playoffs
We're
portion
trading
of the
invades.
tournament.
This is wild. Look at the trading invades going on right now. Quickie invading
Yeah.
Red Buff on the other side, but Frenzy is collapsing. That's an up-down from Fenrir. Unz might be caught into the red buff. Can Frenzy secure? He did secure
Frenzy
the
did
red
secure
buff.
that.
What, dash
Whoa,
in as
dash in as well. Bark is going to flop up down onto Unz, and Half Guy is credited with that kill. Jay Beto, Goblin might be going too aggressive now for this farm.
Yeah, have a look at the level disparity in jungle, actually. I'm not quite sure how that happened, but Half Guy up 2 levels right now. Able to get that ult as well. Evening out the game as well. So, I think a bit of an overextend from Goblin. A really good rotation from Frenzy. I should say, Frenzy's rotation was the reason that happened. It wasn't just an overextend. Maybe Athena could have made their way over, or, you know, Nuar as well. But that was a really, really nice rotation from Frenzy.
4.5 minutes have already passed Jay Beto, and there's about a 1,500. Not
but
quite.
that
Sorry,
was
it's gone down to only 400 gold. Actually, this is a pretty even game still, despite the aggression that we've seen just across the map everywhere. Jay Beto.
Yeah, Rexy laning in solo. I'm a bit confused why Unz is jungling and Rexy was solo laning there, but had a bit of a role swap for returning back. Another beads out from Fenrir. That feels pretty bad into Emir. It's really hard to, get on top of the backline. I know that you have your CC immune ult, but it is a bit hard to get onto the backline when Emir's just going to freeze anything you do. Nice side camps there, Apes Together. I still think a close game. Half Guy walking down mid.
Stunned out. Great wall again from Weave, and it's going to force a freeze onto 23 MD. Coconut, Spirit of the Nine Winds won't connect this time. Frenzy not able to find the clean kill onto MD. Pretty hectic. Going to try to trade out this camp here, but we see the Fenrir ultimate coming out, picks up Weave, brings him back onto the tower, and Rexy is going to be credited with that kill. Quickie, though, finds a solo kill on Unz in the solo lane. In the meantime, pretty hectic. Thegoras trading auto attacks, and Thegoras is now going to show it's not the god, it's the player, as he gets the better half of pretty hectic, but PH going to get this neutral red buff.
Yeah, what is going on in this game? It was quiet for a few minutes and then exploded out of nowhere. Quickie able to get a solo kill back onto Unz. Rexy with a lovely Ragnarok into tower onto Weave with no beads. A nice hover here from Half Guy. I think that there's no
Half Guy's
real
found a
kill.
rotation over.
I don't know
Yeah,
if
you're
there's a
right. This
kill
isn't
yet.
really kill potential.
Yeah. This is
Could be turned around on. Oh, Stormcall comes out, lands it directly onto pretty hectic, as we're going to see Defender of Olympus drop down as well. So Athena dash on is available. 23 MD does connect it on 2. Knock up though for pretty hectic means he can't find a way into the backline. Rexy might look for a brutalize. He does, and here come the fire shards. Jay Beto, can it pick up anyone? No. Half and Theg still alive.
I think that's like a really good invade actually. I'll quickly highlight that, and really nice cross map from Apes Together. But I think that's kind of unlucky. Like the numbers, it's within 50 odd damage between both of those kills if you're getting that kill or not. I really want to say this is something I've been seeing a lot with Apes Together, is this overextend in the fight where the play, pardon me, is quite a good play. Unstick's gonna get. Oh, nice movement there.
Oh,
He's gonna get
Tokyo
walled off by
Drift.
Weave. Is there enough damage though? Fenrir around the corner. Looks like it's gonna be dropped. So this is what I like to see: the dropping of the kill. That over in duo lane, that's what I don't want to see. Just chasing for no reason. There's no possible way you get that kill there. Maybe it's just a not knowing damage numbers kind of thing, but it's gonna really cost you to not know those things. And if Goblin had any more damage, that's hold on. Fenrir jumping in onto the bike is beautiful. Ragnarok. catch Quickie
Ragnarok.
out.
Once
Summon
will,
as
sorry,
well.
Quickie will go down. Rexy credited with that kill. Rexy's just been all over the map, Jay Beto.
Rexy's been playing really good, highlighting why this Fenrir is so proud in OCE. But another great cross map from Apes Together, starting up this Gold Fury with Spirit of the Nine Winds available.
Or ultimate out though from this Soul. Apes Together will secure away the Gold Fury. Half guy though, a little bit low health on this Chuck, being chased by 23 MD and Carter. No kill gonna come from it. Clean map play, Jay Beto, and they get away with a great execution on it too.
I just spoke badly about Apes Together, but there I have to highlight that is such good macro right there. I love to see these cross map trades going across where you're able to understand what's going on one side, make a play on the other side. Quickie is a known proprietor of I'm getting ganked to pull gold, but this one is actually really good. I love to see teams being able to play around those timers.
Do you think, Jay Beto, that Apes Together maybe got scared stiff a little bit there after that scary play where they nearly both died to the fire shards, and they went, okay, all right, no, fair enough, let's pull back a bit and let's get objectives and play it safe.
Let's do objectives. I think they realized that Apes Together are stronger, and they weren't together enough for that, you know, they play in duo, so they decided to be together for this time, and lots of brawling in solo, I have to say. Is he gonna loop
Ultimate
around?
forced out as well. Won't loop around, but the fire going on next on the right side of this mid lane here forces the fire shards out of this Nuwa early on. Rexy though is going to wrap around the top side, right of mid lane, find that Ragnarok, picks up the Kukulkan. Frenzy though, he's not out of trouble just yet, fires off that whirlwind, still being chased as the beast pop by Rexy. Fenrir is still chasing down, another great wall from Weave, up down from Rexy, and down goes Frenzy. The fight continues to brawl on though, as Rexy's going to have a Defender of Olympus dropped on top of him. Carter now out of position as Quickie's found a burp and an up down of his own. Aegis pops for this Nuwa, and the chase will be enough. Half guy likely to pick up that kill. He does. Jay Beto,
Guys,
even trades across the map.
I have to say, I was just talking about how well these teams weren't overextending and they were trading, and then immediately after we get a basically for no reason fight, and both mid laners fall down. Both teams overextend there. That is wild.
Rexy, though, he does pick up a red buff there. He might be caught out of position here, though. Up, down, onto Weave. Maybe didn't realize the half guy was there when he fired off that move. 23 MD in the area, and the beads was too early. Connect does go the Mordred ultimate. Good wall is going to keep Apes Together alive. Does half guy get out of this at 1 HP? No, he will go down. Unce shut down on the Chark. Crazy team fighting here, but Jay Beto, what's it all for?
Yeah, if they're a little healthier, if Weave was a little healthier, that would have been a really, again, another overextend. It actually is an overextend, as Unce is caught.
Unce is caught, not a great position to be in, and Frenzy the bot, not a great player to feed either, Jay Beto. This Kukulkan is going to go out of control in the late game. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
He's absolutely not a bot when he's on the battleground of the gods side. But lots of over fighting, I will say, here from both teams. That, you know, it's fun to watch for sure. It's really fun to watch teams just kind of bash their heads against each other. But from a perspective of, you know, we're in playoffs right now. This is not a round one match. We are going forward. Someone is going to be playing off against the top tier teams, you know, Sunday School, Fish, Engage, whoever it might be. Someone's going to play against Sunday School. This kind of play is not going to work against that team. They're not going to allow you to get these picks. They're not going to allow you. They're going to be trading. They're not going to overextend themselves. They're not going to give you the pick back. You're going to overextend. You're going to die. So when we're playing against each other, it is super fun and, you know, it's working. But I'm a bit worried, Dice, about some of these, you know, plays. I don't want to see too many more of them happening.
It's interesting as well, Jay Beto, because we're seeing a lot of overcommitted, big, brawly fights, but
Yeah.
there's not a lot of kills on the board yet. Hold that thought, though, as Rexy has picked up half guy in that Ragnarok, although we saw that Carter was just not able to chunk damage out from this Nuwa into the Shark. Brutalize will come out, but Frenzy is rotating around this backside and might be able to get the better end of Rexy there. He's positioned for the jump, but not for the damage. Carter and Rexy will come out of this fight alive, but Apes together, Jay Beto, have the position on the Gold Fury.
Again, another good macro play from Apes together. Quickie getting getting ganked again, but they're not able to pull this just yet. You see Chark needing to reset, Jingwei not quite there as well, but Quickie does live. So that's a neutralized play across the board. Guys, this is a dead even game again. Barely 1k.
Is he caught out here? Airstrike is good. Immunes completely that taunt. And Thegoris will find himself back under the T1 tower.
He's just so dead there if he doesn't. I mean, maybe he's not. Maybe he just beads ults immediately, but that's really bad going into this Gold Fury fight. Weave walking over to cover. This Athena might be re-ganking, which is a lovely play, but Weave reading it quite well, hovering in this bush right now. 2v2 in duo. Not too much overextending, hopefully. Nice. All right, so walk away. A nice cover, I think, from Weave.
Ooh, I don't see any kills coming out right at this second, Eve, over in the duo lane. We almost did see Unts caught out of position on this Mordred, but Goblin have managed to group themselves around this Gold Fury well off the back of the overcommit from Half Guy in this solo lane. Down to 3,000 health is this Gold Fury. Weaver's in the area, but being zoned off by 23 MD. Can Frenzy steal it away? No, he can't. Goblin get themselves their first Gold Fury of the game. Rexy Ragnarok chasing down Frenzy the bot into mid lane. Beads popped immediately. He's going to keep this Kukulkan alive, but Goblin, Jay Beto, they're taking a lead in this game.
1v1 over in solo too. But yeah, unfortunate on the... Can't steal the gold, but it is a lead, guys, but it's still so minuscule. This is such a tight, close game. Amir teleporting over behind the Mordred. Looks like he's just trying to get a base off. Might have sacked Gorus right here. Does still have ultimate available.
Stop chasing this Jingwei, Jay Beto. It sounds cruel and it sounds mean because like you have to prevent this Jingwei from getting ahead, but they've gone over there so many times and haven't been able to punish it. And in the meantime, We've just picked up a kill onto Unts.
Yeah, I didn't expect that, but catches him out on the blue buff, I believe. But yeah, that teleport around, that was risky. Gorus didn't quite have ult when he left. Wasn't able to leave, nearly got caught. Freeze out in mid. Lots of fighting for... Ooh, I want to say no reason, but... Yeah, I think if your job... I will talk quickly, while we have a second, about what I mean when I say I want you to prioritize a lane. It doesn't mean dive tower permanently and just kill yourself under tower to the enemy. What it means is when these buffs come up, you come over and you essentially push the enemy off the buff. Say, no, this is ours. It's mine. My ADC gets it. You can even give it to the ADC solo. You can invade purple. You just want the XP and the gold. You don't need to get kills. After a while of doing that, your ADC will be 2, 3, 4 levels up. Then you can pull gold. Your ADC has a massive advantage. Then you can start forcing things onto this ADC after you've developed this lead. It doesn't mean sit in lane and try to kill him on cooldown. So,
and Jay Beto, we saw the reverse as well of these two teams where Pretty Hectic was piloting the Jingwei and Thegoris was piloting the Soul, and Thegoris managed to get a lead from doing exactly that with his team.
Well, Ragnarok forced out. I don't know if Frenzy beads that. We can't see those relic timers, but I'm assuming that he had to have.
His beads are down from earlier, so I don't believe he would have. So Half Guy is going to aggress onto that Naga a little bit, but I think Jay Beto Goblins are likely to get this Naga here unless Apes together force a fight around it. And Jay Beto, they haven't been scared to force these fights. They've been fighting and brawling around anything they can.
Rexy really wants this angle on Frenzy, but Frenzy playing so dangerous but safe at the same time.
Oh,
beautiful interrupt from Carter right there. Wall is good from Weave. Fire Shards is good too.
He does fall to Half Guy. We saw the defender of the Olympus come down here though as Double Taunt comes out, but a great use of the group beads. Frenzy connects the Spirit of the Nine, wins onto 2, and Carter low health under the T1 tower. In goes this Barkus and down goes Carter. Not quite yet. Actually turns around and finds the Clay minions and the Shining Metal double stun there. Unts picks up a kill, and now Quickie is down. Rexy back up in 14 seconds. Jay Beto, these teams are just brawling and trading 1 for 1. We're still in the dead even game state.
Yeah, another 1 for 1, you're right. Dead even game. I want to highlight Frenzy there. Man, he is clutch. He's backstepping this Fenrir, baiting him in. Come on, jump on me, you won't. And he did. And Frenzy was able to dodge everything. Carter is caught. Unfortunately, Quickie goes down in the engage. But another fight over it. How did you get there, my friend?
Unfortunate. It looked like the Gorus fell to pretty hectic using that Soul Ultimate, and not a great position to be in. Obviously, trying to prevent that Naga from going down, but JBeto Gold Fury's up, and that's a very crucial pick to get.
Yeah, this is a massive advantage from Goblin. It might not look like it's just one, but Fire Shards as well. They know the info. Run into the jungle, get all the control, push out Duo Wave. We're onto the Ymir. Ymir is pretty tanky.
Rexy used that Ragnarok to find the Ymir. Weave's still alive for now, but one more auto will do it. And now we're seeing JBeto, the power of this soul. A level up in Thagorus, who's still being picked. Weave also in the grey screen. Goblin are going to start up this Gold Fury and take themselves the lead even further in this game.
Really nice catch. Again, not an overextend from Goblin, which I'm happy to see this game. They get another pick. Weave walked too far forward. They just Fenrir ult him, bring him back. Come here.
Oh, steal that. That's a steal. That's a steal. 23 MDs ago.
Oh, MD. Sexy with it. That's a feels bad. It doesn't really cost too much. It's a little bit of XP. It's just one steal.
That's a mental boom.
Look at where they're prioring, guys. This is beautiful. They've got a lead on the soul. They're pushing Gorus out of tower. You can't be here. Fenrir up down onto the Jing Wei. Stun not there. Right into it, Dice.
Can he turn it around? No, pretty hectic. Will be credited with the kill despite the wall coming out from Weave there. T1 tower does go down, but Half Guy has made a rotation over. Axe connects with 23 MD, and the GOAT Pentakill King Frenzy has made his own rotation in. 23 MD trapped next to this Kikulkan, likely to go down. Does dash around the backside of Duo lane though, back towards the minions, and Frenzy has to slow chase him alongside Weave. I don't think MD is going to die here. He does. Okay, fair enough.
Nice hit from Frenzy. I actually don't mind that trade. Your ADC is 2 levels down now. This is pretty much exactly what I was talking about before. You finally got that lead. You're able to just push him out of the tower. I love the group. I love it so much. The group up, push him back. He steps up. You engage on him. You can't be here. You're not allowed to get engaged on. You just have to give tower there. There's nothing you can do. Your team is not there. They've played a really nice macro. They've overloaded aside. If you're able to read that earlier with wards, you're able to either group up for it or make a play maybe in mid or on solo side, try to kill out that tower, but they're not able to. Ragnarok into mid.
Here it goes again. The brute beads were used, but Rexy's tanking tower with that brutalize, and Frenzy will be credited with the kill. We see the Morgadol up and down onto Weave once again, but Unz might be out of position here. Defender of Olympus going to have to come in. Weave says, you're trapped in here with me using that wall, but 23 MD and Unz are going to be okay here. JBeto, this is still a very close game despite the 5,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. Thagorus, though, is probably the talking point here for Apes Together. He's 2 levels down on pretty hectic. JBeto, what does he need to do to get back in this game?
I love what he is doing right now. The lane swap away from the Soul is so smart. Soul might be able to match it here, but Gorus can just base and run to the other side. As long as he's away from the Soul, you can even put Quickie against the Soul, and you're never winning that lane. You're never having Cryo against the Soul, but at least Quickie can't die. You could maybe put Kukulkan there to just insta-clear the wave and match that Cryo, but I love what Gorus is doing there. Pyromancer started by Goblins. They do have Spirit of the Nine Winds available. Wall from Weave is good. Ult as well. Charcoal
Off guy. Thagorus actually credited with that kill. Very important that he got that there. Rexy also low health here. Chased down. Quickie will be credited with that one. And another great wall from Weave is going to lock in these kills. 23 MD just barely dashes out of the tornado. And we see Soul taking the 1v1 with Barkus on, or Unz on the Barkus, sorry. Carter inside of his fog will be chased here. And Thagorus likely to find himself another kill. Half guy. Ooh, Defender of Olympus will come out. That might be enough to zone Half away from Carter. No, good positioning and a good chase down there. Carter, though, using that fog, using that mist, is going to pull himself out of trouble. Thagorus, I don't think he realizes the pretty hectic is behind him. And look at the damage from the Soul. 23 MD is credited with the kill. And Goblins just completely regroup here. JBeto, the Apes together are normally strong, but the Goblins together are stronger.
Guys, where has Soul been these past few weeks? I swear we haven't really seen Soul look like this. These last 2 games, it has looked unbelievable. What is going on?
think that
This
the
duo as well?
players, Jay Better, were just looking so strong on their preferred picks, and this Soul is one of them. Jay Better, this is such a close set between these two teams.
I'll tell you, I'm so much happy to see Soul look like this than watch Neath do nothing in the late game. You're right, both teams are playing super well. Up, down, onto half guy. He's caught here, guys.
Ragnarok comes out, but a great use of the Stormcore ultimate to immune it away here for Half Guy. Still being chased though. Unce is going to find the route up down this time. Won't connect from Rexy, but Half should go down on this Chuck. Pretty hectic, credited with the kill. Jay Beto, that's another big pick for Goblin here as they're around this Gold Fury and likely to start it up.
Half guy just a bit too greedy on those invades. Maybe, maybe Goblin had a quick look back on it. Half guy likes to invade our jungle. Fine, let's put wards there. Let's stop him from doing that. This is an Ancient Fury. Those towers going to be weak now. Fire Giant on the table too. Half guy still 30 seconds away. However, no ults for Goblin right now. That's important. Shell in 40, Aegis in 40 as well. Wait for that. Set up. Engage. Look for this Cuckoo Khan. He's very immobile. If you can force his beads, disengage, and then re-engage with Fenrir ult, it's almost an unmissable play. If Talisman is good, maybe the fight is turnable, but you can disengage after that too. Re-engage with another taunt or a Mordred ult. This fight from Goblin, it's only a 6k lead, but I think they're in such a great position, Dice. This lead in ADC, in duo, is still really strong too. It's still really impactful. A full item up, 2 levels up, that is going to shrink over the next 10 or so minutes as Jingwei is able to complete their items. I think this is a really good timer for Goblin to really pump the fuel.
I think, Joe Beto, you made a really good point there, and that is that this lead is starting to become less and less relevant as time goes on. Yeah, Pretty Hectic is still a level up on Thegoris and has some items in his advantage over his opposing ADC, but that lead is becoming less and less relevant, and Jinglei in the late game definitely scales a fair bit better, Jay Beto, than this Soul does.
Jingwei does still need that time. Fire Giant started. Pretty Hectic is hitting it, charging up that heat. He's going to be dangerous if they walk in. Wall out from Weave, though. And engage from Mordred, up, down. The fight's starting, guys.
Into the backline does go Half Guy. Stormcore will connect, but Ragnarok is not doing a lot here for Rexy in Apes Together's backline. Damage coming out across the board. His left Apes Together very low, and they're trying to find this pick onto Unce, but Defender of Olympus is good, and Frenzy just can't find enough targets with the Spirit of the Nine Winds. This NATO is doing work, though, as Unce has picked up one. Does he finally fall? Yes, credited with the kill is Weave. The Wall also doing a great job at zoning away the rest of Goblin. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Jay Beto, the health bar's favoring Goblin. They're going to start up the Fire Giant.
And crucially, Goris is dead. This is really hard to fight for Apes. A lot of their sustained damage is done. They only have burst damage left. If you're able to maybe get a freeze and a knock up with a Cuckoo Khan ult that isn't up, maybe you can fight. But with Goris dead, there's just no damage. There's no damage for this Fenrir, for this Mordred, and they have to give up Fire Giant. Pyromancer as well on the back. This is a strong Goblin right now.
This is a strong grouping of Goblin. I said it before and I'll say it again. This Goblin Together team is just as strong as the Apes Together team. And Jay Beto, I think it's coming off the back of, you've raised the point a few times, how far ahead this Soul is right now. And also the great positioning and gameplay coming out between Rexy and Unce. They're just able to find their way into the backline so comfortably of Apes Together and prevent them from getting off the damage that they need. Frenzy is not getting a pentakill this game, and I don't understand why.
I think it's a team diff, honestly. No, I'm joking. 2 bombs as well for Goblin. This is a really scary position, guys. Soul, I've been watching her items. The last time I highlighted her items, she was on these items. It's recently been a fight, plus these towers, plus Fire Giant. Gora's getting engaged on a really nice ult to get away, but Dice, I mean, I think it's only a matter of time.
Oh, Rexy.
Oh
Engage here from the Mordred. He finds 3. There's the ultimate from Frenzy, though, when he turns it around. Unce low health on this Mordred, and Half Guy's in the backline. 23 MD trying to find a way out as Frenzy picks up Unce. Pretty Hectic. He's turned around and firing off the autos, but Weave finds a huge freeze. Half Guy picks up Pretty Hectic. Look how low the Apes Together are. Will MD go down? Yes, he will, but Rexy's here. Double kill for Half Guy. Brutalize out, but he's inside of a NATO, and he can't find the kill, Jay Beto. Apes Together strong. They defend the T2 tower and win the fight.
How do they do it, guys? How do they do it? Apes together stronger than goblins together, it seems, even with the gold lead, the fire giant, the big lead on the soul. It's just not enough. Jingwei isn't even there. I said 2 minutes ago, Jingwei is all their damage. I was absolutely wrong. This Shark is doing damage. This Kukulkan Khan is doing damage. Fenrir wasn't in the fight. But Jingwei wasn't either, and Apes absolutely smash goblins into the ground.
These apes are pulling themselves back into the game right now, getting themselves this Ancient Fury as well. At about 27 minutes is going to help, given that 2 T1 towers are still on the map here, Jay Beto. That's all standing gold that apes together can bring themselves and put into their pocket. And it might be enough to get Thagoras a comfortable position back in this game to start being able to rip some damage out into the goblins' back and frontliners.
This is a really nice position for Apes. They're able to stall a lot out now because Kukulkan Khan has such great wave clear. He's such a great siege defender. So is Amir as well. Those two together are really strong, and it's really hard to engage onto something like a Jingwei or a Kukulkan Khan who could just chuck his whirlwind on the wave and walk away. I think that Goblin need to try to find ways to accelerate this game. Now that's going to be the Fire Giant because Apes have to walk into that. Ape's job is to get as much gold safely as possible as they can in that time and not fight until they're ready. I mentioned it just before the fight started, but Sol hasn't bought any more items since I talked about it last time. She's probably sitting on quite a bit of gold. Jingwei, fairly similar. She's going to be catching up though. Level 20 on both of them now. The starter items complete as well. Apes need time. They're only 3k down. This defense is important. You don't have to give, but you can if you're worried.
Off
Beautiful
defense
wall.
around this T2 tower, and as you said, Jay Beto, good wall there from Weave, but Sol's auto attack damage probably too much for this T2 to hold up. Did slow down the Goblin push a little bit, but now the target, Jay Beto, of Goblin's aggression is likely to be this T2 in mid. Do you see Apes together taking the fight, or do you think they give up another T2 here?
Fenrir jumping in, that's your answer. Ragnarok as well, catching out the Shark, but beads
Half
on
guy.
him.
Did actually wait to use those beads so that he could get a little bit closer, and I think he heard that Mordred ult as well, so he wanted to make sure he'd immune out as much value as he possibly could. 2 ultimates used to try to pick up Half Guy and not get the kill is not great, as we see Burp coming out from Quickie as well to lock in some damage on Pretty Hectic to separate used, but a bit late here. He's going to force Goblins back. Despite this Pyro being up, they will start kiting it back towards their side of the map though, Jay Beto, and Apes together, they might be in a position to be strong right now as Carter's backing too.
I want to quickly talk about that talisman because originally I thought, wait, who talisman that? They have 3 on Barkus, Chuck, and on Amir. They're really prepared for this CC. I didn't even notice this before, but Apes actually have a really good answer to what Goblins are bringing right now with all of this lockdown that I talked about before onto Kukulkan. It's really difficult for them to get in. It is still possible to play a really, really slow fight with taunt, grab beads, but you have to be really patient for that.
Taunt does come out though, and Fire Shards on the back of it as well means that Apes together are starting this fight low, but Frenzy did connect that Spirit of the 9 Winds. Up goes Quickie though, and he's about to fall back down, but this Mordred stunned immediately off the back of the landing, and out goes Quickie. Will eventually fall. Unz finds himself a double kill as he knocks down Frenzy as well. Pretty Hectic picks up Half Guy. Jay Beto, Goblins are looking for more. Will Unz fall to Weave, or will it be turned around? Rex is here and Brutalize is good. Triple kill for Unz, and he's looking for more. Goblin might have just won this game, Jay Beto. 30 minutes in, and they've completely removed Apes together from the map. Thagoras the only person left to defend.
That wave is beautifully placed. Whoever pushed up that, congratulations, because you just got yourself a mid-tier 2 and most likely a Phoenix. Not sure if this is an end yet, but actually 30 seconds on the respawns. This absolutely could be an end.
Look how healthy Pretty Hectic is as well. That Phoenix is already gone. Once not too healthy for a Mordred. Thagoras might be able to pick him up. Dashes in, does find the last auto attack. In comes MD23. It's not enough though. Thagoras can't pick up the kill as Carter takes down Thagoras. 9,000 health left on the Titan. Nobody's here to defend Jay Beto. Goblin are going to tie up this to get set. Thagoras did find 23 MD, but we have a 1-1 on our hands, Jay Beto.
Wow, what a game, guys. That was back and forth and back and forth. So many fights. I thought Apes together were out of it, then they came back, then they got caught again.
I don't know which team together is stronger, Jay, but if Apes together are stronger or Goblins together are stronger.
All we know is that they are strong together, and that's what we're going to have to see for our last game. are you going to let this Fenrir go through again? I'm assuming that if you're apes together, you're taking first pick. As Goblin, are you banning it away? I'm assuming the answer is yes. The next question is, are you going to be looking for this Loki again? You did find success in game 1. So many questions, Dice, that we're going to have answered soon.
Well, let's see if we can get some answers as we send it on over to Nuxel and Devane, our desk for game number 3.
Hello again, Smite viewers, and hello, Devane again. How are you?
Hello. I'm looking at this soul. I'm looking at this soul pick, and I'm wondering how important she is now for for OCE.
Yeah,
Crazy,
she's
crazy
popping
damage.
off.
Yeah. I'm wondering, like, I think I was thinking of, because these teams do like to brawl, there's a lot of fights, and it does seem like the towers are an afterthought. Because
Yeah.
Sol is able to burst down towers so quickly. Maybe it's one of those things that can do the fight and then the tower's done.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
You don't need as much of that.
You don't need the
I guess
slow
commit.
push type
Yeah.
of deal. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. The soul can just chunk that out. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, the tower's gone now. Sweet. All right.
Yeah.
The game's over. Cool. All right, sweet.
Yeah, well, very close games. Both games were close games. And so I am interested to see what we're gonna get here. I don't know what we're getting banned.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, is
Oh.
this the one with the new one?
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Is this where the new warband is coming from?
I see. But Fenrir definitely banned out there,
Yeah,
which makes
yeah.
a lot of sense after that showing.
Yeah.
And after every game that Fenrir is in, it just really, I think, just goes to a testament of, okay, yeah, no, we're not letting Fenrir through again.
Yeah, yeah, I'm surprised, again, I'm surprised Niwa is banned. Fenrir, no surprise. We got Barkus picked up again from Apes Together. They must be
Mordred.
pretty comfortable with the Barkus.
I'm surprised no Loki. It's left
No.
up this time. Half Guy loves it. He had a great showing game 1.
Is there still room for him to be picked up, potentially?
Yeah, I guess maybe they feel confident that Rexy doesn't want to play it, but Mordred Odin, that's something to be a little bit afraid of, I think. That's a lot of
Yeah,
lockdown.
we've seen that combo on another team before, and it was really, really impressive. Okay, so I guess we're having a half guy Loki, which
As
he
we
is pretty
expected
good at.
there.
He's definitely
Barkus-
good at getting those picks on the Loki for sure.
Barkus pretty
Uh,
easy to get out of that Odin cage as well, and Jingwei even more so, being someone that's quite safe, so... I'm interested to see what mid laner they end up picking.
Yeah,
Unless
I
they
am
end up
surprised
using
they picked up the
Focus.
Jingwei. She is a very safe pick and a good pick. I do vaguely remember now, Goros did mention he's not super into Jingwei, and so I was surprised that he did pick it up last game, and he picked it up again this game. Maybe he's been practicing it a bit more, because it looks like we're going to get the Jingwei and Soul matchup
Yeah.
again.
There's that soul that you just keep mentioning, and
Yeah.
Cuckoo as well, taking it off of Frenzy, which is quite interesting now that they've banned out the Nuwa, so it'd be nice to see Carter
Yeah.
shoving it a little bit
I do
to
think
here.
Frenzy and the Cuckoo Khan was really doing a lot for Apes Together. I felt like it was keeping the game alive. He was doing so much damage, and he was their core damage dealer. We're getting a Herc game.
Yeah, I love this. This is great engage. And
Oh, yeah.
And the Hakate, I think, is a great thing to lock in, in comparison to this.
Yeah, this
it
is
a-
already a different game to what we're used to.
Yeah.
Just,
It's
I
a
don't
massive
know.
ult to have to commit to get out of Odin Cage with, but you've got a really nice engage for Apes Together, and Jingwei is safe as it is. This is... Oh, okay.
yeah, I'm trying to see how this might work in together. I feel like Hercules can kind of be, Athena has a taunt, Hercules has the pull. It's a very similar type of engage there. Yeah, it would be quite hard to lock down the soul though. I don't know if I like Hercules into soul.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see. Wherever the Herc ends up going, could be support or solo. I'm assuming solo.
I would assume solo, yeah.
We're gonna have to see some interesting skill plays to lock down that soul, but the Athena is gonna be very annoying for Apes Together to do what they want to do. So I think the game is starting to kick off now. So let's chuck it over to our casters here on the game. We've got Dice Hard and Jay Beto for the last game of this best of 3.
Jay Better, it's not over yet as we go into game number 3 here between Apes Together and Goblin. My name is Dicehart, and this is guaranteed to be the last game of our best of 3, no matter how it ends, Jay Better. But who do you think is taking this one away?
I mean, you never know. You might just the game just might never end. It just
True.
stalling forever. I have to say, this soul has looked so good. I'm excited to see, can Gorus answer back properly, in a Gorus fashion. Can the Jingwei look really strong, or is it just a soul winning matchup? It's a bit interesting though, because Gorus opts to choose, he opts to play the Jingwei first before the soul. So maybe he knows something that we don't, but we'll have to see how this goes. Another
Well, maybe Goblin knows something that Half Guy doesn't, because they've found him in the jungle here. And they might look for a hard engage with this Loki. He's running away pretty quickly. Maybe he gets out, Jay Better.
This is so funny because Athena doesn't have dash. I'm assuming she's level taunt and no blink, so they can't engage on her. On him, sorry. But they also want to make sure that he runs out of the jungle, not to their speed buff. So MD has to chase him all the way out. It looks so goofy, but I mean it's fine. Both teams just getting some info. Half Guy catches where everyone else is. Pretty standard starts now. No crazy invades this time. So we'll see some pretty standard laning right now.
Yeah, nothing surprising here just yet. Obviously, Half Guy did nearly get caught out there, but I would expect these players to be very well aware of the early grouping that comes out between teams. Auto attack trades going in King Carter's favor.
Yeah, Frenzy not hitting those autos. He hits the Spirit of the Nine Winds, but not the autos. He's taking a lot of damage right now. He's still trading.
He's still trading at the moment. Wow. Frenzy's healed up pretty comfortably there.
Yeah, Smite 2 pots, huh?
Mm.
They're pretty OP. It's crazy how in solo you can get 6 of them.
It is crazy that you can get 6 of them and that you can heal that comfortably that much. But Jay Beto, I think the story of this game is going to be Thagorus. And I know that I've hyped him up a fair bit, and he's definitely not the only player. We saw Frenzy and Half Guy being relevant in the first few games, and we definitely saw Rexy and MD being quite impactful alongside Pretty Hectic. But, Apes lost last game, and Thagorus was behind all game. So maybe Thagorus ahead all game, Apes win.
Gorus ahead equals win. Gorus behind equals loss. That's what I'm hearing right now. But Frenzy
Crazy that the ADC being ahead or behind could determine the pace of the game. But
late game pick.
Yeah, but
I also think that Half Guy back on this Loki is something that's scary. He's proven that he doesn't just have to play Loki, which is really important going into these playoffs. Good taunt. But I think that him back on the Loki, I mean, it's a comfort pick. He's strong on it. He's proven that he's good on this pick. So I also think that with this Hecate, we saw simply, I believe it was, with Yada, the Loki ult and Hecate ult combo absolutely wiped the floor when that hit. So potential combo there. A lot of brawling in duo right now. Oh, great gank over in solo lane. Quickie diving the tower. Oh, not gonna be able to get the kill. Unz is able to kite out the damage. First blood for him. Beautiful, beautiful kiting. And a gank onto Gorus too. This is a great start for Goblin, actually. 2-0 start for them.
2-0 on the board for Goblin over Apes Together already, Jay Beto. How exciting is that? And an unfortunate tower dive there that lets Unz just barely edge out his competitor's cool wiki.
That is another cross map, like playing the same, not a cross map, playing both sides of the map at the same time. Half Guy on Vision in solo isn't able to get the kill, and Rexy ganking duo is able to get the kill. A beautiful kite back from Unz, and we didn't get to see the kill, but Gorus falling down early is not what we want to see. That's just what we talked about.
Half Guy back on this Loki, though, is a massive, massive threat. And the gold is only about 500 in favor of Goblin right now. Half starting to put his pressure over into the mid lane. But Unz pulled up and down, has to jump away from Quickie here. He might still fall. The spear connects, though. And Unz will survive.
Yeah, Hercules seems to be. We haven't seen too much of him yet. He's been banned a lot, but he seems to be very strong in the early levels. Not much fight potential that you can have directly into him. That kill will really help Unz get his first item spike, but an invade over on Duo side. Gorus around the corner playing very, very safe. The buff is the target. Taunt available. Is this fightable, Dice? Looks like
Well, it
not.
doesn't look like it, as Apes Together are going to back away from that from that position there. Not worth taking the risk of letting Thegoras fall too far behind. One purple buff, that's manageable.
Yeah.
One death,
Gorus,
less manageable.
yeah, Gorus is getting put behind, and this is not what we want to see. Apes Together able to get a cross map invade, which is nice. Doesn't feel too bad. Hopefully, Halfgate doesn't go too far. Taunt out onto Weave. Lots of damage, but Barkus is very safe, Dice. I'm not sure if they have enough damage to
Oh,
kill.
I
but
don't know. I think Weave is going to fall here. Spirit of the Nine Winds comes out, isn't able to connect, but Rexy finds himself the kill. 3-0 on the board for Goblin already. One's also looking for Quickie here. Good play by the Hercules to keep himself alive, but Jay Beto, 800 gold now. It's starting to get a little bit out of control for 4.5 minutes.
Goblin's early game has been really good. I guess he thought he was safe, but the mid push from from Kukulkan into the roam is just. He must have been seen on a ward. I can't imagine how else they're able to find him there. But beautiful play from Goblin. This early game is looking dangerous.
Ooh, Frenzy has to ult himself out of trouble underneath the mid T1 tower. That was a 3-man grouping by Goblin, and now they're putting the pressure towards Apes Together's duo lane. By the looks of it, we can see the Mordred playing towards this mid duo. However, Half Guy doing his best to steal away camps, and he will get that speed buff away from Rexy.
I actually really like what Half Guy's doing right now. There's not too much fight potential going on. I mean, he's level 6, has ult previously, but there's not too much in potential for him. So I
Mhm.
think that him going for farm, trying to put himself ahead before he impacts some lanes is totally fine. He's taking it away from the jungler in the early game who's up 2 kills. So getting that gold back on himself feels pretty good. This isn't a 30-minute back camps invade. This is a 5-minute back camps invade. So it's going to be
Sure.
a lot. It's going to feel a lot better for you. It's going to feel a lot better for your team as well. I'm hoping to see him get active in the next coming minutes, though. Loki ult is strong. The Barkus flop CC layering is strong too, and Gorus is going to need some help. He's already down a level, maybe more like half a level, but he is still down.
Well, Jay Beto, this is the point in the game where this Loki has to become relevant and has to start doing something with the lead that he's gotten. And we see a little bit of pressure in the mid lane here, but King Carter's playing safe underneath his T1 tower right now. Maybe Weave can find something on pretty hectic and start transitioning the lead over for Thegoras, but Apes Together have to, Jay Beto, find a way into this game, and it could be on King Carter here as Half Guy's found his engage. Damage coming out from Frenzy is good. Spirit of the Night Winds might be better, but Assassinate is going to allow this Loki to avoid all the damage, but King Carter gets back onto tower. No kills there as Defender of Olympus going to come down, likely in this duo lane, as we saw the aggression coming out from Apes Together, looking for this Soul Half Guy, trying to get some damage off onto Rexy. Won't be able to find a taunt out on Weave, but the knockoff is better. Thegoras has kept his support alive. MD's looking for it. Reach is good, but the jump is better. Weave is still here. Burp stuns out 23. MD Weave is still alive, but being chased down, likely to fall any second now. Jay Beto dash. Weave, hold. He goes down pretty hectic, finds the kill. 4-0 for Goblin.
Good invade on the right side of the map, answering. No pressure over here. Mordred is on gold. It stings, Dice, it stings, but there's nothing else you can do. Athena ult is so potent in these map plays when they're fighting mid. No, Athena's over in solo. Now, Mordred onto Frenzy.
It's Mordred's low health, though. Frenzy might be able to turn it around. He does find the kill onto Rexy. Aegis popped as well. Gold Fury goes down, but Half Guy is here, and he sees low health bars. One for Half Guy. Can he get another one? 23. MD goes down. Pretty hectic goes down. Double kill for Half Guy. Jay Beto. Apes Together. They pressed the Half Guy button. They had low health bars around an objective while Half Guy was full health. And he said, thank you very much. Gold, only 960 in favor right now of Goblin.
I don't want to just highlight Half Guy there. Gorus, and he's down, but he's not out. You know, he's doing the damage when he needs to be. And Frenzy absolutely clutches that out. Gets that first kill. Lives the damage with the Aegis as well. And then still has enough health, mana to walk back in and keep hitting with Gorus. A nice swing back for them. They're still not in the lead yet, but it's definitely a mental boost too, for sure, especially for Gorus.
Feg really needed to be able to find a way back into this game. He didn't have a standout performance like you would expect last game on the Jingwei, so being a bit more comfortable on it this game is important. And having Half Guy, I think, Jay Better back on this Loki is a really big, you're right, a mental sort of a comfortable mental position to be in for this team. They knew that Half Guy was going to come in there and get a double kill. Of course he was.
Something about Half Guy Dice that I want to highlight. Rexy
Please.
got 2 kills, but Half Guy is up 3 levels in 8 minutes. How does that even happen?
Bat camps, Jay Better, bat camps.
He
And
was
we have
invading
seen
them. I understand now.
I mean, and this is the most important thing. The reason that Half Guy wasn't at that Gold Fury to begin with, because he was busy invading Jay Better. he gave up. He said, "Fine, I'll stop farming for a second to get a double kill," and he did that. And then what did he do? He went back to farming. But
This
now
is the thing. This is
Assassinate comes out and it's a 3-man stun. Absolutely massive here from Half Guy and the group beats. Also going to keep this team alive. Misses the ult. Does King Carter as well. So no Kukulkan damage coming down, but more direct. He turns it around onto Half Guy. The 1v1 trade is here, but Frenzy is available and fires off the Mez. Flop him from Weave. Gets him to kill. 23 MD can't turn this around, and Apes together have found their foothold, Jay Beto. Back in this game. Now 400 gold in the lead.
That was a beautiful fight from Apes together. They're proving that together they are strong. Gorus is actually evening out this lane. The pressure isn't insurmountable anymore for him. He's able to, step up and clear his own wave. Not exactly getting all the buffs. Sol seems to have the prio in this lane for a majority of it, but Gorus not falling too far down. He's got to feel pretty good. Actually, he's wrapping around for a kill here.
Playing aggressive will be able to confirm that neutral mana buff. Auto attack trades are coming out, but Zagoras still has more HP to separate use there as well for pretty hectic Theg. On the chase, has to be a little bit careful for the turnaround potential from this Soul. And in the meantime, Apes and Goblin fighting over the red buff invade on the Chaos side of the map. Half Guy trapped inside of the cage, doesn't have a way out of this one, but juking around inside the invis. The cage goes down and Half gets out. Pull up and down there from Quickie. Un's low health on this Odin. Chased down by Half Guy, but the stun is good. Weave is better though. Intoxicate picks him up the kill, and still following up are Apes. They might be able to J-Beto transition this into an objective, maybe this T1 tower in mid.
Gorus invading as well. This is a really nice spot for Apes. You're absolutely right. This tier 1 tower might be getting poked out here. Gorus not there though, and I think that at this point, nice steal.
Nice steal.
Yeah, he's the majority of the tower push right now, so it looks like this not going to be available. Gold Fury spawning soon, so Kukulkan ult wasn't used, and this is a crucial part of this fight because Sunder on Unts, Kukulkan ult on Carter. It's always a scary thing when going towards an objective when you don't have an option. But lovely. I love this. I love when you do this, when teams do this. You're not splitting any XP because the wave's already gone under. Like, you've already killed the wave. Then we've walked over to just say you can't walk up, you can't fight him. Then MD has to answer. He has to rotate over back. And then you just walk away. And you've said, okay, guys, found the support. And then you're safe because the Athena can ult away to the other side of the map, but for now, he's safe. Gold Fury started as well.
Quickie is here for this. Gold Fury and Goblins are on the slow rotation. King Carter hasn't made his way over yet, as we see Mordred actually walking towards this Naga, so maybe opting to trade away this Gold Fury in favor of the Naga, Jay Beto. Bit of a confusing decision, but gold does go to Apes together, and Quickie, great job zoning there. Now 2,800 gold in the lead are Apes together.
And they're not even able to secure that buff. Assassinate onto the Kukulkan, and he has been cut down. Half Guy, another kill for him. This lead is looking crazy. 4 levels. Naga to follow. A beautiful. He ults every taunt. How does he keep doing this?
He's so clean with it. Just great timing there for Thegoras, completely immuning out that taunt there and keeping himself alive. And that's the thing, J-Beto. He's always going to end up using that ultimate at some stage in the gank. Being able to time it that well means he doesn't have to commit any other resources.
It also means that there's a thing that you can do with this, where if you walk up and then just ult immediately, Weave's allowed to... Sorry, MD in this game, it was Weave last, but MD's allowed to just walk away. And he said, oh, I got his ult. But when you're playing like Gorus is, you're saying, force me to ult. Make me ult. And Gorus, fighting 1v1 over here. Phantom Shell down, but it's a 2v1. Taunt out. A beautiful engage. But it's not enough! Stun out from Barkus is able to peel away the damage. I can't believe we've made it there in time. I was going to say MD, what a stay, what an overstay. Caught out Gorus. But no, Weave clutch play from him.
Yeah, well played there by Weave to keep his ADC alive. As we see now, Half Guy transitioning his pressure over towards the middle areas of the map.
I think Dice's internet just cut out mid-cast, so I will be taking over. Beautiful play from there. Mid-tower aggression coming out from Apes together. Now, I'm not sure if they're able to take this, but Goblin isn't showing up yet. Tower down to about half HP. This is a really nice gold swing for them. What is the next play, though? This tower isn't able to fall yet. The wave coming up. Grouping from Goblin, not too crazy. Unce proxying. Could be a potential engage from them, but a setup from Half Guy here. Pretty hectic, has to be careful. Is this an engage? Speed buff getting looked at. Mordred might be caught here. Rexy forced to ult out. Body block by Half Guy. Up down is good. Damage from Jingwei follows, but the Athena ult on top means that he's out. So tanky with that Athena ult. Nice ult trades across the board. Frenzy caught out by Unce. A good rotation from him. Cage is available, but open the gates is forced out so easily. Cage as well. Good trades across the board. No overcommit so far from them. Just some trading across the board. No objectives up. This mid-tier 1 is very, very low. Can definitely be a prio target for them.
And Jay Beto, look at how this game is playing out so far. Half Guy aggressive again, but has to lose that assassinate immediately after trying to dive too far underneath the tower. Quickie, though, looking for this right side T1 tower, is going to survive this dive here, but 15 minutes in, Jay Beto, I'm expecting some kills to start to come out from the over-aggression coming down from Apes.
You never know. Goblin might be waiting as well. Remember, their soul still needs this third item. That's a nice spike for them. This Gold Fury as well, not too long away. But that tier 1 tower and duo being down means Goris has to catch the wave so much further back. A nice pull from Quickie. But with Rexy around the corner, don't think that there's going to be a kill followed up there. I want to look... No,
Go on, Jay, but
you go.
No, I'm back now. I've fixed my internet, so I'm okay. I'm not panicking anymore.
For you, all right? I had to cover.
I noticed. I could actually hear everything going on still. I just couldn't talk, which was exciting.
Oh, well, you goaded my comms there.
Fantastic casting there, Jay Beto, as we are nearly 16 minutes into the game, and only 3,000 gold separates these two teams. So it's definitely a position where, once again, we're seeing a dead even game state, and it really is coming down to how these teams decide to team fight in the mid to late game, and who is able, by the looks of it, to get the better position in the duo lane. And right now, Jay Beto, Thegoris is up 2 levels.
I'm really liking the more tower-centric play we've seen. Lane playing around each other, play that we've seen from both teams. It's almost like they were maybe, I don't know, watching the cast, and at the end heard us say, oh, need to go for towers. Obviously, that's not possible, but
No.
I like what they're doing right now. This is... I love to see it. I just spoke last game about how, watching this over-fight playstyle can be stressful if you're, going for one of these teams. You want them to win against one of the higher-up teams, but seeing a performance like this is motivating for both teams. A nice Gold Fury, no answer right now for Goblin. Apes together cracking a nice nearly 4K, above 4K.
4.5.
Lead. Yeah, 4.5K lead. Don't do math on cast.
No, maybe I could do math on cast and you can just avoid it, Jay. But
apparently.
we see the Defender of Olympus actually being used here. So 23 MD here to protect Pretty Hectic, and they're still holding firm this T1 tower in left, Jay Beto.
With the Odin on the left, Dice. He's not on
vision. I do
vision.
see him there. He's teleported in. Weave in a little bit of trouble here. Half health for the Barkus, and here comes a Mordred ultimate. He picks up one. Spirit of the Nine Winds comes out, but immune down completely. Frenzy still alive as the Hecate ult is going to prevent this aggression from Rexy's Mordred. Now into the backline does go Weave, but he's low health as Athena taunt comes out, and Rexy trying to pick up this tank. Won't be able to find it though. Pretty Hectic so low, and the soul has to get out, but Unce chasing down Frenzy the bot while Rexy zones out Thegoris. Good use of the NATO there out of Carter is going to keep Thegoris away here, and now it's meant that Half Guy on this Loki, he saw low health bars, but he's in there alone and had to assassinate out.
Is there anything that Goblin can get off the back of this, Dice? And I'm not sure there is. Fire Giant is up, but look at Rexy's health bar. That's so risky. Soul's over in duo. It's a mute play right now. A nice disengage from everybody. I really thought that the Odin was going to do more in that play right there, but didn't get to see. Not able to get onto the backline and Cage. Maybe some priority targets. Hard to engage there, but I like the play. I like the TP flank. This mid tower has to get cracked soon. The solo lane tower as well. Lots of low health towers for Apes Together to munch up whenever they feel like it. Yeah, look at what has to happen here for Goris. When this tier 1's down, he has to catch all the way back to where his tower would have been. And he's still it's still at risk from getting ganked by this Athena. You know, Athena Mordred is such a nice combo. Athena on top of the soul if he wants to push up. It's such a scary thing for Goris to have to do, but he's playing it. He's playing it well. Has to call over Weave for quite a few push-outs, though.
This is okay, but it's better for Goblin as they're able to start up the Pyromancer, Jay. But Rexy tanking it up right now, and I believe he's aware that the boulder came out there from Quickie, who's made his rotation over here. Frenzy, though, picked up by the Mordred ult, and King Carter follows it up immediately with Spirit of the Nine Winds. Great play there by the Goblins. He's going to take him off the map. Quickie maybe lagging a little bit there on that Hercules, looked like for a second, but either way, Goblin have found themselves a crucial kill. Will they push the objective, though, Jay? But they're really taking their time to start this Pyro.
Gotta watch out, Dice. This Jingwei has reset, and you know Jingwei, she's going to be there in a moment's notice, but still in base, not out yet. This Pyromancer looks like it's going to go down, but Loki around the corner, Hercules rotation too. Who's
going to step up here? Weave's in the backline, has a flop available down to 1,000 health. Is the Pyromancer. It goes down, but Weave has found his engage. Turned around on though as Unce is going to throw down that pillar of spears, but Half Guy is deep in the backline. Assassinate out onto King Carter, looking for the kill. Won't be able to find the Kukulkan though. Boulder comes out once again, and King Carter continues to live. Now, Goblin, complete disengage after getting that Pyromancer. Might be an opportunity for Apes Together to push down the mid T1 tower. Unce is here, likely to go down though. Rexy chased out by Quickie. Earthshaker won't connect though, so Rexy going to get out on this Mordred. T2-1 in mid, sorry, did fall. Apes Together cement their lead a little bit further, but Jay Beto, Goblin did get the Pyro there.
Goblin did get the Pyro indeed, and this next Gold Fury is going to be an Ancient Fury. It's like Rexy engaging onto a Half Guy there.
Whoa, turned it around though.
Beautiful pick, a pullback and driving straight back into the tower, but he's not dead. Quickie's still tanking tower, but the Barkus burp will be enough. No, Aegis
find that
out!
kill? Does Weave get it? Surely he gets it. One auto attack. No. Frenzy, though, is taking on this 2v1 against King Carter. Great use of the Spirit of the Nine Winds will take Frenzy down. Thagoras, though, gets the counter kill. And you don't love trading your mid laners like that in a 2v1, but you're very happy to get another kill onto Thagoras there. This Jingwei scaling excellently into the late game. In the meantime, though, Jay, Beto Goblins on the right side solo lane chasing down Weave, looking for a pick. Burp will come out, but Pretty Hectic is here and has damage available. Talisman of Purification popped, has to be used to get Weave out of trouble here. Up and down, though, does go Pretty Hectic. Quickie using that Hercules combo to get this soul out of position. T1 tower in right lane under pressure, and they know that Half Guy is sitting there waiting for a gank. Jay Beto, 4,100 gold in the leader, Apes Together, and Half Guy just got taunted in. He cannot engage.
Mordred ult over there onto the Jingwei as well, forced to ult away. I have to believe that he altered that perfectly again. I can't stress enough how good Goris has been playing. I still think that the Soul has been looking better in the early game, but Goris hasn't. He's actually 3 levels up right now, so able to win out on the farm game despite that early tower loss, which is a massive, massive thing from him. I really liked the attempt from Goris to get that tier 2 tower and left while his team was stalling and right, but the Mordred answer was a good answer, and the kind of both plays just simmer out. Both teams know, well, there's nothing that really happened here. Neither team can dive too far. The leave dice, the Gold Fury, is available right now.
Thagoras around this Gold Fury is well positioned perfectly for it. Jay Beto, Goblins are starting to rock up, but I don't know if they see the corner bait coming. Pretty Hectic's in position. Likely to be a big team fight around this objective. Half Guy wrapping around the back as we see Weave lock down and take some damage. Jay Beto, who's going to start this fight?
I want to have my eyes on this Hecate ult. This is a big team fight changer as Weave is walking forward. No stun yet. Don't over-aggress. If you're Apes Together, come back. Come to the Gold Fury. Oh, Hercules, a big
there from Quickie. He finds the 2 and the 1. Traps him inside of the Unce, actually knocks off that cage and uses it to keep his team alive. Low health, though, for this Odin as Weave chasing into the backline here, and Half Guy trying to find picks, but he might not be able to. Thagoras takes down Unce, and another pull by Quickie there is going to lock down Rexy, forced to use the Aegis, and the Defender of the Olympus will come out as well to keep this jungler alive. Weave, again, deep in the backline, zoning out so many members of Goblin, but this Barkus can't hold on forever. 1 HP for the Barkus, dash out as well by this Athena, looking to get this pick off onto Quickie. Thagoras now tanking out the tornado there. Apes together, they find the pit, but Goblins are healthy enough to potentially prevent this Gold Fury. J Beto, Pretty Hectic is stepping up, and here's the Athena as well. 23 MD might have a dash taunt available here. Boulder comes out very early as well from Quickie. Disengage here by Apes together.
An overstep again from Apes together. They lose Uns, and the fight looks really dominant from them, but it's actually not. They overstep way too far. They lose way too much health, and now they're forced to reset. Jingwei obviously can base and fly back, but she's not the one basing. It's the Loki. It's the Barkus. Unfortunately, Goblin don't know this. They don't have wards in the jungle. So an evening out of the numbers. Health bars are back. Odin is back, and another fight around Gold Fury about to start.
Pretty Hectic, making some intelligent decisions here, though, getting a little bit of farm before coming back and trying to fight over this Gold Fury. And you can see the difference it's made as he started to chunk through Quickie's health bar there. Taunt out from MD, won't connect with enough people to have an impact. But in goes Weave, finds that flop, and the burp is out. Quickie picks up 23 MD. The cage is down, though, and it's preventing Quickie from healing up as well. As Spirit of the Nine Winds connects, and Frenzy's forced to use that Aegis. Kinkata picks up Weave, and Frenzy has to back away, and the Hecate, again, an overcommit and an overposition from Apes together, but Half Guy's in the back line, and he's found his engaged target. Mordred low goes down. Frenzy credited with the kill. Taking up the Gold Fury is Unce, and he falls low. Thagora is still healthy enough to do this objective. Quickie can step up as well and look for an Earthshaker combo here. Frenzy in position on this Hecate to follow up the damage. J Beto, we've been dancing around this Gold Fury for so long.
I'm not sure if either team is healthy enough to start it, but looks like Apes together think that they are. Kukulkan, no ult. Soul, no ult. But the engage with the Athena ult is good.
Wow, there's the up, down, and it's enough for Frenzy to get the kill
Oh!
onto Pretty Hectic. Hecate ult is even better. The Gorus picks up King Carter. Double kill for the Jingwei. He's used this game, J Beto.
Put Quickie on Hercules every game. I don't care. He's hit every Earthshaker. What is going on?
Loving the way that this Hercules is being played right now, and the follow-up was immediately ready, J Beto. The Apes together are strongest together, and you could tell how well they communicated that play so that Frenzy could follow up off the back of Quickie's engage.
Yeah, absolutely correct. That opened the gates was nice. I mean, they were dead either way, but it was still layered nicely. I love this Fire Giant. Just immediately rip it. They're all dead. Base, come at fire. We've got enough gold. We're way stronger. If they walk in, we just kill them all. Beautiful Fire Giant for Apes together. The question is, where do you go from here? The gold lead is big. Unce.
Whoa, they spotted out Unce there. Has to use that cage. Does the Odin as his Fire Giants finished off. J Beto, I want to talk about something very interesting here while this chase is happening.
Yeah.
Looking to kill this Odin. He's probably going to die.
Poor guy.
I don't think the Apes together, they didn't finish that Gold Fury. They won the fight at Gold Fury, and then they went straight to Fire Giant.
It's so hard to see without the label on the map. But yeah, this is a really good time to take this Gold Fury as well. You want to be able to do Ancient Fury after Fire, but it looks like they're not even going to do that because mid tower is the prio first.
In goes Quickie, and he finds another one. Earthshaker forces the beads and Aegis immediately out of this. Colkin Spirit of the Nine Winds will be used, but Half Guy finds himself into the backline, and King Carter does go down. Mid T2 soon to follow, and Mordred ult has to be used to get him out of trouble. Apes together still strong. In goes Quickie once more. Doesn't find the Earthshaker, but will fire off that boulder. Mid Phoenix in trouble. This could be it, J Beto. Where will Apes together go next? Gold Fury or T2 Tower?
I can't tell where the wave is. Obviously, that would be the biggest tell for where they're going, but looks like they're just going to walk directly. Oh, the wave is perfect.
That's right where they want it.
Beautiful. This tier 2 tower going down, absolutely. I don't think this Phoenix is going to fall, so just going to be a disengage to Ancient Fury, and then maybe a push out right side or a look back onto this Fury. Fire Giant's still on them, so potential to keep fighting, but I'd like them to spend this gold and play it a little slow. You've got a 10k lead. This is a really hard game to lose from 10k up on your Jingwei, who's now full build, or will be very, very shortly. Actually, no, still needs 2 items. Smite 2 has an extra item slot. Very strong Jingwei, and only going to continue to get stronger. But,
yeah, I'm terrified of this Jingwei, bro. I'm so scared.
This has been an ADC like highlight.
Bloodbath.
Because we've had both ADCs play super well. I think the Gorus has played maybe more consistently. PH having a standout game in game 2 though, however. But this Soul not looking too strong this time. The Jingwei looking just as good. So Gorus showing, no, it's okay. I can play this matchup fine. We've got to, be careful of those early levels. regrouping, a repush out from mid and left. So it's looking like we're going to be targeting this left Phoenix with a push in mid.
We
It's
can
a very
see
scary Loki.
Jay Better, that left side Phoenix is weakened out here by the Ancient Fury, so Frenzy and Quickie being up where they are is a good position. Quickie goes in once again, finds the pull, and the Earthshaker knocks up the Gorus, picks up the kill as Spirit of the Nine Winds comes out, but the gates are open, and Frenzy has found himself kills at the backline, double kill. Half Guy finds pretty hectic. This could be it. Jay Better apes together are strong. Unz goes down. Frenzy picks up another one. No need for the Phoenix boys, and the game go to the Titan. Apes together close it out 2-1 over Goblin. Jay Better, it's over.
They're under the Phoenix, and then they were diced. It was magic how the way they disappeared. This Quickie Hercules
Wow.
is crazy. He pulled one and then found a 3-man knock-up with the boulder and engaged from Weave on top with the open the gate. So much damage. Some great team fighting from Apes together there.
Great plays across the board by this team. I love the way that Frenzy was ready in the backline to find people that weren't necessarily picked up by Quickie. And you're right, as you said, Weave in that backline already on the other side, preventing anything from happening. Great team play. I have to imagine great communication in that team. Jay Better, who was your MVP there for Apes together?
I really want to say Gorus because he played so consistently in that last game, and the first game was just utter domination. But I will say that Frenzy having those Kukulkan ults and the open the gates there, a good contest. I think maybe for that game towards the end, the Hercules might have been, but didn't have the same performance over the last 2 games. So I think it's Gorus for me.
Okay, fair enough. Look, I think I have to give it to Quickie after seeing his gameplay there on the Hercules. It made what was a very, very close set in the first 2 games into a completely dominant performance for the Apes together there. But Jay Beto, exciting stuff so far. We've seen 2 absolutely killer sets for the APAC playoffs so far. We'll be going to another one shortly, but for now, let's take a quick break. Don't go anywhere though, we've got more to come.
Quickie looked great on the Hercules too. But we're getting into this next game. Now, unfortunately, their first game of this next one was played during that game as well. So we missed out on our first game of that set. As we jump into picks and bans for game 2 between Engage and Drink or Drunk. Now, Engage were able to take game 1. We've got Drink or Drunk on blue side now. I'm wondering, Devane, are we going to see this Soul again? We've been seeing it a lot this week.
We have been. And I feel like 99% Engage, their team fights are really interesting and they have good chemistry in terms of what guards they pick, and they're really good at working together. So I'm interested to see if they have any new strats that they've come up with.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I also want to say we've got the Jingwei band out here, first of all, before I say what I was going to say. So that trade probably not going to come across. We might see the Soul though, but what's going to be the solo lane prioritization? 2 Chimps, 1 Trenchcoat is someone that I really think is a great player, someone who I like to highlight. What is he going to be on? Are we going to see him on the Hercules? Is he going to be on the Armor, on the Odin? I'm really interested to see Fenrir band. I mean, this is pretty standard OCE still. We're back to Jingwei, Fenrir. Not complaining, but I'm a bit missing that Soul Jingwei matchup already.
Yeah, and I mean, today we've already seen Hercules do really well, actually. I was excited to see that. And a lot of displacement from Hercules. You know, not necessarily so much getting picks early on, but later towards the game, being able to displace all the carries and getting into that backline, it was really, really impactful in team fights.
Well, Hercules is up. Haven't locked in their first pick. Looks like we're going to be going for an Odin first pick. Now, Hercules did do quite well into that in that last game, so we could see a Hercules answer to the Odin in lane. Looked pretty dominant for the Hercules.
Yeah, and I do wonder how Odin versus Hercules do in lane, because I do know Odin still has the anti-heal, so it's not really the best laning phase to go in. But then I guess late game, you know, it doesn't really matter. You just gotta, you know, let the solo lanes just slap about for the first half of the game, and then
I mean, you've got the knock-up immunity in the Odin 3, so a bit hard to get caught out if you're on top of it. But that is a majority of your clear pressure, so maybe not so much getting soloed as the Odin, but going to be losing out on that clear pressure, playing a lot under tower, trying to clear at tower line. Neath, first pick for Engage. We haven't seen Neath so far.
Not a lot today. I think we saw her earlier in the first game.
In our first game?
I remember we saw her once, and that was it. And it's just been Soul and Jingwei, which I thought was very interesting, considering how much we have been picking Neath.
All of a sudden we woke up and decided we weren't going to pry it anymore.
Yeah, maybe you guys spoke about it too much, and people were like...
Yeah, we talked about it on the interview, and everyone was like, oh man, we do play it every game.
They're a bit of a one-trick pony.
Yeah, Bark is picked up by Engage. This can be solo as well, but I don't know if I'd like 2 Chimps, 1 Trenchcoat on the Barkus. Loki and Anubis picked up as well for Drunk. So a lot of like pick potential playing around this Anubis, trying to get someone down with the Death Gaze. It's a lot of single target damage right now with the Anubis.
Yeah, there is, and definitely you know, there's that chase potential with Odin being able to cage someone and then Loki securing that kill in the cage. Yeah.
There is also actually a lot of AoE damage for them too, now that I'm having a look. I was thinking about maybe a stun into Loki ult and then Death Gaze, like wraps and then Loki ult, Death Gaze on that one person, they're just instantly dead. But there is a lot of AoE damage with, you know, Anubis obviously and Loki as well. Catch back up with bans on Engage here, on her and Hercules. We did see Hercules last game. It looked really strong. Haven't seen too much on her this week. So I'm wondering, what does Drunk play into this on her? Are you looking at the Soul? Is that a playable matchup?
Yeah, and honestly, Sononos pretty good pick against Arnher, because Sononos does have that cripple, and it would stop Arnher from getting that jump off. And, you know, Sononos has been, he's got, I don't know if he got a direct buff, but he's definitely a lot stronger this week in Smite 2, and he's getting a lot more play, so it's really nice to see him here.
We've seen a lot of Athena as well this week. And I really like this with Anubis. I think we saw a very similar comp earlier today with the Kukulkan Khan as Amir ran out last pick for Engage. But I really like Drunk's comp. We saw a similar comp today with the Kukulkan Khan instead of the Anubis. But there's so much setup and catch for this Anubis to just insta-kill somebody. The fight is playable after that, but you're going to be at a numbers disadvantage. You can reset, hit another CC, and play it again. Zavane, whose comp are you favoring here?
Yeah, well, I do. Honestly, Drink or Drunk definitely has the burst. I do want to see if this Herc makes some crazy plays again. But I like the comp that Drink or Drunk has. Yes.
All right, well, we will hold you waiting no longer as we jump into our second. This is the second game of that first game we missed. Second game between these two teams with Nuxel and Valve.
Hello, Smite viewers, yet again. My name is Nuxel, and I'm joined here by not a Valve game for our second game of the series here of a best of 3. Drink or Drunk versus 99% Engage. It is a 0 for 1 right now in favor of 99% Engage. How are we feeling with these comps so far, not a Valve?
Herc Jungle's really interesting to me. Honestly, that's like the wild card here. Because, you know, everything else is pretty... You know, I feel at least somewhat standard. The Ymir solo's been something that kind of fell out of favor, but it's still something that's relevant in a way, but it looks like a fight's breaking out already.
Blink already, straight onto KD there. A fight, a 5v5, and relics being used. Smitty having to Aegis it out. He has nothing left in the tank, and this Ymir is gunning him down. KD trying to save just his ADC a little bit more, but he's getting chunked down as well. Fight still breaking out here in the mid lane. Everyone's taking so much damage, and the first kill will be straight onto KD, as well as Moxie. Swifty picking up both of those, 2 and 0 to start out this game. We're not even a minute in, and it's just starting out to be crazy here.
They came looking for blood, and they found it. That is... everybody showed up, and they were just like, we're brawling, and that's what happened, and it turns out way better for 99% Engage. Both kills going over to that Neath in the mid lane. It's not a good look if you're Drink or Drunk here. That is not what you want to see, especially with how powerful this Neath has been, specifically in this region. Neath has been heavily prioritized.
You do not want to be getting chunked down by that World Weaver. If anyone's going to be put ahead, it's certainly not the Global God. But this Bluestone on the Ymir, great for his clear. I really like seeing that.
The Bluestone on Ymir really rounds out his clear, like you said. It's just something that allows him to have that lane dominance that the character, you know, used to have, but after a couple of nerfs, the passive change is not as oppressing as he was before, but that Bluestone's still solid. But the root comes out of the Loki here. Yeah, it looks like a bit of aggression, but now the pluck comes through. Oh. The bead's forced away from the Anubis, but Hercules is almost out as well.
Good start there, but Hercules getting chunked out a fair bit. They're still looking around in this mid lane. Invisible Loki's coming around onto Hercules and getting that kill onto Tempo. There's no more health left, and in the duo lane, there's even another kill. Furin's getting taken down by Cernanos there, but the fight's not over here in mid lane. Swifty having to leap away. That plaguing breath from Anubis doing so much damage, and Loki getting chunked out here.
It's just so much aggression right now. Anubis is pinned against the wall here. Neath has him back against the wall, and that Plague of Locusts is only going to save you for so long. Neath
He's just
picking up another one for himself.
Just absolutely the courage to just stand there and ignore anything that Anubis can throw back at her. She's just going to hit you in that bush. It doesn't matter.
I mean, he had him cornered. The Anubis was low, and Neath took the advantage she had. Now level 4 to Anubis just hitting 3. And Neath's got to be like halfway through 4 now. More dual lane aggression. The on her leaping in, looking for more.
Confound coming out, taunting Furin and Jed9 here, but Katie's getting more than what he was bargaining for with that taunt, and he'll be getting taken down in the dual lane.
That is soul lane now. There's another gank going on. Try to respond to the aggression duo side. Ymir, the Sunder will not be enough. Ymir's just a bit too tanky. But I do want to... I was talking about, you know, this interesting composition from 99% Engage, specifically around the solo jungle combo, right? Hercules, I feel like it depends on who you ask. This character is either, you know, pretty underwhelming or feels amazing, and you should be playing him. And at least that's the North American view on it. That's what I've seen. But in the mid lane again, Hercules is here.
Good rap, Azumo, just getting the World Weaver away from anything else, and a bit of peel there from KD just to close that out, which was nice to see.
Yeah, the good peel, good save on the mid laner, because that Anubis, if he's left alone for a little bit longer, I'm sure that's another kill for the Neath there, and that's, this Neath's already got an electric start here, and I don't think you want more, but a root comes out again.
Electricity
No.
soaring through Anubis's veins as Swifty is chunking out health with his auto attacks, but I like the attempt there, using the ult advantage in the lane, but you know, having that presence there from KD was certainly useful for Azimo to not get caught out at all.
That is also a kind of a tale as old as Smite. You know, the Hunter in the mid lane has a bit of aggression, has a bit of extra damage for that World Weaver. Is that extra damage needed? Smitty goes down.
4-0 on this Neath, level 6, and we're only now seeing that level 5 tick over, so Anubis has the Death Gaze to work with, but so much presence from that double kill at the start of the game so far.
I mean, this Neath has just had a rocket boost attached to her feet, like a comic jetpack, as she's launched into this game. Her farm is accelerated. Look at the item difference. Her full Transcendent Sun, she's working on the 2 T1s of her next item, while Anubis is not even finished with his first item yet. The gold difference, I wouldn't be surprised if this entire lead is almost all on Neath.
Keep stack. Oh, over here, Schmitty's getting chunked out. You're on the wrong side of the map, buddy. Furin's used his ult there, and he's just going to be running him down. I don't think you have much more life to work with, Schmitty. Trying to do a little bit of a turn there, but one more audio attack will finish off his life here. And we see Wobby as well getting a kill onto the Amir over around the jungle. So much fighting, so much aggression, so much happening for Drink or Drunk versus 99% engage. We are 16,500 gold for Drink or Drunk compared to 18,500 for 99% engage. 3-6 in the 5-minute mark.
You know, it's so early that the gold lead is only so consequential, right? But 99% engage, you know, they're living up to their name right now, because 99% of the time they're engaging a fight and taking that fight. It is aggression, raw aggression from them. This Neath in the mid lane using her pressure, at least early on, before this Anubis hits 5, to just fight into the Anubis, take that pressure over the mage. Her base damage, just a bit too much for them to handle. Now with this lead accelerating even further, Bacchus flopping in a little off the mark there, so nothing will come of that. But it's just, now they're just going to keep playing off this World Weaver, because that's all they have to do. Neath can keep farming up and still have impact on the map because of that global.
And that's so terrifying as well. Getting that Transcendence so early on and stacked up so early on as well. That's usually an item that it takes a little bit to get online to make more of your impact around the map. But if you're 4-0 at 6.5 minutes, your impact has been made. And it's only going to snowball even further as the game goes on. We see here Furin up downing and getting a great stun onto Schmitty, buffering out with his dash. Lots of fires heading under tower here, and Athena, defender of the Olympus, is getting out over onto the other side of the map. She's out of there, and Schmitty's left alive with 1 health.
Bro bailed on his ADC right there. He thought it was a goner. He's like, all right, it's a lost cause right now. I'm out of here. But on a serious note, that was also a rotation to conserve themselves, because they thought the Cernanos was dead. And I don't know how much the Athena would have did. The Cernanos was able to live that and able to get away. This dual lane is a very volatile place to be right now.
Yeah, if you want to gamble with your life, that is where you're going to be. But we see here with the lead that 99% engage is carrying on here. How do we think Drink or Drunk are going to be continuing out? What are going through their minds, do you think?
You are really not in a great spot. The World Weavers keep coming towards your lane, and we got to find somewhere else to play. And it looks like we're playing for 2 trimps, 1 trench coat. Surely that counts for 2 kills. We've made this joke so many times. Surely that counts for 2 kills, though.
It has to happen every week. We can't dip it out, otherwise this won't be a Smite OCL broadcast. But Loki over here in the duo lane, Furin, they know where you are. Assassinate coming out to stun Furin here. Good up down, trying to get the kill onto Schmitty. Desert Fury not closing out that kill, and the Loki's dancing around Furin here as he's trying to get this last hit, but Schmitty is actually going to be with the one closing out that kill.
That was a dangerous game to play, because as soon as Smitty showed up on the map, that World Weaver was charged. It was shot towards Loki, and Smitty was fortunate that it was shot towards Loki, because if that World Weaver goes on him, he's done. That Aegis is down for another 15 seconds, and that was, you know, after the fight is done. So it is another fall for the Certanos if it hits, but no. Certanos was able to stay out of vision, so Neith couldn't see him for that World Weaver to connect.
Lucky for him indeed. We're seeing a bit of an even scoreline other than the assist marks for the Anher over there. 7 to just ticking over to the level 8. Furin probably about halfway through to level 9 here. We're closing out to soon to be the 10-minute mark. Very, very close game so far. We're just about 26,000 gold each, about an 800 gold lead for 99% engaged. 5 to 6 on the board here. This is close so far.
Very close. And this is, you know, a second wind has come into Smitty now because of this aggression over in dual lane. That Loki restoring the tempo, but speaking of tempo, having to blink away from the engage from Drink or Drunk here. It's a bit of a... Hercules has been kind of quiet.
Yeah, and especially without that blink, he's going to be even more quiet around these fights. We can see Drink or Drunk here getting a little bit aggressive over into their jungle now that we know that the relic is gone from Hercules. And look at the assassinate going on to him now. No Herculean strength to save you here. And the fight is ensuing here onto Jed 9, getting picked out even though he's up downing. Lots of damage coming out. Talisman of Purification, Moxie picking that up, and Furin getting a trade onto Schmitty here. Swifty having to leap under his tower. He's backflipping away, but Moxie chasing him down and maybe getting a little bit more chunk than he expected.
And that Neith is still beefy. You know, she's finished off that Book of Thoth now, stacking it up. So you can't just disrespect the damage she could do to you. She's even level with you, and she can hurt. That taunt off the mark because of a well-timed flip by the Neith, by Swifty there. So no engage for now. Safety under the tower.
Seeing how great some of these mechanical plays from these teams are, like even just that there with the backflip around the taunt. How quick just that dash taunt was out of the blue as well. Just great reaction times across the board. And I think the gold, the closeness of the gold, and even though it's still early on, I think Apac is a testament to gold leads. I'm keen to see how this transfers into the mid game.
I think the Smite 2 is a bit of a different tempo game than Smite 1. In that gold leads mean quite a lot. There's a bit more difficult to come back into games with Smite 2 because of what you can do, especially in this situation where tower dive might have been possible, but looks like they're shying away from it. Setting up for this Gold Fury, maybe?
Confound, not quite there, but this is the thing, when you don't have a blink as a Hercules, at least in this game, you're dropping kills like that, but you will be fighting around this Gold Fury, taking a little bit of tempo here, dancing around, good Amir engage, but it'll be dodged out from Drink or Drunk. We've got Odin coming in from the back, Desert Fury out, no CC immunity on this Furin right here. Great Wild Hunt just to stun them out, and we've got the Assassin in, getting a massive ult. Swifty getting a kill onto Wobby though in return. 1 HP in the back line. Azumo getting chased down by this Amir and Moxie. He just can't quite get as far as he wants, and Amir will be picking up that kill finally onto the Anubis here as the Hercules picks up that Earthshaker and needs one more auto to close out this fight. 2 more kills over for 99% engaged as 4 people have been taken down for Drink or Drunk, and it'll be looking like a Gold Fury for 99% engage.
He was still hunting on that left side. He's looking for Certanos to walk up here. He's waiting.
He's hungry.
To try to catch him. Look at this guy. He does not care about any threat that Smitty poses right now, even though he should be. Smitty trading into him, but the damage might be a bit too threatening for him to go any further. So, you know, that fight just went so poorly for Drink or Drunk there. I feel like they split way too hard trying to go too far into the back line. At least Moxie and Wobby did. It was a bit, you know, he assassinated and hit, I believe it was 3 people with that assassinate, but then exploded. Just absolutely popped. And then you had Odin alone, and then Athena ulted them, leaving Anubis and Cernanos alone with the Ymir, and the Ymir just absolutely ran it down at the Anubis, and the Anubis really couldn't do too much to him.
Yeah, coordination was the play there, but was getting a bit of fight death gaze under this Hercules. Trying to chuck out his boulder, but he'll get taken down, but coordination may be showing a little bit more here as they're taking some of these camps over in their jungle. But look at this. Look how much damage Swifty does here. We're getting a pause for a bit of issues, possibly. We'll get a bit of a talk in my ear about what's going on. But bit of aggressive here over in their jungle. I think they've overstepped a bit.
I think they are overstepping a little bit. It's a bit, you know, it seems to be very hit or miss with Drink or Drunk on these engages, because that first one, that pick on Hercules, excellently done. But then they stayed a bit too long trying to get the buffs. They got one, they got the red buff, and then you can just back away from that. They stayed a little bit too long. Robbie got a bit, you know, overzealous going in underneath, and then his team wasn't there to help him out with that engage. I think if his team's a little bit closer, that goes way better for them, but maybe a bit of miscommunication, or maybe just overzealous, not knowing their numbers, or thinking that he could quickly get this and then get out with that blink. But it was just a bit too quick. The damage came through, and he fell because of it.
Some miscalculations for Drink or Drunk, it seems. Both Blink and Ult up for Wobby, but just not quite able to get away with his life. He'll be getting taken down. But not without the kill on the Hercules. It'll be both junglers down. Not great for Wobby, though. He wants to be stacking the rest of his Transcendence. He's only 9 stacks off his Transcendence here. So, great to be getting... What's going on here? Okay, we're back. Okay,
We're
cool.
back.
Looks like Spitty died.
It did. We are so back now. Cernanos did fall. Looks like on left side, Bacchus came over with a rotation.
What?
Taking him down, and Chaos Tower took down Moxie. That is, NPC kills are always the funniest.
Okay. Interesting things happening here in this game, but coming on to 14.5 minutes, where 41k for 99% engaged, 36 for Drink or Drunk, and it is 8-13 on the board at the moment. No Gold Furies taken at all yet, though.
Yeah, it was like a little dance around it before, but 99% engaged after winning that fight in a dominating fashion. Onher was looking for a kill, looking for the hunt on that Cernanos under his tower. And, you know, something that I didn't notice until now, 3-level lead in that lane.
Yeah.
Looks like they're abusing it, though, trying to set up for the Gold Fury and burning it quickly.
Abuse is what will be happening here. We've got ults coming out just to secure that Gold Fury Death Gaze, trying to damage the rest of 99% engage in return, but it looks like Azumo got a little bit more than what he came for, and he'll be getting taken down. Furin is using that Desert Fury, trying to catch out Athena here, and he is getting that last hit onto Schmitty. Didn't expect that, I think, the Cernanos to just get leapt upon and then autoed, and Wobby will be getting that trade kill onto Furin here. Defender of Olympus here, 2 kills. That's a triple kill for Wobby. Katie stealing that Quadra, and the shutdown going to Ymir. That's a lot of kills across the board. Still fairly the same for the gold disparity. But that shutdown for Ymir is going to be great to go and spend some of that gold.
You know, at the same time, though, Odin was farming for that entire fight. So the lead that I believe was in that lane is largely diminished despite that shutdown. You know, that was a big shutdown, especially after the triple kill, almost Quadra. So Odin's not too far behind. I'd say maybe about half a level, give or take. So it's not the worst thing in the world. Drink or Drunk getting so many return kills is so good for them now, because Moxie was able to farm during that, and it's just, you look at the gold, it's only about 5k, which isn't that big. It's a decent lead, but considering how this game started.
Confound just to get the wrap off for the Anubis. Death Gaze doing a little bit of damage right at the end there. Swifty's channeling that World Weaver, and it looks like the rest of 99% Engage are here to jump onto Azimo, as well as KD. It'll be 2 kills for 99% Engage. It is 12-18 now on the scoreboard. But you're absolutely right. Unfortunately for them there, no trade kills, but Drink or Drunk is still anyone's game even after that. They just need to take the game a little bit more into their palms if they want to be closing this out just that little bit more.
You know, 99% Engage have the tempo of the game. They've taken control of the car. You know, that's what they have. They're leading the path, and they're taking wherever they want to fight and doing it. They're fighting as much as they want, whenever they want. And Drink or Drunk has to stop giving them the most opportunities that... Right there, the Anubis was something that was, you know, easier for them to pick on because of that immobility, that damage. When Anubis gets caught, he has to drop everything and try to kill the person that's going on him. And unfortunately, it wasn't enough damage, but they have to try to avoid putting themselves in a situation where they're backed against the wall. But look at this Neath and Bacchus here, being kind of sneaky.
Hiding around this pillar, around this Queen Naga, and it looks like the Loki is going to get a little bit caught out, but there's no one there to follow up. Sunder is used now for Amir, and they know that's down for this Fire Giant. Doesn't look like it's going to get picked up, though.
No, I do not think so. It's a bit early for a Fire Giant, especially with the carries in left lane. And this 3-level lead is still there in carry. The Confound comes out.
Good start to this fight. They know that the Talisman of Purification is down for 99% Engaged. Ring of Spears coming to just secure out that kill onto Swifty, and it looks like Jed will be getting taken down as well. Azimo getting a few kills for himself. He's now 2 and 4. Schmitty in the left lane as well is getting a bit cheeky onto Furin here. They're both quite low. Still a 3-level lead for this Anher.
Well, it looks like Schmitty's actually gotten the better of that trade, but Tempo catching out the Loki and putting him down. This mid tower is not under threat, though. That is not enough damage to save with no minions around.
Not quite indeed. Tempo. Getting that kill onto Wobby is big for him. It's quite even at the moment, but 7 kills for Loki is usually not a thing that you'd like to see. Such a damaging god.
Odin over here is, you know, that engage, whenever Odin shows up to a fight, most of the time it has gone well for Drink or Drunk. It seems like playing around Moxie is going to be how they win this game or turn it around from where they are currently, because that was just a perfect catch on 2 right there, and they were able to pick up the Neath in response because of that. And the Ring of Spears coming down with no purification, there was no shell up, so it was just an easy lockdown and shutdown on the Neath. But on the left side here, it's another engagement.
Over in the jungle, we can see that Azimo is getting that first pick onto Furin here. We're still watching the solos beefing it out, but Jed getting a little bit low here. Sononos not with a lot of attack speed to work with, but great wrap for Azimo to give Schmitty that last hit onto Jed and just give him that little bit of a boost that he needs there.
Yeah, that was just a good catch out. Overextension from this on her, and resulted in the death of both of the dual lane members as Gold Fury is now picked up for Drink or Drunk, and that's just an easy pickup now because of those 2 picks. And Drink or Drunk are finding opportunities. They're finding the opportunities and not having opportunities made onto them, not giving these opportunities to 99% Engage anymore, which is what I was asking for. Don't set yourself up for these opportunities to be gone on. And now, the game's turning around.
We've got 1 Gold Fury for each of the teams here. 20 minutes on the board. We're 55k for Drink or Drunk and 58 for 99% Engage. It's 16-19. The lead is getting closed up here in the 21-minute mark.
Yeah, this is a turnaround for sure by Drink or Drunk. They turned it around really quick, just off of the back of 2 really good opportunities they found. The leads are still there. On her still a little bit ahead of the Cernanos, and I do believe that in solo lane, Ymir is still a little bit ahead of Moxie on this Ymir, but it is, not too crazy It's about half a level that has been maintained, but this is still stabilization. It's something that allows them to, you know, get back into it. You see how these graphs have been going up. XP is barely a difference now. Mid tower is going to fall.
Deathgate is being used as well as the blink for tempo. Maybe something that can get played off of this. There's not too much around at the moment that they can look at, though, other than it looks like maybe a Pyromancer. I believe that is up at the moment.
I believe it is, but it doesn't seem like anybody's interested in that Pyromancer. Loki is interested in this Ymir, walking over. Odin has the Ring of Spears up. He's looking to trap him, and he will catch him barely on the edge of it. Assassinate comes out, and Ymir has to waste time, but the only thing that's being wasted is him, as the World Weaver comes out a bit too late to save his friend.
Great catch there. Like you said before, Moxie just having to carry his team to clutch us out. The Fury and Desert Fury and the Defender of Olympus is coming out to help out Smitty, dodging that boulder. Furin, can you get this kill? It's not happening. Smitty is going to be getting that trade onto Furin. No kills yet for 99% engage. Amazing turnaround after being 3 levels behind. Great work for Smitty here, and a really good grouping as well for his team over in this jungle. We've got Hercules coming up this left side. He still sees a low Smitty, but only now are they realizing that the rest of Drink or Drunk are hiding around here. Tempo, a little bit kill hungry. He's going to be getting it, but Jed 9 will be the one that's picking it up. Tempo wants to get out of here. He doesn't want to fight this level 20 Moxie. Absolute powerhouse, and Swifty is feeling the full force of it, and he'll get taken down. Moxie will be getting credited for that kill, and Tempo is still dancing around on this wave on the left.
That is a overstay from Smitty after an amazing play from them both. Barely, that boulder, you know, a second sooner than Cernanos falls, and that never happens, right? But Cernanos was able to barely get out of that, and then just being able to outbox Faerun there was just... Ooh, it was just absolutely dirty from that Cernanos. But then he overstayed his welcome a bit. Hercules was able to show up and catch him. But in the mid lane now, Loki's kind of getting destroyed by this Honor.
Desert Fury coming out, finally getting that last hit that he's hoping his ults to get, but it looks like Death Gaze will be getting that trade and a killing spree for this Anubis. He is now ahead of this Neath here, level 20 compared to level 18. That's not what I expected. We're 24 minutes into the game, 65k for Drink or Drunk, 67 for 99% engaged. We're closing it up bit by bit, 1,000 at a time it seems. 20 kills for the Order side and 21 for Chaos.
You know, the thing is, right, this Neath had such an explosive, electric start with 3 kills at the start of the game, and now she's fallen behind because of how these fights have been going. Drink or Drunk have just been winning. They can't stop winning these fights now. It's right there, that pick happens because of some over-aggression. Both these carries just seem over-aggressive a lot of the time. It is a bit of a, I think a play style difference here because of just they like being aggressive, they like fighting, and that's abundantly clear from both of their playing this game. They just love to brawl and just duking it out the entire time, but they've been punished for it multiple times.
We see now the trade with Gold Fury for Drink or Drunk and Pyromancer getting picked up from 99% engage here. That next Gold Fury is going to be an Ancient Fury for whoever's going to be picking it up. Who do you think are going to benefit from it more?
Well, I'm going to be honest. I think Drink or Drunk in the commanding position, in the tempo position, will benefit more. But Fire Giant being picked up by them now means that, you know, an Ancient Fury on top of that would certainly help. But this is not getting responded to very quickly by 99% engaged. But it's also not being burned very quickly. The teams are grouping up, though. The fight looks to be brewing as Loki catches on her behind.
Here comes Moxie. Jed getting caught out and absolutely demolished. Is Azamo killing him, Furin getting a trade kill onto Lobby here. Great little Earthshaker just to displace out Moxie. 2 more kills for Drink or Drunk. And 2 chips, 1 catcher getting come out. And Confound getting pulled from the KD. But 4 kills, 499% engage. And Swifty is getting out on very, very low health. Moxie is the one that's trying to put his team on his shoulders, getting pushed back. Not quite. doing anything else there, but he'll be the one that's last left alive, but he'll also be the last to fall.
There's also a very long delay between his death and the people coming up. Everybody else is up in about 20 seconds, aside from the Anubis and him, right? And that is so troll. If Neat died there, that would have been one of the funniest things.
I would love
But that is so troll. The Anubis is a little bit more delayed, but Moxie is down for another 30 seconds now. So this could be a setup for Fire Giant. If Neat resets now, and so does Hercules, this could be a setup for Fire Giant as their ADC respawns. But I mentioned this before with the aggression from the ADC. What is On Her doing going by the essentially the entrance of the enemy team's T1 to wrap around on that fight? That is a wild way to start that fight.
Yeah, absolutely nuts indeed. We're seeing such back and forth, ping pong. Who's got the tempo now? And it's just getting traded each and every time. This Fire Giant is what should be getting looked at next from both of these teams. We're all getting grouped up here. This is what we want.
It seems what 99% Engage wants, but Drink or Drunk is waiting to have what they want. And that is their full squad here. Moxie has been the bastion that they could stand behind, at least for now. It's the one that turned around the game for them, getting those opportunities made for them with that Ring of Spears. So we're going to have to see how they engage this fight. Dash Taunt seems to be the most, easily executed way to get started, but maybe they're going to wait to see if the fight's engaged onto them. Look at this On Her. The On Her who has had some very over-aggressive pathing in this game. Try to get a pick, start out the fight in a 4v5, and see where it goes from there.
I like a team that can adapt midway through the game, and if that is indeed what Moxie is thinking, then I think the next team fight is going to look very different for Drink or Drunk. Still a T1 mid tower here for 99% engaged that they can work with. Drink or Drunk, I feel like, need that to open up the map just that little bit more. But they're still just all around this Fire Giant area. They're not spreading out. They don't want to let the other team get this Fire Giant.
They're standing and staring at each other at Fire Giant. It is a bit of a difficult time, but Ymir's having a difficult time.
This is this defensive play that you were talking about here. Both Desert Fury and the Death Gaze have both been used. Drink or Drunk coming out with a health advantage. Tempo having to get a little bit out of dodge, just getting that wave. And the tempo is in favor of Drink or Drunk here. Moxie stepping up a little bit just for frontlining for his team. 99% engager now on the back foot.
Yeah, they are a bit on the back foot with that World Weaver burned, that bolt. The Excavate will be up relatively shortly, so that's not the biggest deal in the world. The On Her not having that safety and damage with that Desert Fury is also very big. He does not have a Purification beat. He's got the Aegis this game, so that Athena Taunt is guaranteed to pull him unless it reacts to that Desert Fury, which is not up. Wild Hunt came out there? Off the mark. The enemy team has destroyed the
rest of the team. Firemans are getting taken down. 99% engage will be picking up that. Surprisingly, was just allowed to take that for themselves. Mid lane is where the fight is being taken. And here comes Ring of Spears for Moxie. Great confound, taunting two of the frontliners here. And there goes the Shards of Ice. Moxie is picking up the kill onto Jed, and Furin got wrapped and absolutely shredded by Azimo. Moxie's running it down here. Tempo getting a pick onto Wubby. He was maybe pushed a little bit too far out, but Azimo picking up another kill. Double, triple onto Swifty, and there goes that mid-tier one that I was talking about before. Straight down more into this mid lane.
Possibly end off of this as well. This is a long time. Jed is the only one who's up within 20 seconds, and without the Loki, it might be difficult, but it is still possible. This Phoenix is going through and will fall, but will they try to end? They have Death Gaze up, and that might be enough to secure it. We will see.
Missing his 3 there, but the Death Gaze, look how much damage it is shredding that Titan. And it looks like it'll be a traded game for what we can see live. Drink or Drunk picking up the win on that second game there. Great showing, great little comeback there that we saw. We saw the tempo mostly in favor for the other team there on the Chaos side, but Drink or Drunk able to clutch it out, and really Anubis having a great showing at the air on the air after having the Neath getting that early double kill and just taking it out in that early game a lot more. But amazing game, really, really great to see. So back and forth.
Yeah, it was a very quick shift. It was one pick, and then it was another pick. And then all of a sudden, the tempo was completely in Drinker Drunk's favor. It was a dominant game from 99% engaged for a good deal of it until suddenly it was just a pick, and now we're in control. And then there was a turnaround fight towards the end of the game, 99% engaged getting the better of it, but then Drinker Drunk kind of refocused. Moxie really got his team on his back there and set it up for the win. But I don't want to discredit that Cernanos turning around that lane. He was at a 3-level deficit, and he was still going even with On Her in those trades. This guy is kind of cracked at the game.
Every one of Drink or Drunk that game had an amazing showing. KD had some great confound taunts there. Just Schmitty having some really, really impressive outplays after being 3 levels down. Asimo having some good plays, and then Moxie as well, carrying his team on his back. He'll have to do some stretches after that. But an amazing showing nonetheless. I'm keen to get it into this next game, not a Valve. So let's chuck it straight to picks and bans with Jay Beto and Devane.
Now, that was a crazy game. I can't believe that it ended the way it did. A great fight from Drink or Drunk. And this series, Devane, is tied up.
It was a great turnaround. It's actually been, we've had so many games today that have been so close.
Yeah.
It's very competitive. Yeah.
Pardon me. I want to say, I think Furin had a really good early game, but he made some very questionable decisions in that game. Some jumps into mid, the same in duo that kind of cost his team that big lead that they had.
Yeah, I feel like when he was chasing the Sodanos, when they could have taken gold, that was probably when the turnaround happened, because then once Drunk managed to get 2 picks in the duo lane, I think it was, they went and got gold. They got the first gold, and then took that lead. Yeah.
Furin also came directly after that play, ran out mid, and then died again after up-downing on a Loki in front of 3 people. So I think he had a really strong early game. He was up like 3 levels or something ridiculous, but I want to see a bit more of, playing with your team. I'm okay with the aggression, but gotta make sure that, your team's behind you when you do those plays. I do think that lots of pillar stuns, the mechanics were quite good from him, but yeah, I also don't know how I feel about 2 chimps, 1 trench coat on the Amir. That really shocked me. I didn't even think about that at all on the desk last game, and then when we got in, I looked and I was like, what? He's on this?
Yeah, honestly, like, almost where all the guards were, I realized I did not know where they were going to end up, and it didn't go where I expected. Yeah.
No, but, Engage taking first pick now, so if Drunk want to have a fun time, they're going to have to ban that Fenrir. Engage get their first pick selection. They ban away the Neath from this first pick, so Jingwei still available for Furin if he wants to go that in the first slot. Obviously, there's Herc, Armor, Odin, a lot of those as well, if he wants to make that Jingwei Soul trade that we saw in our last set. Fenrir banned away, and it is going to be the Odin first pick. I love this. I'm assuming it's going to 2 chimps, 1 trench coat.
Yeah, I'm now just wondering what mid lane Swifty is going to get after banned the Neath. They obviously must have something in mind, and they don't want a Neath in the game.
Yeah. And maybe he's just said, I'm not really feeling it, guys. Like, I don't really want to play against it either, so opting to ban it out. But it's going to be the Anubis run back with the Loki. This is the exact same comp so far, not the same order necessarily.
Minus the Odin, because I think they did have the Odin last
That is
game.
true. That is true. Yeah. But there is other pick potential gods that you can go in solo. The Armor's not too bad. The Hercules, we saw Quickie on it today, is great. Engage, you're able to take away this Barkus. A lot of Engage from 99% Engage so far. Makes sense to name. Lore accurate. But I have to see what goes on in this duo lane right now. Is the CERN pairing. So Furin opting for a completely different look, taking the CERN away. We haven't seen any Jingwei from them, even though they banned at game 1, and no Soul either. So maybe it's as a comfort pick for Furin. Not too sure he values it.
This could just be based off the games that they've played. Maybe they're starting to rethink some of the comps, some of the gods. They're thinking
could be CERN mid too.
It could be. It could be. We've seen that a couple of times.
Swifty's been
Uh,
playing that Neath a lot, so seeing
Yeah.
him take the Cern into the mid lane with that intelligence build, not off the table. As I did say, we see the armor picked up from Drunk and the Jingwei as well. So very strong, very safe pick as well. We saw Goras pilot that
Yeah.
beautifully in his last game. I'm not sure
Yeah,
how
and
that matchup.
especially against the Barkers. So.
Yeah. Oh, for
well,
sure.
the
Yeah.
pick, Yeah.
It's dashable out of the Cern ult too. Obviously, if you're hit by the Bramble Blast into that combo, that can be risky, but you can always ult away from that. Very safe in lane, hard to engage on Smitty here. Hecate picked up for engage, so this is going to be Cern duo unless they're really cooking. And Susano, 5th pick for them. B5. I do like it. I think that it's really giving the Jingwei more options to dash away from.
Dash, yeah. Yeah.
It is
that is true.
chaseable with the 3, but yeah, Jingwei, if she's playing very safe and on top of it mechanically, she's going to have a pretty good time.
Yeah,
The Athena as
it's-
well. This is looking like a very similar comp for Drink or Drunk. They know what they want. They want this pick style with Anubis. They want a hypercarry ADC, and they're going to play it. That's exactly what they want.
Yeah, and it looks like Engage is definitely looking for a different look in their team. I am
Yeah.
also interested in the Susano pick because I feel like Mordred is still open, but I guess they didn't
Yeah.
want to pick that in this one. Yeah, I feel like for this one, Drink or Drunk again probably has the preferred, well, my preferred team
Yeah.
comp. They just seem to
Oh.
have more burst, more safety.
I would have to agree with you here. I think that you're right. They've got a lot of burst. They've got a lot of safety. They've got a lot of bodyguards for this backline as
Mm.
well. This armor and this Athena is really hard to get through. And I think that the Jingwei has just so much on-hit, consistent damage that you can need from a comp like this. I don't think that Engage's comp is terrible, but I think that Drink or Drunk has the edge in my eyes. So without further ado, we're going to jump into our final game of this set with, again, Nuxel and Valve on the cast.
Hello again for this third game of the best of 3 99% engage versus Drink or Drunk. My name is Nuxel and I'm joined here yet again by not a Valve game.
You know, I was surprised with how quickly that game turned around last game. And I'm also surprised now that it's how low priority Zeus is in this region. You know, I've been seeing people rave about Zeus in EMEA, in NA, but Apac does not seem to prioritize it. I feel like that character might be either overlooked or maybe we just see value somewhere else.
I am certainly a Zeus enjoyer. We see when it is played, and played well, the amount of chunking that god can do is absolutely crazy. But I want to touch on, and hear me out, if 99% engage had perhaps an Ares instead of the Bacchus, I personally think that's a better comp. I will explain why. Odin, Hecate, amazing ult combo. Susano is great engage and great backline dive and everything like that. The only issue is you don't have a lot of beads burning. Ares, I feel like, is a great to slot that in. What do you think?
I mean, Ares is definitely, you know, the beads burning character, especially with that Athena taken away. But they picked that Bacchus very early alongside the Odin. It's a really solid front line, and you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
So that might just be their, you know, MO. That's what they're thinking, and they didn't want to, you know, swap out for the Ares. It also could be, you know, Jed didn't feel like Ares would be a good pick at that point in the draft, and they didn't want to prioritize anything else too early to not get, you know, counterpicked or have other things that are not as favorable for it. But again, aggression in the dual lane.
Yet again, every game, it's always a party in the duo lane.
This
Mid lane's getting a little bit chugged out as well, Asmo. Quite. Just a little bit.
Look, we're hunting Lokis now. Susano's walking up to him, but I don't know if he wins this trade immediately, but good poke going in between the two of them. It looks like he won that one. Is damage is still coming out. Dual lane danger for this Athena though.
Katie having to pot up if she wants her health back. She's got a challenge to work with, but mid camp's getting looked at. Still lots of health here to work with.
A lot of health, a lot of healing, and it looks like it was secured by the order side here. With a lot of damage going into Swifty now. And no, I was wrong. It was secured by the Loki. I was baited. But it was a good try. And I'm surprised they were able to secure that over the Hecate there because of how their damage comes out. It's dot, mostly dot. Loki is almost entirely dot. Not a traditional, that third ability is not a traditional dot in terms of it just ticking, but it is multiple swipes. And his other two abilities are just dots, other than his ultimate. And Anubis he used that Plague of Locust, which is just a... Oh, Jed. Swiping that away.
Very, very cheeky is that Barkas dancing around. And look at the low health that KD has here. Furin might be just picking up first blood here if he can hit these auto attacks onto KD. Jed almost stole it, but not quite. And that'll be first blood for Furin here at the 2.5 minute mark.
I'm glad that Jed didn't take that because it was almost guaranteed for the Cernos to secure that.
Great mez there. Tempo following it up and getting a good little bit of follow-up over in the mid lane. That was a really coordinated kill there.
That was very well done by the two of them. And that was, a good bait in and just good execution. That is clean Smite. That's the only thing I have to say about that. But I do like how Jed didn't swipe that kill away. There was really no ambiguity as to if Athena was going to get away there. She was locked down, and even if she does pull slightly away, Bacchus can secure it, but he could wait. He could wait. Cernanos getting the kill is ultimately better for them.
Jingwei, fat fingering that Aegis just that little bit too early. I don't think the communication was there to realize that the Athena was able to confound out the Bacchus burp there. Got no Aegis on the Schmidty Jingwei anymore, so maybe some more dual lane eyes will be had from Tempo here now that he's ticked over to level 5. Still fighting. Confound coming out over onto the stopper buff. Just safely getting away.
That's just easy invade there because of the pressure, because of that relic usage. Now, it was an easy invade from this aggressive lane. Cernanos Bacchus is a lot of damage, whereas Athena Jingwei, not so much. Jingwei wants to wait a little bit, but Tempo getting a pick in the mid.
Here it is. Both ults from 99% engaged mid and jungle being used, it looks like. Oh, maybe not. Swifty looks like his has just ticked over, but speaking of ults, Furin and Jed 9 just used both of theirs as well. Very quick to be using these level advantages. Very smart as well. Trying to keep that tempo across every aspect of this game.
They are. They're trying to keep up this aggression. Last time they had control of the game, they had that gas pedal being stepped on, and unfortunately they were stopped. They don't want to be stopped this time around, and they're going to try to keep, that gas pedal down. But looks like two Chimps in Trenchcoat wants this fight.
Thunder there, just baiting out the dazzling offensive. The dual lane is where the fight is going to be happening. Jed 9 is getting picked up for the first kill for Drink or Drunk here. Furin maybe walking a little bit the wrong way there. Good dodge from the airstrike. Jingwei using ult. And Furin will be backing off here on very low health.
That was very close. Again, what's with Cernanos is barely avoiding ultimates here. Their heal was not in it, and that's why they lived.
It's a new passive.
Goldfury's picked up. It's a new passive.
Maybe, I don't know.
Shared between players?
Yep, I'm calling it now. It's just a hidden passive.
Secret. They hide things like that. They've done it before.
It's cute.
Shortly.
Thanks, Hi-Rez. I like it.
I don't think so.
We've got here some more mid camps coming up. But now with the game state, we're 5 minutes in, 19.5k for 99% engaged, 17.5 for Drink or Drunk, and it is 3-1 here on the scoreboard. Where do we think the 99% engaged team comp is wanting to play, coming in to this sort of early mid-game-ish area?
Right now, Engage is probably going to want to play towards either this mid lane to pick on this Anubis again, as the gates were open, but nobody was there to enter. Off the mark with that Hecate ultimate, but they're probably going to want to play either around this dual lane or around this mid lane, because this Anubis is an immobile target. While Jingwei is mobile, they want to play with the Cernanos' aggression, but Odin seems to be a target here.
Ooh, great assassinate. Need to go that little bit extra further, and Wobbly will be picking that kill onto 2 chimps, 1 trench coat. 3-2 now for Drink or Drunk. Just going where they didn't expect. I think they were in the minds of their enemy, and they realized that they want to be playing and using their ults, their relics around this mid and duo lane, so they'll be taking what they can in the places that 99% engage aren't. Good attempt there, Confound and Dash from KD. Looking around this Gold Fury now.
They are looking for it. It's pulled again, but do they have the damage for it? Anubis, good amount of damage. The wrap comes through as the Death Gaze comes out.
Oh, double kill over for Tempo here. I did not expect the amount of damage to go out the way that it did, but Tempo full health is running down Schmitty, while the rest of 99% engage take the health of this Gold Fury. Invade as well, going really well in favor of 99% engage for this little bit of a turn here.
That burst was insane. I was not expecting it to do that much and just absolutely eviscerate the health bars of Drink or Drunk there. That was a really good turnaround by 99% engage, and that was just, you know, easy Gold Fury secure from then on because of how much damage they were able to do.
Especially with that missed Wild Hunt from the Cernanos, missed ult, still doing so much, and then Tempo coming in at the perfect time for his team. Typhoon in and just cleaning up.
Looks like they're going to contest the Naga Queen here, though. Dash taunt in.
Talisman of Purification, and the gates are open to take 3 people over into the mid lane. Tempo getting a triple kill for himself. Can he turn it into more? Swifty will be getting that 4th kill onto Azimo. Moxie's the only one left alive for Drink or Drunk. That's a Queen Naga for them. They've got the Gold Fury, they've got the Naga, and they've got 4 more kills on the board for themselves.
That was absolutely foul, what they just did. They put them in a corridor, and then they use the open the gates to send them directly into all of Susanoo's damage. And Susanoo did the rest of the work, using that katana to slice and dice, getting all the gold, all those kills. Amazing accelerated start for this Susanoo. Now 7-0-1. Finishing up that Hydra's Lament and starting his next item. This guy is at a astronomical lead, but I don't think we can get too excited about it just yet, because the Neath had a pretty good lead last game too. That was turned around, so it's not lights out for Drink or Drunk yet. Dash taunt comes through for a little bit of aggression.
It's almost a bit of a testament to what we're seeing today with jungle matchups with just suddenly a 3-level lead. Like you said, 7-0 on this Susanoo. Could go either way in the end, but an absolute monster lead for 99% engage. As well as the build path. We see Loki with Transcendence there. He's still got to stack that. Susanoo's going to be doing the aggression across the map. The aggression is what's happening right here. Swifty getting a kill on Azimo. Maybe getting traded here. Moxie showing his presence around the map and getting a trade for his own team there. 10 minutes on the board. 10-3 for kills in favor of 99% engage. We're 32.5k for the order side and 26.5 for Drink or Drunk here.
What I love here is that both teams recognize, okay, we know where players are, we're going to do this, right? And Drink or Drunk right there immediately invade left side. And right side, 99% engage, are looking for this right side buff. They did get the blue buff, but now they're contesting red. 3 strong here when a 4th is coming for Drink or Drunk.
Spears and dazzling offensive from both the solo lanes to start this out. 2 chins, 1 trench coat, getting a kill onto KD. It's continuing out, and Moxie will be getting taken down by Tempo. Tempo low on health, having to back up, but the fight is not around Tempo right now. 2 people over in this back jungle. Azimo very low and getting taken down by Jed. He'll be picking that up, and the Loki, full health, is going to be running away to his back camps.
Tempo is feeding off of this violence. That is what's happening. It's giving him strength, it's giving him power, it's giving him kills. This is a tempo-driven game, and that's his namesake right now. It is a... I was talking about how they were looking for, you know, a response to the invade on the left side because of where the people were. Loki was a little bit later to that fight because of how he was rotating from the invades on the left side, those back camps. But that wasn't enough. He was not able to save his team from the damage they were doing. And look at Tempo now. He just walked up to those back camps to the 2 people, and he's perfectly fine. He's full health.
Tempo 2 levels more than even his mid laner, farming up a storm by getting kills, as well as the enemy's farm. 8-0, level 13 at 11 minutes.
That is a disgusting way to have a Susano run this game. How ahead he is, how much he is doing. But look over here, we see Loki looking for a bit of poke. 2 chimps, 1 trench coat. It's a lot of muscle there. Gold Fury pull.
Dancing around this, we're at 3.5k left on this Gold Fury, but Drink or Drunk are here, but not is the Gold Fury. Typhoon securing that out. That's 2 Gold Furies for 99% engaged now. Drink or Drunk is falling back with his 2nd Gold Fury.
Again, that's using what you have on the map. Right side, Amaterasu was proxying a wave, and Loki was on the Odin. Immediately, that means only 3 people can respond to this, and we have 4. So that is an advantage to us, because Odin can keep Loki here, at least for a little bit. He doesn't have to, you know, go crazy and, you know, jump on a tower and die for it, but he can stall Loki for a little bit, and then Loki won't be able to come over in time. We fight for this Gold Fury, and if we lose it, that's not the biggest deal in the world. We look for the fight, but they get the Gold Fury, and they don't even have to fight afterwards. Clean map play by them.
Great reactions. I'd like to start seeing 2 chimps, 1 trench coat making a bit more active plays, and that might be starting to happen. We're seeing a bit of a group around this Queen Naga in the jungle of 99% engaged. There's 4v5, 4v4 happening, and a Ring of Spears. Both ults from the solo lane is starting it out. Moxie is very low, taking so much damage from 99% engaged. Tempo will be securing that kill, and he is divine. 9-0 on the scoreboard. 13 minutes, 42k for 99% engaged, 32 for Drink or Drunk. It's a 10k gold lead, and Jen is getting a kill as well for himself. 10k on the board, closing it out to 11 at 13 minutes.
Ooh, this is where gold leads this early become dangerous. But Susano with the knockup, Odin securing the kill, and this is a, you know, 99% engage. They're looking to set it up to be a 99% chance to win this game. Another kill falling down, going into Tempo's pocket. 10-0-3 right now. The Susano absolutely running the map, now combining with 2 chimps, 1 trench coat there to have this right side jungle. It's just, you know, it's not Drink or Drunk's jungle anymore.
No, they've taken it over. 99% engage. It is theirs. They have 99% of the map covered, all for themselves. This way, does not realize what is their agenda. Schmitty having to dash around the left side, but Fury's wanting to get this kill here. Wild Hunt picking up the polymorph onto Schmitty there. Riding up as we see a 2v2 starting to happen.
They do not want this 2v2. They're waiting. Now Susano's gone, though.
Loki is back. Gen 9 around the corner, but so is this Loki as well. Just passiving up. They've got a tower to work with.
That might have been... That's really... Okay, the flop being burned there is very awkward to get over that wall because nobody was going on the CERN yet. Granted, he didn't know that. The Loki was, you know, floating around, probably invisible at that point, trying to catch up to the Cernanos. So he was trying to cover the option, the possibility that Loki could have been there. But okay, that is hysterical because he saw Susano coming and he's like, "All right, I'm out of here. I'm not messing."
Ooh, great
fighting the dual lane
over there. We see why Jingwei is so good into Bacchus there, being able to dash out of his knockup. But look how much health that she has left. KD having to use Defender of Olympus to get away. Can she get out in time? 1 health on the board left there. And she teleported over to Jingwei that was in base and healed straight up.
No, it's a fast recall. Faster recall. That's what it was. It was a good usage of the Defender of Olympus there to get away, either tagging Jingwei or Loki, who had just reset. And it was really big escape. Cernanos barely not having enough damage to finish that kill himself. So it was just out. Pyromancer is being picked up by 99% engage, and I don't see a world where Drink or Drunk really hard contest this. Maybe a couple abilities are thrown, but difficult ask.
Impressive. They can get much here. The Moxie proxy is happening, but maybe a bit of a collapse coming in. We've got 2k health left on this Pyromancer. Moxie, never mind. Just looking at that blue buff.
Your right tower is under attack.
We're now 16 minutes into the game. 52k for 99% engaged. 39 for Drink or Drunk. A bit of a fight happening here. Wobby getting some good damage off, but not before getting even more onto him. Furin chunking out Schmitty here with autos. Talisman of Purification. A little bit too late there into the knockup from Jing Wei. But Two Chips under trench coat. Level 17 is just going to be chucking his spears and getting a kill onto Jing Wei there right at the end. 18-3 here on the scoreboard, and he is an absolute bully when he starts rotating around. Old Fury getting looked at.
That is a really good rotation there. Loki got absolutely destroyed by the Cerner Steer, by the way. That was an Athena taunt, and then Loki just, his health bar disappeared. Those glaives, I don't know what they put on those glaives, but they absolutely disintegrated that Loki. Cernanos is 16 to the Loki's 13. We've got a massive lead solo, jungle, and in carry with a level lead, and in support. Oh my goodness, that is a 4-level lead.
Demolishing leads all around, but if you're Drink or Drunk, what are you looking at here? What are you thinking? How do you get back into this game?
You got to look for those opportunities that were created like last game. This is a very massive deficit, especially with somebody like Tempo now having such a big lead. He's the one who, you know, could set the pace on the map. Here comes the taunt and the CERN.
This might be the engage that they need. Opening the gates here, but Purification beads are having to be popped out from Azimo there. No Fury. This could be a bit of a sitting duck if 99% engage play this right.
This is a difficult spot for Drink or Drunk. Like you're, you know, what are you looking for? Hope is what you're looking for, because this is a very difficult spot for them. And Tempo is looking for some blood again. Pulling the Queen Naga, not caring that it was being pulled towards the enemy team. He wanted something. But now you gotta slow it down maybe a little bit if you're 99% engaged, because you still want to maintain this lead. You don't want to throw it away like last game where it was kind of just taken away from you because of picks, because of certain things. This Hecate has that open the gate. This is looking for some aggression here as this team's coming around.
Great little bit of engage here. Good wrap. Fury at the perfect timing, but Azimo is going to be getting a kill on the Swifty, but the fight is still breaking out. Jed Knight's here, but 4 people of Drink or Drunk are here to kill him under his own tower. Moxie, dazzling offensive is what's going to be picking up that kill, and a T1 tower in favor of Drink or Drunk here in the mid lane.
You know, Caster's Curse is a real thing, and I just made it happen. I started talking about the Hecate and how she has some escapability, but not much. Those open the gates. The only real escapability she has, how you use it. But unfortunately, it was down for her. And unfortunately, that meant her life was forfeit in that situation because the team rotated in. The opportunities are being found once again by Drink or Drunk, and this is where it started falling away. I believe around the same time as well, by 99% engaged, was taken away from them. We got to see them clean it up. They got to make sure that this does not happen again if they want to secure this game.
Point as well. Spears too much into the Phantom Shell. Pushing out a little bit over at this tier 2 tower. Confound a little bit of tower play, rocking 261 trench code, but he is so tanky, and there's nothing that you can do about that. Tempo having to blink away. Right now, there's only 2 players hanging around these 4 players of Drink or Drunk, but they're just so beefy. Their levels are so much further ahead than the rest of Drink or Drunk. They're just not taking any damage at all, but I'd like to start seeing some pen happen to the mid laners. I think that's going to be needed coming onto these team fights here at 20 minutes on the board.
Yeah, we're going to need a little bit more damage to those tanky targets. But, you know, my main concern now is just, this is where 99% engaged got the game taken away from them. And I want them, because you see how dominant they have been in this game so far. They've been so dominant, and I don't want it to slip away from them again. They can't let it slip away from them again, but it looks like somebody's getting picked again.
Spears is already back up. Airstrike and a dazzling offensive. The 5 people are around to catch you after you jump over that wall. Death Gaze is what's going to be getting that shutdown for him. Ticking over to level 17 is Azimo. 1 health for Wobby as well. He's dancing around trying to get back. Spend a bit of that shutdown gold that he got the assist for. Drink or Drunk favorable there, but still 12k down. We're 18-6 on the 21-minute mark here. Next Gold Fury is an Ancient Fury.
This is once again, a familiar situation than what we saw last game. They got to start grouping up more. Drinker Drunk looks to group, and then they execute on the target. And why we are, in this situation. We're in a game 3 because Drinker Drunk were able to group and catch these people out. It's 99% engaged, have to play close together. They have to play tighter so they can respond to this.
As long as they can delay this game out as well by, like you said, playing the way that they should be, playing tighter, playing coordinated,
Your right
playing
tower is under attack.
like a team. One mind. That's how they can get this out. Make it so the builds are completed across the board. Make it so the levels are completed across the board. But not this damage. KD getting caught a little bit out, and tempo, this Susano, this is absolutely chunking out a full tank all on his own. Aegis getting topped out from this Jing Wei, and an airstrike as well, having to get taken away, but she's jumping back over the wall, and Tempo is getting that kill. He is immortal now, 11-0 at the 22-minute mark, and 99% engaged, just roaming around.
No, that was, a familiar situation, but on the different team this time. Jing Wei, all the options were covered. She had no choice right there. That was just a, desperation. I gotta just accept my fate here. But 2 chimps, 1 trench coat, again getting caught out here in the same spot. Death Gauge comes through, and he's burned through. That trench coat, you're gonna be need to buying a new one.
There's some holes in that indeed, but great for Azemo as well. I feel like to catch out the levels of 99% engaged, they need as much as that burst damage that they can get. Obsidian Shard now for Anubis is really going to be helping. We can see the amount of damage that is happening onto Moxie there. So if they can get those picks and have that man advantage without taking too much damage, they can turn this around possibly. There's a very deficit lead here, but it's not completely over.
No, it's not completely over, but 99% engage are cleaning up their grouping. They're making sure that they're staying together. They're not getting caught alone like what happened last game. The adaptability is what I wanted to see and what I am seeing now. This is a 12k gold lead, 23 minutes in, and that is not an easy, mountain to climb here. And the deficits while closing, I think that's mostly because people hit 20 and you can't go up from there.
Thing that you can get up from there, your build, and then those pots. Those are the biggest things, being permanent now. That can be so terrifying for the other team. You just don't expect the amount of chunking that can happen. And with 12k ahead on the board, that can very suddenly happen with the damage that gets thrown on you, even with 5 members around. 19-7 here. Fire Giants up. Drinko Drunk. They're spread out across the map.
They are a bit spread out across the map. Just Loki's looking to get some more farm for himself, push down this left side, and get something. Contesting this Fire Giant is difficult for Drinker Drunk here because of their deficit. It's about 12k, 11k at this point, but an engage is looking to be started here. The Ring of Spears comes down.
Good start. Moxie in the back line, and Tempo's picking up the first kill onto Schmitty. Looking at this intoxicated Athena. She'll be getting taken a lot of damage here, and the rest of 99% engaged is here to take you down. Double kill for Tempo, and that is a lot of kills on that Susanoo so far. 13-0, and here comes Wobby getting Furin. That's a trade kill for Drink or Drunk. Opening gates is Hecate there. Not too much happening, but Swifty, even without an ult, will be getting a kill onto Azemo there. And that's the burst that gets taken down, and an easy Fire Giant without that Death Gaze that Drink or Drunk can use can get taken for 99% engaged. That's what they needed.
I mean, that's just, playing off your opportunities there. That was the Loki coming to the fight late. He came from that back teleporter, the back offset teleporter. Amaterasu is looking to test, though, and the team is not letting her get in. Susano stared her down and said, try it. She's walking back in, she's going to try it, and the entire team is walking off, dropping it. Amaterasu is forced into the ultimate. The Ring of Spears comes down, so does the Athena ultimate.
Defender of Olympus doing a lot there, tanking out the Athena. Looks like Schmitty is going to be getting a kill onto 2 chimps, 1 trench coat. Call it a double kill for him. Swifty as well, doing a lot of damage, but can't quite get the last hit quite yet. We've got Schmitty autoing him down, opening the gates. Teleporting away here. 4 people from Drink or Drunk are needed to take down the beast mid laner of 99% engaged, but still no deaths for Tempo here. No deaths for this Susano. 22 and 11 on the board. 78k for 99% engaged and 67 for Drink or Drunk. We are at the 26-minute mark on the board.
That was a really good turnaround catch by Drink or Drunk there. Moxie was able to set up and stall for so long there. It looks like we're going to have, you know, a bit of a barn burner here. And it looks like Drink or Drunk are the ones trying to set up for this Fire Giant. There's 3 people up for 99% engaged, and Fire Giant might just go their way pretty easily for Drink or Drunk.
This is so smart for them, making that macro play and realizing that they're nowhere to be seen. We'll just take that Fire Giant. Doesn't matter if we're as behind as we are. We'll take the leads as we can get them.
Yeah, it's as easy as that. We'll take the leads as we can get them. We'll take the advantage as we can get it. And that Fire Giant is a big objective to take. Nothing too easy about, you know, that. It is just an easy pickup for them, but it's not too easy to climb back into this. The Fire Giant will certainly help. This is a tough mountain to climb, so get as much gear as you can.
I believe I'm always up in the underdog, so you cannot put Drink or Drunk down for the count. We've seen it before with the way that they've played into this team. It's very, very close, I believe, their skill matchups to be. As much as there is such a detrimental lead for 99% engaged. Drink or Drunk have the facilities to make this work, but not if Smitty is getting clawed out. A lot of damage, Aegis there, but Airstrike maybe done the wrong way. And they're turning back onto Smitty here, getting spread out a little bit, but Furion is going to getting the kill onto Smitty here. No one's down on 99% engaged, and not a lot of health is getting taken down either. But Drink or Drunk, down a person.
That's rough. If you are Schmitty there, that is not what you wanted in terms of the airstrike. That is not where you wanted to go. And I think he just had to react to a CC so he didn't get caught and just die before burning anything. And unfortunately, he was forced to go a direction he didn't want to go. And there was only so much he could do there. He falls, and now the towers are going to be something that is under contention now. Even with the Fire Giant, you're still behind. You still have this threat of the team that is 99% engaged. They're still very, very strong. The Susano's over on the right side by himself, looking for an answer from Drink or Drunk.
I'd like to see a big confound into a good Loki assassinate, but as Drink or Drunk, you've got your Jingwei up now. You've lost your tempo. What do you look at now?
You look for Jingwei to respawn, and you look to regroup. That is what needs to happen right now, because that pick took away all momentum that they had. They are looking now to try to set up for something in this mid lane. It seems like they are. But on the right side, looks like 99% engage are looking for this right tower. Mid lane, though, we have 2 in mid, and then 2 more joining very quickly. It looks like the reset will come out from 99% engage for a possible fight. 4.
The macro here, we've got Loki in the left lane to take out that tower, the tier 1 as well. Tier 2 getting taken down in the mid lane. Tier 2 for Drink or Drunk, and Tier 2 getting taken down in the right lane for 99% engaged. So good trade. Tier 1's not going to get taken down in the end for duo lane, but good bit of macro. Would like to see that a bit earlier.
Yeah, this is a rough spot for Drink or Drunk, because you get that Fire Giant, you think you're back into it, and then somebody gets picked again. And that's just, that's not where you want to be at all. It's a rough situation, and now you're kind of just stuck waiting around, waiting for... The Fire Giant there, I think, is also just so we don't have a 99% engaged squad with it. We could stall, we could buy time, we could farm. And that's good and all, but you don't want your Jingwei to be the person that can't do that for a certain amount of time.
What do you think about this Amaterasu build, by the way?
They did nerf her intelligence scaling a bit, her damage a bit, but it's still something you could go. This Amaterasu intelligence build is something that's certainly powerful. The healing she gets, the extra mitigation she gets from that second ability. something that can allow you to do quite a bit of work, but I personally feel like basic attack build is something that's coming back a bit for him. But Drinker Drunk is looking to come back into this and getting a pick possible. Athena's charging up her dash, looking for the taunt.
This is the Ancient Fury now for 99% engage. We've got those weakened Phoenixes. That one tower in the middle, but the engage has started. Gen 9, massive flop. And the Ring of Spears as well. Death Gaze trying to do a lot of damage, but Tempo's picking another kill for himself. Swifty getting taken a kill for Wobby, and 2 Chimps, 1 Trench Coat down as well. Moxie getting a kill onto Tempo. He's taking his first death. Furin killing Swifty, and Furin as well is getting 2 kills actually. 4 people down for Drink or Drunk, only 2 down for 99% engage. Tempo finally taking a death. The 3 people, looks like it's all they need to clutch out possibly the end of this game.
Yeah, it is a 4-kill swipe for 99% engage. They lost 2, but isn't it possible for them to end here? Moxie has shown us that he can carry before. Last game was, you know, a bit of a Moxie carry project, but it looks like 99% engage are thinking about it.
13 seconds for Wobby, 7 more for Azimo here. Don't want to have that sloppiness around this Titan. Only 3 people. Could have been potential, but they don't need it. Better play it safe. This is the last game of their series here, and this is a game that is important. Moxie, maybe getting a little bit caught out. Good chunk, Furin. Here we're seeing another dance around Fire Giant starting up.
You know, right now, we need to not have our carry be the one who's in the front. You need to back away way sooner. Forced to beat and now taking quite a bit of damage as this Odin.
Ooh, Furin though, getting the kill on the Smitty. This is not looking good for Drink or Drunk. Tempo getting a kill onto KD as well. The fight keeps going on. We don't need the Fire Giant. 99% engaged, 2 kills on the board. Wobby was staying there, invisible, but having to assassinate away from the rest of 99% engaged there. Looking now at the Fire Giant here. They've got the damage, they've got the people, the numbers are there. They'll take this down, 6k left. And Drink or Drunk cannot walk up to this even a little bit.
Speaking of numbers, that Cernanos healing was disgusting. That Dagger of Frenzy plus that Spring Stance, healing him up real quick on that Fire Giant. Whew, did you see that?
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. There's not a lot of anti-heal either on the side of Drink or Drunk. I just don't think that was expected.
You know, I am not, you know, I'm a bit surprised that this game has gone out as such a slugfest as it has. Drink or Drunk have had a difficult climb. That is not up for debate, that's not a doubt, but it's a, you know, they fought back. It's not hopeless for them. They still have ins in this game, so it's not like it's completely done.
No, by any means at all. Drink or Drunk, you can make the facilities to turn this into a win. This is a hill to climb, though, and the hill, be it steep as it is, there is still the end of that hill. You can still get to the top, nevertheless, with just a bit of effort. 99% of the engage there on the downward climb, and now walking up to this Phoenix here are 4 members of 99% engage, falling back to this Ancient Fury.
They're waiting for Susano to, you know, catch up to the rest of the team. Having Susano split off, I think, is perfectly fine because he can 1v1 pretty much anybody on the team. Amaterasu might be the only one he struggles with, but that's also could be the only one he struggles with. It's this Susano is absolutely nuclear in this game and has been showing that he is, you know, that guy. Some call him Tempo, some call him Himothy. You know, that is just a way that can be played here. But it looks like they're trying to stay as 5, which I prefer. It's just the 5v5 fights have gone their way for most of this game, so why, you know, break that? Why differentiate from it?
With a lead like this, as long as you're not stood in a direct line for Azimo to death gaze you all down, I believe the damage that you can output will be more than Drink or Drunk could ever possibly imagine. But who knows? We've got the Phoenix dance happening now. Jed9 taking a few hits. But they're not heavy hits whatsoever. We've got the weakened Phoenixes now with this Ancient Fury. We're just wanting to get a wave under this Phoenix. Or we can start the fight here. Moxie, Typhoon, starting this out. Ring of Spears as well. KD taking a lot of damage. Dazzling offensive, and the gates are open. Finding that kill onto KD. Azimo getting a trade onto Furin as well. Shutdown happening. Tempo getting a kill onto Wubby, but Wubby's getting a trade. Swifty as well is killing one for himself. Doing a lot of damage. Airstrike. So much health getting taken. Jed9, displacement immunity, no health, but no death for him. And Swifty will be getting that kill onto Schmitty there. And there's 3 people alive still left for this Titan. 99% engaged are looking to clutch this out at the end. 37 minutes for this game. The Titan will be getting taken down, and they will be your game winners for this set of playoffs. Amazing work, amazing game right at the end. Great work.
Dominance is the only word that I have for that. That was a dominant game from 99% Engage with slight hope from Drinker Drunk, but 99% Engage had that game, and that was, Tempo going absolutely nuclear on that Susano. This guy, might warrant a respect ban. Like, that's how insane he went on that pick. And there's one ban in Smite right now. And if you're in second pick, you got a ban like Fenrir. So, you're in a situation. It's a bit of a situation here. But that Tempo played lights out that game. And there's really only so much you could say about how well they, played Smite game.
Yeah. Like you said, absolute dominance in that game right there, but cannot close out the look on to Drink or Drunk there. I believe their game was still amazing to watch, and I'm keen to see how they take this into the lower bracket. I think that with the showing that they showed us there, they're going to have a really good set of games to carry out until the end of that. We might see them again a little bit later on, but I'm sure we'll watch a few of their lower bracket games as well. But great set, absolutely. And I think, like you said, just Tempo, Himothy, just shoulders, everyone's on his back, really clutching it out there and snowballing for the rest of his team. He's definitely the MVP for that last game for me. That's what I'll say. But awesome game. We are going to chuck it to a little bit of a break before we get to our last game for the night. It'll be a best of one of the lower brackets. But we'll see you all very soon. Don't go away. Welcome back, Smite Apac viewers. We've got our last game of the night, but I do not want to downplay it even a little bit. This is our first elimination match. So this, as well as the other matches being very important, this may or may not be the very last game of this season for one of these teams. Very exciting. We've got Ping 269 versus Wax On, Wax Off. We saw Wax On, Wax Off earlier in the day today. Ping 269 didn't have their game covered, but we're seeing them now in this game for our last set.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. You covered it perfectly. This is the last chance for this season. If you want to make a miracle lower bracket run, this is your chance now. You have to bring out anything that you've practiced. You have to bring out all the stops. You also, I think, at the same time, might sound controversial, but you need to stick to your game plan. If you've got strats that you want to try, now's the time. But I think that don't leave too far from what you like to do as a team, your core aspects. But we're going to see a Soul bend out right now, and I don't disagree with this. Soul has looked really strong in the early game, transitions really heavily into that late game, so much objective damage, and very safe too, hard to dive onto as well, which is very, very good. And the Fenrir ban, not, I mean, that's pretty expected. Not anything surprising there, right? No one's allowed Fenrir. We saw it once today, I think, and I don't want to see it again.
Don't want that Fenrir at all. We've got the Jingwei quite expectedly getting picked up here first. Very safe pick, very easy to just pick out and wrap your team comp around the knowledge of having a Jingwei. But Noir picked up next for Wax On, Wax Off.
I really like banning out, from blue side at least, banning out one pick and then picking another god from that category. You know, normally what we would see is banning counters towards that god and then from first pick and then picking that god that you want. But because there's not too many gods in the game, there's not too many like really direct hard counters. So just banning away something strong from that position and picking another strong one is a very good strategy from Ping 269. But the Nuwa Odin, very strong as well. Nuwa has been really sleeper in my opinion, because The fire shards, it's not too much damage. It's just vision, but that stun combo, the 2-3, is so much damage. And when supports aren't picking up beads, either forcing them to use talisman or even getting a pick on them is super strong. Odin's been strong the whole time. We all know this. Neath as well picked up from Ping 269, followed by this Baron. Now Baron could go solo here. I
Okay.
wouldn't mind it, but a lot of pick potential right now for Ping with the Neath ult, the Baron CC as well. Hopefully some space for Jingwei. They definitely need more of a frontline in these last few picks for Ping. Hercules, Nuxel. What do you think about Hercules?
I like Hercules, does a lot for their team in terms of the picks and everything like that. Good circle as well in combination with the Odin. Now that we have Cernanos picked up, it's something that Nuwa can sort of play in a little bit with her clay soldiers and the stuns with the shining metal in response to that. Don't know if I would have liked to have shown your mid lane card so early, being able to close it out maybe with a Hecate, get more CC rolling, but I just love watching Hercules players play. It's always, if you've got a good one, it's always super impressive, and the mechanical skill that are involved to make some great plays is just so entertaining to watch. With Mordred and Loki, some very, very aggressive picks that we've seen before today. Double physical, well, quadruple physical. Baron's the only magical. This is a bit rough maybe for Ping 269.
Yeah, it's probably Baron support as well. I think that Nuwa has a pretty easy time this game in my eyes. It's like Loki ult is ultable. Mordred is too. Baron ult is ultable as well. The only one that's not here is the Neath ult because it will stay at the bottom and hit you anyway. Amir to round out the draft. That's we're gonna see another Hercules jungle. Yeah, could be an Odin jungle as well, but
I don't mind either of those. Right?
No,
the biggest thing to take off of this, which I think with the amount of tanks that Wax On Wax Off have, is just against 4 physical. What is Neath gonna do? She's
very
an ability-based god, and it's really hard to get pen on for her with the stacking build that she's going. Jingwei maybe not having too much of an issue with like crit and stuff like that, but it just sucks because they'll just only build physical. Who cares about this Baron damage?
I'm not even too sure how much this would affect the damage of Nuwa, but building physical on her doesn't feel too bad this game either. I mean, you've only got a Baron for magical damage. That's kind of nothing, especially when you can you can ult his ult and stop any of the follow-up that's going to happen. I mean, you're going to get poked at some point. That wrap from Baron hitting on Nuwa is a bit brutal because she can't get away from it. She has to get rooted and then will take full kit combo. But I think that Amir can help her live in that lane once the support rotates over. The Nuxel, I gotta say, I am a fan of this Wax comp. I think that it's pretty strong. I mean, like I said, maybe this Nuwa has a bit of a hard time against the Baron, against some of the CC, but I think it's definitely playable, and I love the front line. You're actually right, against the 4 physical as well, it's very strong.
I would definitely agree with you. I love this Wax On Wax Off draft, especially with the movement speed that you have in your mist as Nuwa. If you can get some of those dodges off against Baron, could have some clutch plays happening. What I was going to touch on from what you were saying before, it's something that was done a lot in Smite 1, but it's not something that I've really seen now, is mid laners building like breastplate.
Yeah.
You know, you pick up the Book of Thoth, have the passive of that, and then you've got a physical armor item that gives you mana, which adds to your Book of Thoth passive, and then gives you cooldown reduction as well. It is such an amazing mid lane item. It does suck because you're taking away quite a bit of damage, but you're still adding to it a bit. Maybe Nuwa feels a lot worse than other gods, especially gods that were in Smite 1. But we'll see how this plays out. We've got Ping 269 versus Wax On Wax Off. Best of 1 for this game. Whoever loses is out. We'll pass it over to Devane and Diceheart on the cast.
Thank you very much, Nuxel and Jay Beto. My name is Diceheart, and I'm joined by Devane for our final game of the night. And Devane, this is an elimination match. This is it for one of these teams.
I know, I'm actually so nervous. There's so many people on Ping 269 that I don't want to see go from this league. But yeah, just looking forward to this game. I'm a little bit concerned with Ping 269's team comp, just in general. Because obviously they don't have a lot of frontline, And the Baron as well, very hard to play from behind. So if they're not
That's true.
able to get a good lead from the jump and, you know, really take with it, they could really get pushed in a tight spot there.
A little bit hard for Baron as well to deal with gods like this Ymir who are going to be trying to wall him off, and then, you know,
Yeah.
the Odin is there to follow up too. It's scary for a Baron.
Yeah, I do feel like Baron definitely needs another. You need another tank to play
Oh
with him
no,
there.
they're gonna find Apple Crews here. 5 members strong of Ping 269. They won't catch him though. That was a blink out from the Odin by the looks of it to get him back underneath that T1 tower. Devane, I think you take that as Ping 269. That's a good relic to force.
I don't think they've done that
Minions
before.
have
And I
spawned.
mean, I guess, you know, this is potentially one of their last games. Their last games, you know, you gotta go with everything you have.
Yeah, take the risks. You
Yeah,
know,
take all the
this is
risks
it.
that you can. Exactly.
These last 6 weeks have been entirely to get to this point right here for these two teams. So they have to keep themselves going somehow. But Devane, I think that both of these rosters are looking pretty strong at the moment. And Ping 269 had a pretty interesting journey to get to this point, and having
They
Snowy here,
have.
having Josna here, it's a good roster.
Yeah, it is a good roster. We have it's a lot of old players on
Mhm.
269. I know we haven't seen a lot from them, but these are people that we've recognized for many, many years.
Oh yeah.
For a lot longer than the people that are on, wax off. The difference is just a lot more of those players have had longer breaks, so they've really just come back because of the, you know, Smite 2, the hype that this game has brought to them. Yeah.
And we love that. It's very exciting to have all of the old guard of OCE coming back
Yeah.
and integrating in. But
Yeah.
Devane, we're kind of at this very early game state right now. Snowy is on this Jingwei, so it's gonna be a long game for him, I think. What do you think Ping need to do? They obviously have to be careful, but what's their game plan here? Is Josna forced to backflip away, still being chased down by Apple Crews here? The Odin isn't going to find a stun. Ooh, that was close. How do Ping force a win here, Devane? What do they need to do against these guys?
Yeah, it's difficult because with Niche, you really only can take picks on 2 of their teammates, for example. Oh, we already got a first blood on the Cernanos. Jingwei's already
Capachonga
gone
is-
down. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunate. So yeah, I was thinking, so with the Niche, you can only really take 2 picks on either Cernanos or the Nuwa. Nuwa's in her lane, which is a bit, you know, bit challenging to really get that value anyways. And so really her only option is Cernanos. Unless she's able to somehow get a lucky pick on a Herc, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
could happen, but not very likely. You're right.
Yeah, and then you have Snowy. He really relies on the late game. So it's one of those things. It's either they try and take it out as early as they can, otherwise you just have to drag it out for as long as you can, which I don't think is where they want to be.
Wild low health on this Mordred. Can he juke away from Wax Python's Hercules under the tower? Yes!
Close friend.
Does survive that engage, and Duthog is here on the Loki. Not level 5 though, so probably can't dive this tower right now, but Devane, we saw kills coming out across the board. This Kernanos is 1-0, and on the other side, Duthog on the Loki is 1-0 as well. Maybe trying to gank Wax here. Very, very close game, but already 800 gold thereabouts separating these two teams. So Ping seem to be farming a little bit better in this early game, Devane.
Yeah, they are. If maybe they could try and hit, because they look like they're going to start hitting the level 5s quicker. Maybe if they'd be able to get a pick before the enemy team can get a level 5 and turn on.
All coming out, and this is what we were talking about. Prenzel trapped, but turns around the damage, and Devane, another kill comes out. Wax falls this time to Duthog. This Loki's starting to get a bit of a lead.
Yes, which is where you want to get the lead, honestly. Loki, I feel like their team could really make use of this Loki getting the picks here. They really need to be able to get that lockdown, and that Loki will help them out to do so. Like if you were to get a Loki and a Neathult together, that would work out really great.
We found another one, but over in the duo lane, life of the party comes out on this purple buff invade. Hell Sniper just barely surviving, but a rotation from Apple Cruz is good, and Prenzel will go down. Snowy being chased down now as well. Will walk away comfortably, but at the sacrifice for his support. However, we did see, Devane, that this Loki got another kill in mid. He's 3-0 and now 2 levels over Apple Cruz.
Yeah, Apple Cruz still hasn't even got an Odin ult. He's definitely sitting on the back foot here for now, and Loki's already sitting at level 6. Getting a good lead. I'm really happy to see. Maybe ping 269. You know, they've scared me a bit with their team comp, but they might be surprising me a little here.
You have to let them cook, Devane.
You're
If
gonna
there's
let
anything
them
that
cook.
Snowy knows how to do, it's cook.
They have had a lot of cookage. We've been surprised. Like the Zeus jungle, shocking.
Good play there, combo
play
between the
from
Snowy
Snowy.
World Weaver and the knock-up of Snowy. Still going to be locking in this kill onto Capachungus as well. How good was that? Double kill for Snowy, Devane.
Let's go. That was exciting. It's really good, especially because he did die pretty early there. That was what he needed to get himself back in the game. Now, he's even one level ahead on the Cernados. They're sitting pretty even on kills death, but they're doing pretty good here. Gonna get a
we get
replay.
the replay.
Yeah.
Look at this. Bam, the Neathult, knock up, ult. Look how quickly he did all of those plays in succession, and then he trusted his team, Devane, to be there with him to get the second kill. How clean is that?
Yeah, it was an excellent Jingwei ult, actually. And it was, you know, that Brambles came out early, which probably worked out for him, because he was pretty low there, but he managed to turn it around with the team rotation.
Love seeing that team combo play come out. Great communication between this King 269 roster. Well played by them as we see Duthog still continuing to apply his pressure to the mid lane. Nuwa forced up into the Fire Shard's ultimate. Ymir trying to push himself away, but here comes the life of the party. Group B is used early, but it's not going to matter for Golden Fanboy. He goes down. Prenzel picks up that kill, and Duthog gets himself another one. 4-0 on the Loki now, Devane. King 269 are dominating this game, but Wax is not going to let his team go that easy. Counter kill onto Wild in the solo lane.
Yeah, I was really excited to see that Baron ult being really well there. Actually showing the potential of the Loki and the Baron combination. Being able to CC that, you know, the enemy team in, and just to confirm that for the Loki. The Loki is getting really big here. And, you know, Neath is also level 8 as well. 2 levels on the Nuwa. I didn't realize Nuwa already has 3 deaths. She's not doing very well at the moment.
No, just being camped on by this Loki. Prenzel's made a bit of a rotation over towards this duo lane. Not likely to find Capachungus here, but probably going to steal his purple buff away. And Devane, this is scary. Snowy, he's starting to get further and further ahead. It's even on the kills here, 2-1 and 0 for both ADCs. But with purple buff invades and with these ganks coming out for Prenzel, Snowy's going to get a really big lead on such a...
Oh my gosh.
Did you say that? So clean. Look how much damage came out all at once. The knock up, the crit. Snowy gets himself another one, Devane.
The combination of those were really good. It is good that they're putting pressure on the duo lane. Snowy has great potential as a player. He has had a lot of experience in tournaments in the past, and he can play. He's a really good ADC, especially when he commits to the game. So I think trying to get the lead on him, you know, giving him a bit more pressure in that lane, I think will really help him out.
So much pressure onto mid lane here. Golden Fanboy falls low. Charged up as a World Weaver ult from Josna. Won't be able to find it though. As you said, no vision there. But Wild in the solo lane does find Wax Python rotation out from Apple Cruz on this Odin, trying to punish out the Mordred. The shield does pop and minions poking. Great use of the Odin cage. Just barely catches Mordred dash there for the kill. Wax on, wax off, and not giving up just yet, but it feels like they're constantly having to respond to how Ping 269 are playing the game, and that's left them at about a 4,000 gold deficit, Devane.
It does feel like whilst the duo lane is doing really well for Ping 269, maybe the pressure for wax on, wax off, they got to put the pressure onto the solo lane to try and negate that a little bit.
Mhm.
And yeah, like maybe just trying to balance it out in their favor. But we already got the goal theory for Pink.
Yeah, good goal fury there for Ping. Great macro play. I think they've identified what you were just saying, Devane, which is that Wax on, Wax off need to really play around their solo side of the map at the moment.
Yeah.
And because Wax Python died there, they can't play around him. He can't teleport over. That's a free goal fury.
Yeah, well, it was really good with macro play that they recognized that. And they have had good macro play so far this game. Like we saw with some early rotations, you know, their team was already, they were together ready for the rotations to get picks that they needed.
Mhm.
Yeah, like,
Moving
straight.
into this kind of early mid-game sort of time period, where about 5k in the lead on the Ping 269 side of things here. Snowy about a level up on Capachungus. But we do see 2-level lead differential in the mid lane at the moment. I think that that's really the impactful spot, especially, Devane, given that both of these mid laners are so global presence oriented.
Yeah, and Nuwa's ult doesn't really do a lot of damage, especially in early game. It's the late game she starts to do a lot more, and she really needs to have some levels on her. Josna getting a really good pick right there.
I like the little crouch down, fire off the World Weaver, just a little pop to get that kill. Very nice. Yeah, I mean, Josna's starting to push further and further ahead, and the more that this Nuwa falls, the more that this Ymir falls, the harder it is for Wax on, Wax off to be impactful in this game.
Yeah, it feels like she's really just tickling at the moment, and it looks like she's getting more pressure onto her, but... And just like, it also doesn't feel like she's able to leave her tower as well. There's always teammates coming, Ping are always around, looking to get the pick on the Nuwa. Probably playing very scared at the moment.
Love this gameplay from Ping to identify that if they keep this Nuwa down and out of the game, she's not going to be a threat in the mid to late game. And they're also, it looks like taking advantage of the way that Apple Cruz is playing. He's put so much pressure on the solo side to make up for Wild's aggression on this Mordred. And so Ping have identified that they can really get Snowy ahead and they can get Josna ahead, and that's what they're doing. But Cage is out over on this speed buff. Invade, Duthog still alive on this Loki, but maybe not for much longer. Assassinate comes out to pull him out of trouble, but he's stuck inside of the polymorph, and the Ymir wall comes down, chased by 4. Still, this Loki is alive, as Snowy in the backline trying to find some damage. Well, Weaver does connect with Apple Cruise, and we saw the Fire Shard still not kill this Loki. So much used to kill the jungler, but he doesn't go down. Snowy firing out. Chris finds a lot of damage onto Apple Cruise. There's the Ymir wall. It's good. Snowy has found one. Will he be able to get more? Hell Sniper is still here. Baron's Brew connects with Prenzel. He's doing so much damage. Snowy, double kill for the Jingwei. Stun coming out in the backline, though. Prenzel's still alive from this Nuwa. Triple kill for Snowy, and the Jingwei is huge.
I don't know what to tell you there, Dice, but I feel like that was all Snowy. A lot of ultimates came out very early on in that fight, and not enough damage on either side of the team. But Snowy managed to find just a couple of autos that really chunked them. And then one by one, they all fell down. That was really, really great play from Snowy. Look at him go.
That was absolutely terrifying. Snowy just ripped through health bars there. I would not want to be facing up against this Jingwei right now. And Devane, the Kernanos is only level 11. He just ticked to level 12. There's more than 2 levels separating these ADCs right now.
Yeah, at this point, it would be really hard to lock down that Jingwei. She is such a safe character. She's got her ultimate, she's got her dash. I don't really know what they can do about her. She's so far ahead.
Fight breaking out in the mid lane here as Hell Sniper caught on the Loki. Assassinate comes out, and down goes the Ymir. Duthog 5-0 now on this Loki. We saw him manage to survive an absolutely huge chase down a little bit earlier, and Snowy finds himself another solo kill. 7-1 on the Jingwei. He is having a standout game, Devane.
They have an excellent lead here, and I'm really glad they get to further and further into that is 2 gold periods for them. That is almost a 10k lead, and it's only 30 minutes. That is quite a big lead. I'm shocked, because I really did think that this the tank comp that Wax on Wax off is going to have was going to be be able to peel more for their team and secure some kills as well because they have more lockdown. So I am wondering how they're going to turn this around. You know, maybe the Hercules, like, we're getting some plays here.
We are getting some plays there. The Hercules made an attempt to start having an impact in this game. Wild seems to have responded quite aggressively using that Mordred ult to get under the tower, but no kills come out of it for wax on, wax off, and that's really not what they need to see here. When this Hercules starts rotating Devane, he needs to have a massive impact.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how these teams, like how Ping will take this into the macro play. I feel like in the games that we've seen in Team 269, we haven't really seen a lot of opportunities for them to get to show their map, you know, their map play very much. There was a lot of defending from them, even though we've seen, I guess, a lot of great team fights. There wasn't a lot of opportunities for them to, you know, try to counter any kind of, you know, gold furies or tower plays or just playing around the map a bit more. They never had the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, it's very different to see them not just playing from even, but playing from quite a bit ahead here and how this team thinks about the game quite differently. I think as well that it highlights that this is still a really, really strong roster, given enough time as well. These players sort of melding and gelling together are a team that have a lot behind them and can push through. You know, they're going to end up at quite a decent spot in this playoff bracket here, pushing through, and by the looks of it, they could take their first losers bracket game here and push through even higher.
Yeah, and I mean, like, Smite 2 is still really, really new. Everyone is still learning the ropes of the game. The game is meta is changing all the time. It could be one of those
every day.
Yeah, one of those things where maybe a change to Smite 2 will be in favor to one of these teams. For example, like maybe Ping 269, maybe they'll, you know, prefer a certain god or something like that. Like we see the Zeus jungle come back. We could have seen it here actually, but we didn't. But just as an example.
Purification being forced out of the Gosman there. A great blink coming out actually from this Odin. Might be enough to lock down the Neath, but still alive underneath the tower. Shards are coming out, but not enough to kill this Neath. Still Josna alive. Wild comes in with that ultimate. Duthog is credited for the kill against Apac though, and the party is that way. Fantastic wall coming out from this Ymir. Hell Sniper holds his own underneath the T1 tower in mid. Still alive as well is Golden Bamboy, but double kill here for the Loki, and it's going to be Wild looking for the dive underneath the tower. Duthog stealing away this red buff. Mid T1 tower likely to fall. And Ping 269 continue to push their lead further and further. 10,000 gold at 17 minutes, Devane.
Yeah, I am wondering how Wax can play around this map, trying to take more farm so they can try and catch up a little bit. You know, start trying to play more behind, maybe play around that Ymir wall a bit. We did see it for a second there, trying to wall off those engage, because the engage does come a lot off the back of Frenzel's ult, the Baron. So maybe Ymir is always there to peel.
That's true. I really liked what we saw there though, Devane, because this Ymir, the way that he's been protecting himself constantly has been throwing up this wall, and so just hard engaging on him with Mordred, who can't be blocked by those walls, although Apac has thrown down the rear... I can't do it! That ring of spears! And locks in a kill for himself there, but 3 members here have been, of Wax on, Wax off, have been taken out in this fight, only trading out Duthong there, and this game is starting to get closer and closer to closing out.
Yeah, it looks like Shinwei is almost pushing, trying to get, you know, they're working on the towers, which I'm really glad to see. I do feel like, you know, OC likes to brawl a lot, and they do sometimes leave the towers to the end of the game, so I'm really glad that they're really pushing their lead further and further with the map, so that's really... And they need to do that, because I think if they were to leave this game till late game, they're gonna be in trouble, in my opinion.
Yeah, and we're getting...
I was gonna say, like, if you for example, let the Herc get ahead where he's unkillable, and then he's able to go through the back line and, you know, do the Earthshaker, drive and strike, without any repercussions, then you have it wrong.
Yeah, and this Hercules is currently only a level down on Wild, so the further he gets into the game, it's not going to take him very long to start being impactful. And we saw earlier as well that Hercules from Even, Quickie's Hercules, for example, was able to be so impactful in his game. So you're right that Ping can't delay this any further. And it kind of goes back to what you were talking about earlier as well, that this Ping roster, we haven't got to see them play at different stages of the games and different sort of positions of being ahead or behind. So this is a really good time to see, are they able to close out a game that they're winning quite quickly, Devane?
Yeah, and you know what? I just noticed Jingwei is already level 20. That's
Oh
crazy.
yeah,
She's got
4
so
levels
much
up.
of a lead at the moment. But here's the thing: once you're level 20, you can't gain any more levels. All you can do is get more items. She is gonna hit a wall there where she has to make sure she's actually making an impact in the game, because she's not gonna have, because everyone else is gonna catch up by that point. So now is the time to take that lead and push the game forward.
I agree, Devane, and I like the impact that Snowy is trying to have right now on this Jingwei. He stayed in that duo lane for a little bit longer while his team was doing Pyromancer. Tried to draw Kapajungus over there and see if he could maybe force Wax or Hell Sniper over into a gank, and now he's quickly rotated over to this mid lane alongside the rest of Ping 269, likely to dive in and force this T2 tower. We do see the Mordred pushing over towards the right side a little bit alongside Thog. Ultimate out from the Mordred. He does miss, though, finally connects with Black Spike. In fact, picks up 2 there. The T2 tower in mid does go down. Wild is going to force out the beads, root beads, in fact, and Snowy dives in with that airstrike. Wall out from Ymir is good, but the life of the party might just be better. Blink out of it, though, as the Odin cage is down. Hercules looking for a pull, won't find anybody, though. Minions pushing into this mid Phoenix, but not alongside Ping 269. They have to back off, and Devane, I think that this is starting to show the signs of what you were talking about. Wax on, wax off is starting to hold the later we get into this game.
Yeah, well, they do have the health bars to do so. They're a very tanky team comp. If they don't burst them out quick enough, then they're going to be able to defend. And I don't know if maybe they're going to start playing back a little, try and get that fire giant so they can push the Phoenix. It is still maybe a little difficult to push that Phoenix until you got the whole team killed at this point. So they probably do need a bit more damage to get the Phoenix down.
Look at the amount of damage that Snowy does. That was a fight. Oh, look at the crit! There's no way!
Snowy!
Oh, that
He's
feels
really
so
letting
terrible.
these autos today. Good job. I am proud.
Oh, love that from Snowy, but like that feels terrible. As an Odin, as a tank, you should feel okay to be near a damage dealer and not die when you're running away, and it hurts so much to see that.
Yeah, I mean, he did have a 5-level lead on the Odin. That is a bit of a difference, so I was surprised, but that was crazy crit numbers.
That hurts so much to watch, Devane. Wax in a little bit of trouble here as well, maybe out of position, trying to get near and prevent this fire giant.
And well, they got the fire giant, did they? They just got the fire giant. Now they're free to push those towers. They have that fire giant damage. It's going to be a lot easier for them to push down these towers now. They do have double ADC kind of needs and Jingwei, so it shouldn't be too hard to focus down on these Phoenixes.
Baron, life of the party, pulling in Hell Sniper, and Josna will be credited with that kill. Dive in does go this Mordred, and low health bar for Kapachunga. Snowy will be credited with that kill. 10-1 for the Jingwei Devane as King 269 push into the right side Phoenix. They're going mid next. I think this game might nearly be over. We might have an elimination already.
Yeah, and they have so many levels on the Odin. I do not envy their position here right now.
Falls lower and lower, 7,000 health, already down to 6,000. Wax Python doing what he can to hold this game, but hold it he cannot. Wax on, wax off will be eliminated. Ping 269 hold on to their position. Great, clean, clinical play from that team. Devane, how good did Snowy look there?
I am so impressed with Snowy's gameplay in that game. He absolutely just, man, he was so strong in that Jingwei. And, the whole team played really well. But he really just pushed that lead, and took with it. He made sure he did his job, right?
Yeah.
You know, he took the picks when he had to. I didn't see him miss a single order. He played really well.
He played insanely out of his mind. There was that replay that we had get clipped as well, where we saw the World Weaver connect on top of, and it was straight away. We saw crit, knock up, ultimate airstrike out of the Jingwei. Just beautifully played. Great stuff from Ping 269 across the board. Sad to see Wax On, Wax Off will be eliminated here. Let's have a quick look, Devane, at the bracket and see where we ended up at the end of today as well. After this first week of playoffs, there's still a lot to be done here by the looks of what's left in the bracket. Look at these exciting games at the top of the bracket there. Still got Sunday School versus Apes together, Fish versus Engage. I'm excited for Raven Guard versus Drink or Drunk too, Devane.
Yeah, these are some really big games that we still yet to see. I really got to digest what I'm seeing now.
That's
Yeah,
okay, there's a
Fish
lot there.
Engage, I do really want to see again. There was that matchup I think last week, and Engage won, I believe it was. And yeah, and
Engage
Apes
did win.
and Apes had a really good showing. They're getting better every week. So
Mhm.
it'll be good to see how they're going against a top dog Sunday School.
Oh
So
yeah.
these are some really exciting games.
Good test of everybody's skills, and obviously we're at playoffs, so the double elim is in place at the moment. I think the Fish versus Engage matchup is crazy. Those are the teams that are fighting for second place. Even Apes together are fighting for second place as well. So it'll be very interesting to see. I think though that Devane, we're going to close things out, so let's go and have a seat with Jay Beto and Nuxel as well to close things out for tonight. Hello, dear friends. What a
hello.
wonderful day of casting we've had.
I believe that Nuxel's mic is being a bit buggy, so he's just here to wave and look pretty. I'm here to talk. I love talking. But yeah, that bracket looks crazy. Those next two matches that we've got, Sunday Ape and Fish Engage, like, wow, that's those are some matches right there. And you know what the scariest part about that is? Two of those teams out of the four are going to be in the lower bracket, tearing it up down there, and they're going to be going, back up towards one of those teams is going to be going back up towards the this finals. It's going to be a crazy time.
I'm very excited to see whether or not we get like a semi-final that is also the same as the finals. Whether or not it's like Fish versus Sunday School in the semi-final, then Fish get knocked down and they have to force their way through the losers bracket back into the finals to replay their match. That's an underdog story right there.
I cannot wait. I'm very keen. I mean, like, all sorts of analysis that we could talk about, but I think that's maybe for next week, something we can talk about matchup wise. For now, I'm super excited. I'm ready for next week.
Well, I will give it to each person here. Maybe Nuxel can like do hand signs for what he thinks, but I'll go right to left on this. Jay Beto, looking at the bracket right now, which team do you think is taking the win, and who do you think? Which two teams are we going to see in finals?
I do think that there's a potential for an upset. I'm not sure about which two teams because I don't know. That's really hard to call. But I think that I'm rooting for a Fish or an Engage win, in my eyes. One of
Okay.
those two teams.
Devane, what about you? Who are we seeing in the finals? Who do you reckon is going to win it all?
Oh, to win it all?
Mm.
I still think I think Sunday School might end up taking it. I've had my eyes on Engage. I feel like they have excellent team fight. They just need to get their map play together. They need to, focus on the right plays when they need to.
Yeah.
And yeah, but of course I do want to see a Fish versus Sunday School game at least.
At least one.
Yeah, at least.
Nuxel, you can't talk right now with your terrible microphone. How about you give us some hand signs for which team you think is going to win?
All right. Well, we've got a lot of hope in Fish right now.
That was excellent. I'm pretty sure that was Fish.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to have to put all of my money that I don't have for betting on this into Engage. I think that they're going to come out on top. They've been cleaning up their gameplay more and more. We know that Sunday School are a top team, but I'm putting it all on Engage. For now, though, thank you very much to everybody for joining us. It's been a wonderful night of casting. You can catch us not quite at the same time next week, one day earlier next week on our Saturday night at the same time, and then another set of games on Sunday night as well. So we've got two broadcasts coming up next weekend. Make sure you check us out at the same time. Keep an eye out for the updates. But thank you very much, esports fans, for joining us, and we'll see you in the next one.